Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Welcome to Nithyananda Yoga, where we transcend the limits of conventional practice and dive deep into the source of our being, drawing from the original source of yoga itself. Today, we're embarking on a journey of a simple 308 asanas, the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. But it's not just about contorting the body or mastering complex postures. It is about connecting in oneness with the cosmos. Your body will be like wax, moldable and pliable. Today, as we embark on this journey, shed the notion of limitations. Forget the boundaries imposed by your bone and flesh. Instead, recognize yourself as the very source material of the cosmos, the consciousness from where we all come from. With each movement, you will not just be stretching muscles. You will be reaching into the depths of your consciousness. Visualize yourself as a sculptor, crafting your form with intention and precision. Want to grow 4 inches taller by the end of this session? Believe it, for your body is a wax waiting to be molded as per your intention. There is only one enemy towards this that we have built within each one of us. That is the parasites of negativity. Every muscle you have built in the moment of anger, of anxiety, of pain, of incompletion becomes the boundary of your consciousness. Today, we embark on a journey to detoxify ourselves, make us experience our original nature as divine. So as we go through these 12 components, which is so unique to Nithyananda Yoga, from the original source, the Vedas and Agamas, remember, you are not bound by limitations. You are the creator of your reality. Embrace your true nature. Let us sculpt our beings into an epitome of strength, flexibility, and bliss. Welcome to a transformative experience like no other, Nithyananda Yoga. There are 12 different components that consist Nithyananda Yoga. One is the asanas, which we traditionally know of. The various body postures revealed by Paramashiva to align the physical geometry of our body, the physical geography of our body, to the cosmic geometry, the cosmic geography. As Paramashiva says, sthiram sukham asanam, that body posture which is steady, comfortable, because it's in its original nature of Paramashivatva. The second are the pranayamas, the various systematic breathing techniques that Paramashiva has revealed for each one of us, that connect us to the higher dimensions of the cosmos and increase the life energy within us. The fourth are the bandhas, the different internal locks of the body. The third are the mudras, the various hand gestures and body movements to seal that life energy within ourselves. The very word mudra means seals. You will be able to seal the space of oneness within you with Paramashiva. The fourth are the bandhas, the various internal locks of the body to awaken the Kundalini Shakti, our latent potential energy, and make us conducive for the ultimate experience. The fifth are the karanas, the beautiful dance movements of the body, revealed by Paramashiva to put you in the space of ultimate bliss, and which engage all the different parts of your body. The next are the visualizations. As Swamiji says, the intention with which you move your body manifests as your reality. As you hold the visualization within you of the various gods and goddesses of Kailasa, of the various beings of this universe, you manifest the powers of those beings within you. The next are the japas, the various powerful energy vibrations of the cosmos that you will be subtly repeating in your throat center that will cause your very DNA to be bound to the cosmos, to your consciousness with the highest frequency possible. The next are the pramanas, the chanting of the sacred mantras, the original source scripture of Hinduism that reveal the science of Nithyananda Yoga, of yoga, because as Swamiji says, yoga has a source and it is Hinduism. These original verses will manifest the vision Paramashiva had when he created yoga in each and every one of us. There are weights, which is an optional component, helps us to enhance our experience of Nithyananda Yoga as revealed from the source scriptures of Hinduism. The next are the mandalas, the cosmic geometrical representation. The Shri Chakra, the Shri Yantra, which is the direct geometrical representation of the cosmos. When you keep that in front of you and gaze at it throughout your Nithyananda Yoga, your body will fluidly just align itself to the cosmos. We have the Abharana, the Rudraksha, which we keep on our body, which acts as an energy battery, sucking in, storing the energy that we produce during this Nithyananda Yoga and releasing it to us throughout the day to fuel our entire day with consciousness. The last but not the least are the Aushadas, the various sacred herbs that you can apply to, which can be infused with the thought current of Paramashivatva to manifest it within you. With this understanding, let us get right into the practice of Nithyananda Yoga, which starts with invoking the presence of Paramashiva himself, the very being of Paramashiva, to witness our Nithyananda Yoga today, with the chanting of the Shiva Mula Mantra.
Let us now chant the Shiva Mula Mantra 11 times internally. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
The next step of this ritual of yoga, as Swamiji reveals, yoga is a ritual, a methodology to connect yourself with the divine. As every ritual in Hinduism goes, we cleanse the three elements of our body, of the world, and of the ultimate with the Tattvachamanam.
The next is the Tattvachamanam. So now I request all the participants to have the Panchapatram and the Uddharani, the traditional cup and the spoon filled with some fresh water. Now, keeping your right hand in the shape of a cow's ear, the Gokarna Mudra, pour an Uddharani of water from the Panchapatram and chanting each of the following mantras internally, drink the water that flows through the base of the palm. Om Atmatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodayami Svadha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, chanting the following mantra internally, wipe the upper and lower lips twice using the base of the right hand thumb, moving the hand from right to the left of the lips. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index, middle, and ring finger, touch above the upper lips and below the lower lips. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the tips of right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the tips of right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Now, with the base of the right hand thumb and little finger, touch the navel, right chest, left chest. With the right hand, fingertips together, touch the top of the head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and your heart center.
With that, we have the Sankalpa. The Sankalpa, the manifestation of our conscious intention. What is it today each one of us want to manifest through Nithyananda Yoga? Hold that in your inner space. Through this conscious intention, which directly happens with the blessings, with the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham, you will just see your intention manifesting as reality.
The next is the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. So now I request all participants now to, with your right hand, cover your left palm, which is the Sankalpa Mudra, and keep both the hands on the right thigh. Continue to keep this mudra till the end of the Sankalpa. Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshayaddvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते अद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय पराधे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शखाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये शुभनाम संवत्सरे शुभायने शुभऋतौ शुभमासे शुभपक्षे शुभतिथौ शुभवासरयुक्तायां शुभनक्षत्र शुभयोग शुभकरण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदितौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्ह काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्याप वर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीत सर्वज्ञ पीत तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनि इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र सूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूधाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परम शिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीताधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अतल पीता अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अतल पीताधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीता त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरु कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानां अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशांत्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव प्रसादेन सकुटुंबस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव कृपा कटाक्षेण पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परम शिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now wash your right hand with water from the Panchapatram. Om apaupasprisya.
Now, let's get started with the asanas. Okay? Sit first in a cross-legged position on the ground in Sukhasana. Bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra with your thumbs and index fingers touching each other. Place it on top of your knees. Here we have the Kumbhaka, the pranayama of Samana Kumbhaka. As you inhale and exhale, visualize flames licking up your spine. Do the bandhas, the locks, the Mahamudra Bandha, all three of the bandhas, where you are doing the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, the Udyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach, and the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. For the first set of asanas, we have the japa Soham, which you'll be repeating in your throat center. As you do Sukhasana, visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. The next asana is Parvatasana. Now, from the seated position, bring both your feet to the opposite thighs. Clasp your hands together in front of your heart center in the Anjali Mudra and raise it above your head. Keep your hands as straight as you can. Continue the Samana Kumbhaka and the Japa of Soham. Remain with all the three bandhas, the chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha, the stomach tucked in Udyana Bandha, and the clenched perineum in Moola Bandha. Here, visualize yourself as Mount Kailash. The next asana is Hali Pavasana. Now slowly bring your feet together in front of your body as you stretch it out a little further away. Now bring your hands behind your back and clasp the left hand by your right. Lean forward, placing your forehead on the ground as you continue to engage all the three bandhas. Here, gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in a similar position from Hali Pavasana, just release your hands, slightly get up and bring your hands in front of your body. Place them on the ground, cupping your hands, making a hollow in Nagi Pavasana. Visualize yourself as a snake, gazing at your nose. Continue the japa, the pranayama, and all three bandhas engaged. Now, raise up. This is Kokilasana. Hold your big toes with your index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your legs straight out and upwards. Cross it into Padmasana. Bring it to your opposite thighs. Lean forward and down onto your elbows. Again, tuck your chin into your chest, suck in your stomach, and clench the perineum in the Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize yourself as a bird in Kokilasana. The next is Nithyananda. Now, raise up again. Bring one ankle to the top of the opposite knee. Hold the elbows with your hands. Hold the respective elbows with the opposite hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas and rotate your arms in a circular motion. Keep the spine completely straight and gaze towards your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Next is Gajasana. Press your hands onto the ground. You can bring your feet a little back as you raise yourself up, your hips up high. Lower your head and then chest, scooping your body forward again and again. Here, engage the Udyana Bandha, where you suck in your stomach along with the Moola Bandha, clenching the perineum. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Gajasana. Now stop the movement slowly. In another dynamic asana, which is Rikshasana, you will start alternatively pressing the heel of one foot onto the ground while lifting the other heel up. Repeat this again and again. The next is Vaishyasana. Now slowly come to a standing position. Stand tall on the tips of just your big toes. Keep your head neck straight line. And bring the middle, index and ring fingers to your heart in the Hridaya Mudra. Continue engaging the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a very interesting movement, which is the Karanas, the dance movements. So the first Karana is Urdhva Janu Karana, which literally means the raised knee. So now stand in the Aramandi position, which is your heels touching together, the toes facing outwards, almost at a 45-degree angle. Bend your knees low And keep both your hands at your chest, elbows parallel to the ground. Twist one knee towards the center of your body. Raise it up, back across the body back to the original position. Simultaneously with the leg movement, follow it with your respective hand, up and across the body. Repeat this alternatively on both sides. Now, in Balalingasana, come back to a standing position straight and interlace your fingers from outside in. This is the Sarva Vashankari Mudra. Hold on to your knee, pulling it up towards your chest. Pull it tight. Continue to keep your spine straight. Engage all the three bandhas, the Jalandhara bandha, the Udyana bandha and the Moola bandha. As you are holding your knee, visualize yourself holding, caressing a baby. Balalingasana. The next asana is Pada Pidanasana. Now the same foot which is raised, clasp it with your hands and pull it behind towards your body, holding it with both your hands. Again, engage all the three bandhas, standing tall. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here, let's enter into Natarajasana. Now, the same foot you're already holding behind your back, twist the same hand of that leg inwards and pull the leg back. Extend the opposite hand forward with the index and thumbs together, again in the Bindu Mudra. Now, pull the foot back and up while leaning forward in Natarajasana. Hold your balance here. Here you will be engaging only the Moola Bandha, visualizing yourself as Lord Nataraja, the Lord of Dance. Now again let's repeat Balalingasana on the other side with the other leg. Pull it up towards your chest. With the hands in the Sarva Vashankari Mudra, engage all the three bandhas as you visualize yourself holding and caressing a baby. Now pull your foot back into Pada Pidanasana on the other side. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward. Now, hands stretched in the Bindu Mudra into Natarajasana. Balance there as you visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja. Now, come back to a standing position. Release your leg. Gain your balance. As we enter into the Ardharechita Karana. Now again bring yourself to the Aramandi position, heels together, toes pointed outwards and knees bent. Now from this position, bring your right foot onto the tips of the toes behind the left heel. The heel should be up. Bring your left hand towards your chest, parallel to the ground again, and extend the right arm out and wide like a pendulum. Bring it back towards your chest. Now while your arm is swinging, remember to move your fingers one by one inwards towards the palm and then outwards. Now place the right hand over the nose. Uncross your ankles. Let's do this on the other side also. Cross the left ankle behind and stretch the left hand out like a pendulum. Bring it to your nose and cross the ankles. Now let us enter into the skeleton dance. It's a very powerful meditation. It cleanses the muscle memory. Any patterns which are there within your muscle memory can be completely wiped out through this skeleton dance. Just 2 simple steps. Now stand straight, visualize yourself as a skeleton. You can close your eyes. Just visualize yourself as pure bones. There are no muscles, no veins, no nerves, tissues, organs, nothing. Just bones, a skeleton form. And shake your body intensely. As a skeleton, you are moving yourself wildly, intensely. Just shake it all out. Move your hands, move your legs, your head. Let there be no bone in your body untouched. Just move it. Move wildly. Shake, shake. Literally feel yourself throwing all the patterns out of your system with the intensity of your shaking. Now slowly calm down. Take a few steps, gain your breath back. That's a powerful meditation we did. Let us do the next karana. Again, come back to a standing position. Do the Aramandi. Your toes outwards, knees bent with your feet together. Now here, raise your hands above your head. Keep your palms completely straight and cross the wrists with the palms facing forward and the back of the hands outward. Now from the crossed wrists, uncross the wrists, spreading your arms out wide while you turn your hip towards the side. Turn by the waist sideways. Bring your hands back over the head and turn on the other side. Repeat this on the other side. Do it again. Let's twist out. Come back to the middle and twist out again. This is the Kati China Karana. Now stand tall. Raise your hands above your head. Bring yourself to the top of the tip of your toes. Let your hands face each other parallel to the ears. You're tall, pushing yourself, stretching yourself. Again, engage all the three bandhas. Tucking in your chin to the chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as a palm tree. We have the japa changing over here where you will be repeating Shivoham in your throat center. Tadasana. Now, as we enter into Uttanasana, relax and lean forward, bringing your hands on by the ground next to your feet. Keep your palms flat on the ground. Try your best. Engage all the three bandhas. Remain with all the three bandhas engaged as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, in your inner space. Now jump your feet back into Tarakshvasana, coming to a plank position. Keep your hands shoulder width apart. Be steady there. Chuck in your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha as well as engaging the Moola Bandha. Now rotate your head while in the Jalandhara Bandha from shoulder to shoulder, side to side. This is Tarakshvasana. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Yes. Now lay flat onto the ground in Bhujangasana. Lower your entire body down. Now point your toes backwards. Keep your hands by the side of your chest and push yourself off the ground. Remember to use the strength of your lower back to hold yourself up. Open your mouth wide. Inhale through the hollow of your throat and exhale through your nose. This is the Bhujangani Mudra. In Bhujangasana, you will visualize yourself as a cobra. Now come back into a plank position. So you can tuck in your toes and come back into a plank position. In Shashasana, alternate bringing one knee towards your chest, back and forth. So you'll bring one knee front, push it back and bring the other knee. Repeat this again and again. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Simple breathing in, breathing out. Engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Okay. Now place your legs back into the plank position as we enter into Rathasana. Again, bring one foot between your hands and alternate jumping one foot back and bringing the other foot forward simultaneously. Again and again. Continue the Sahaja Kumbhaka and the Moola Bandha engaged as you visualize yourself as a chariot, a Ratha, in Rathasana. Now, into Veerabhadrasana. Remain one leg in between your hands. So as you jump, one leg comes between your hands. Stop in that position. One leg stretched back. And raise yourself up into a standing position. So the front foot will be pointing forwards and bent at a 90-degree angle. The knee will be bent at a 90-degree angle. The other leg, which is extended back, the foot will be pointed sideways at a 45-degree angle. Now raise your palms, hands up, parallel beside your ears. Do the Uddiyana Bandha along with the Mula Bandha, pulling in your stomach in. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Now relax down, switch your legs around and let us do Veerabhadrasana on the other side. Stretch your hands up, gaze towards your third eye, suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Okay, bring your feet together now. Let us move into Vrikshasana. Now stand tall, gain your balance here slowly. Bring one foot towards the inner thigh. Bring your palms together, raise them up above your head in the Anjali Mudra. Keep your elbows as straight as you can. Again, continue the Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Gaze forward, hold your balance, visualize yourself as a tree, the stability of a tree in Vrikshasana. Now, slowly bring your hands down. Now the foot which is in your inner thigh, bring it towards the opposite, to the root of the opposite thigh. Bring your hands in the Namaskar Mudra in front of your heart center together and visualize yourself here as Lord Garuda, just engaging the Mula Bandha alone here. This is Garudasana. Now let us repeat Vrikshasana on the other side. Slowly put your foot down. Bring the other foot to the inner thigh. Raise your hands above your head. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree. Let's repeat Garudasana on the other side. Slowly bring the foot to the opposite thigh and lower your hands to be in front of your heart center. Release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Lord Mahavishnu. Okay, bring both your feet to the ground now and spread them far apart from each other. Now keep one leg toes pointing forward and the other set of toes pointing sideways. Straighten your arms out parallel towards the ground. Bring your front arm down towards the front foot, beside your foot, while the other arm extends towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana. Now raise up and let's repeat Trikonasana on the other side. Switch the position of your legs around and go forward. The other arm raised towards the sky. Visualize yourself as a triangle. Now come back to a standing position. Bring your feet together. We are having another Karana, the Nikuttaka Karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi position. Feet together, knees out wide. Here now bring your hands towards your chest, but keep both your palms parallel towards each other. Bring your right foot onto the toes with the heels up. And simultaneously bringing the right hand towards the top. Now drop the right foot, simultaneously lifting the left foot onto the toes and switch the hands position. Now the left hand is on the top and the right hand is on the bottom. Repeat and let us do this repeatedly. Okay, relax now, come back to a straight position and sit down onto your toes. Sit on your heels with your toes on the ground, knees raised up off the ground, together in front of you in Angushtasana. Bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. We have a very interesting pranayama over here, which is the Bhramari Kumbhaka, where you will be subtly buzzing like a bee as you do this asana. The japa we will be entering into is Sadashivoham. In Angushtasana, engage the Mula Bandha as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Balance yourself as you stretch one foot forward, sitting on the heel of one foot and the other foot stretched forward, toes pointed upwards. Bring your hands to the Vara Mudra, just the tips of the finger on the ground while the palm faces forward, both your hands. Continue to engage the Mula Bandha, clenching the perineum as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, stretch, the leg is stretched forward, right? Stretch the same hand, the respective hand forward and clasp onto the big toe of that foot in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. The other hand, bring it to the back of the respective heel in Vidhunanasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, bring your 2 feet back together as we repeat Saurasana on the other side. Stretch your left leg forward now. Palms in the Vara Mudra on the ground. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. And lean forward into Vidhunanasana on the other leg. Clasp your toes. Bring the other hand to the back heel. Continue to visualize Swamiji. Now bring your 2 feet back together as you continue to sit on the heels, getting a nice toe workout here. Balance on your toes, bring your knees together in front of you. Now place your palms on top of the respective knees with the hands facing upwards, the palms facing upwards. Leave a slight gap between your palms and knees. As you gaze forward, engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, and look between the gap between your hands. Brahma Jurankushasana. The next is Kapilasana. Now spread your knees wide and place them onto the ground. Keep your hands on the respective knees. Pull your stomach in and up in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze towards your nose as you visualize yourself as Maha Kapila Muni, the first man that ever started thinking. In the same position, just release that Uddiyana Bandha. Release the lock of the stomach, but continue to clench your perineum in Mula Bandha as you switch your gaze to your third eye. So from your nose, switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Bhadra Gorakshasana. Next is Suryasana. Now, your toes are tucked. Just lift your knees off the ground, wide apart. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with the little fingers and thumbs joined together. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha, suck in your stomach and raise your hands up tall above your head. Slightly lean back as you look towards the gap between your hands. Visualize Lord Surya in your inner space. Now relax, slowly bring your hands to the ground. Sit on top of your heels, the toes flat. Here, keep your hands on top of your knees and lift your tongue up against the roof of your mouth in the Manduki Mudra. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing in and out. Engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. With the Japa Sadashivoham, repeating in your inner space, here you will visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana. Your tongue pressed against the upper palate. Is your frog-like tongue catching the nectar of immortality dripping from your Sahasrara Chakra? Gaze towards your third eye in Mandukasana. Now from here itself, moving into Uttana Mandukasana. Just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders, remaining in the same seated position. Continue with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, gazing at your third eye. The Manduki Mudra, tongue pressed against the top of your palate, visualizing yourself as a frog in Uttana Mandukasana. Slowly bring your hands out from behind your back. Now slightly raise up and cross your ankles behind you. Sit on top of your crossed ankles. Keep your knees wide and your fingers spread on the top of your knees, both your hands. Open your mouth wide and stick out your tongue, exhaling forcefully. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Repeat this several times because you're visualizing yourself as a lion in Simhasana. The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now you can release yourself and uncross your ankles. Just keep your toes crossed behind you. Again, sit on top of your heels, keeping your knees wide apart. Cross your hands behind your back, hold on to the big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Apply the Jalandhara Bandha, tuck in your chin to your chest along with the Mula Bandha, sucking in your perineum. As you gaze towards your nose, here, resume the Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee subtly in your inner space as you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, bring your hands out from behind you. As you bring yourself to a squatting position. Keep your feet flat onto the ground as close together as possible, but your knees opened wide. Bring your body in between your knees, your torso in between your knees, and take your arms in and around your knees towards the back, clasping your fingers, interlacing your fingers behind you in the Parashu Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a crow in Kakabhusandhyasana. The next asana is Kani Pavasana. Unclasp your hands and place them flat onto the floor. Keep them shoulder width apart for good balance. Now, slowly bring your knees to the back of your arms, above the elbows. Lean your chin forward and down. Keep your gaze steady as you lift your feet off the ground. In Kani Pavasana, visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now in the same position, slowly lower your head to the ground and stretch your legs up high, forming a tripod between your two hands and your head in Kapali Asana. Gaze at your nose, continue the Brahmari Kumbhaka, continue engaging the Mula Bandha and the Japa of Sadashivoham. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Parshva Mayurasana. Slowly bring your feet down. Yes, relax. And now squat on your toes with your knees together and twist your body. Place both the hands to one side of your knees. Now bring one of your elbows to the knee and the other of your elbows towards the hip. Lean onto your arms, balance, extending your legs out to the side. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a peacock in Parshva Mayurasana. As you do the pranayama, the Rechaka Kumbhaka, let your exhalations be prolonged and your inhalations be slightly shorter. Now relax, bring your feet to the ground and bring your body to the other side of your knees. As you repeat Parshva Mayurasana on the other side, lean forward, stretch your legs, gaze at your third eye, visualize yourself as a peacock. Now let's do Bhairaganathasana. Now come again to a plank position. Place your hands down, stretch your legs back and bring one foot around your shoulder to be placed in between both your palms. Gaze at your third eye. Just engage the Mula Bandha, clenching your perineum. Here, this is Bhairaganathasana. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava. Slowly bring your foot out and bring the other foot in between your palms, remaining in the plank position. Continue to visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana on the other side. The next asana is Unmukha Pithasana. Now from the same plank position, bring your forearms onto the ground. Be steady as you walk your feet closer towards yourself, forming like a slight mountain. In Unmukha Pithasana, gaze at your third eye. Continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vashishthasana. Now, just raise yourself onto one of your hands. So, release your forearms off the ground and raise yourself onto your right arm. And keep your body completely parallel to the ground as you raise your left arm straight above your head. Visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta as you do the Vashishthasana. Gaze towards the hand on the top. Now slowly bring that hand down. As you switch the hands, bringing your right hand up towards the sky. Balance there, completely straight on your toes. As you visualize yourself as Rishi Vashishta, the Guru of Bhagavan Sri Rama. Now, bring your feet forward into Anjaneyasana. So here you will be sitting on your hips with your legs pointed forward and sit on top of your hands. So keep your palms facing upwards and sit on both your palms as you tuck your elbows into your body. Do the Rechaka Kumbhaka, continue the Rechaka Kumbhaka. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman in Anjaneyasana. Now, slowly release your hands from under your body as you lean forward into Paschimottanasana. Clasp your respective toes with your index and middle finger. Lean forward and down, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead towards your knees. Engage all the three bandhas, the Mahamudra Bandha. As you visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space, with a new japa, Mahasadashivoham, starting here. The next is Ugrasana. Now, you can raise up and clasp your hands behind your neck in the Parashamudra. Interlace both your fingers. Lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to your knees and your elbows onto the ground. Again, engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Devi Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana. The next is Marichyasana. So raise up and keep one leg pointed forward while you bring the other leg towards the groin, the knee pointed upwards. Place the foot flat on the ground. Now lean forward, bring both your hands, wrap your arms around the raised knee, clasping your hands behind the back together. Bring your chest to the thigh with your head towards the knee. Here engage just the Moola Bandha, sucking in your perineum. As you visualize yourself as Rishi Marichi in Marichyasana. The next asana is Mahamudrasana. Now slowly raise up and the raised knee, let it rest by your side with your leg towards the inner thigh of the opposite leg. Now again reach down, hold your foot, bring your elbows to the ground, your forehead to your knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Raise up. Let's repeat Marichyasana on the other side. Bring the other foot straight while the other foot comes into the groin. Knee up. Lean forward, clasping your hands behind your back. Visualize yourself as Sage Marichi. Now from here, raise up, engage all the three bandhas as you let your knee fall to the side. Lean forward, clasping the foot. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Mahamudrasana on the other side. Now, bring yourself to a seated position. Sit and bring the soles of your feet together. Bend your knees and keep your heels as close towards you as possible. While try to touch your knees to the ground. Clasp your feet together with both your hands. Maintain a straight spine. Gaze towards your nose in Bhadrasana 2. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. The next asana is Gwali Pavasana. Now, keeping your feet together, just bring your hands towards the respective knees. Just lightly place them there. Tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha, continuing to engage the Moola Bandha, clenching your perineum. As you gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, push your soles slightly further away from you. The joined feet, push it further away from your body. And lean forward, keeping both your hands, the fingers inside of the feet. Hold the soles of your feet. Lean forward and down. Bring your forehead to the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. In Joni Asana. The next is Midiki Pavasana. Raise up. Stretch your arms out wide beside your body as you lean forward, your arms going over your knees. Bring your forehead to your feet. Continue to gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, in Siddha Samadhi Asana, raise yourself up. Now, put your forearms underneath the calves of the respective legs. Let your palms face up towards the sky as you bring your head down to your feet. Gaze at your nose as you visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Siddha Samadhi Asana. The next asana is Chiniki Pavasana. Raise up now. Bring both your feet together in front of you. Bring your feet back close to your body. Now place your hands underneath both the feet and pull your feet open like a book facing towards the sky. Both your feet. Press your elbows onto your thighs near the knees and gaze towards your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Chiniki Pavasana. Giving yourself a nice stretch. Now release your feet and bring your hands to the respective knees. Gently push down on your knees, pushing it towards the ground. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. This is Charapata Chokasana. The next asana is Bhairavasana. Now continuing to remain with your feet together, you can use the help of your hands to bring your toes onto the ground with your heels pointed upwards. Just push yourself and try to do it. Continue to remain with the Uddiyana Bandha engaged, your stomach sucked in. Bring your hands to the Bindu Mudra with the index and thumbs together on top of the knees. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana. The next asana is Samanasana. So slowly you can bring your feet out from underneath. Take now one foot towards your chest, holding with both your hands as the other foot rests by the perineum. Pull the sole onto your chest. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself holding the breath in the Mooladhara Chakra, the Chaturdala, the 4-petal lotus of your body. Gaze at your third eye. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space in Samanasana. From here, let's move into Apanasana. Now, the foot that you have towards your chest, just bring it over your shoulder and place both your palms onto the ground beside you. As you lift the leg by your perineum, stretch it out and lift it up high into the sky in Apanasana. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Let's repeat Samanasana on the other side. Bring your foot down. Clasp the other foot towards your chest. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. And bring the foot onto your shoulder as we repeat Apanasana on the other side. Stretch your leg out straight in front of you, up high towards the sky, gazing at the third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Okay, relax slowly. Let's move into Gomukhasana. Now, sitting in a seated position, cross one leg over the other, like over, and align the knees together at the center of your body and the feet by the opposite hips. Place both your hands on top of the stacked knees. Gaze at your nose. Here we have a beautiful pranayama, very cooling pranayama, which is the Sheetkari pranayama, where you will be inhaling through your clenched teeth with your tongue pressed against behind your teeth and exhaling through your nose, creating a hissing sound. The japa will be for the next sequence of asanas. Om Nithyanandoham. Visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Now keep your knees crossed. From the knees, bring your hands towards the respective toes on the side of the body. Clasp the big toe in Pranamudra. Suck in your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana. Now in Anusuyasana 2, just bring your hands behind your back, clasped together, interlaced fingers in the Parashamudra. Lean forward and down. Try to bring your nose to touch the ground in front of you. Just visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya and gaze at your nose. Anusuyasana 2. Raise yourself up now. Now bring one foot towards the perineum, knee resting on the ground. Raise your other foot with the foot in front of the lying down foot, knees pointed upwards towards your chest. Place your hands on the respective knees. Keep your spine tall, chest out. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, the eagle vehicle of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Garudasana 2. From here, moving into Naradasana. Now, keep both your hands, bring both your hands behind your neck and clasp them in the Parashamudra. Interlace your fingers behind your neck. Twist outward of the raised knee. Just keep your whole body outside of the raised knee. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada in your inner space. From Naradasana, let's enter into Matsya Pithakasana. Place one foot on the top of the opposite thigh. Wrap your respective arm across the knee, holding on to the opposite shin. Extend the opposite hand straight. Hold on to the respective toe with the index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Gaze towards your nose. Visualize Matsyavatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. In Matsya Pithakasana. From there, let's repeat the Gomukhasana and the rest of the asanas on the other side too. So slowly you can cross your knees over to the other side in Gomukhasana. Keep your hands on the top of your knees. Gaze at your nose as you visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana. Continuing into Anasuyasana on the other side, bring your hands to your toes. Suck in your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya. And lean forward, bringing your hands behind your back in Anasuyasana 2. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra. Continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as Rishika Anasuya. As you relax the Udyana Bandha, just clenching the Mula Bandha alone. Raise up, bring your feet together in front of you as we enter into Garudasana 2. Place your hands on the respective knees. Stay straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you gaze towards your nose. And twist your body out of the raised knee, hands clasped in the Parashamudra behind your neck. Gaze at the third eye, visualizing yourself as Devarishi Narada. And bring the foot to the opposite thigh as we enter into Matsya Pithakasana on the other side. Clasp your toe in Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Matsya Avatara, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in your inner space. Now let's enter into Matsyendrasana. Remaining in the same position with one foot on the opposite thigh, place the other foot on the ground on the far side of the other thigh. Twist. Bring your elbow outside the raised knee. Keep the raised arm by your neck. Turn backwards. Gaze towards your third eye, the other hand straight out. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi and master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Just switch your hands around. Straighten the hand that was originally bent and bend the other hand towards your neck. As we enter into Kubhasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Continue to gaze at your third eye. Now, straighten out both your hands straight out in the same position. Continue to gaze at your third eye, visualizing Matsyendranatha, the master of Hatha Yoga in your inner space. Now, slowly take your foot off from the thigh. As we enter into Matsyendrasana on the other side, bring the other foot to the thigh. Place the other foot on the far side. Twist, bringing your elbows outside of the raised knee, hands on the head. The other hand stretched out back. Twist, gazing at your third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Switch the hands around as we enter into Kubhasana. On the other side, remember to visualize yourself as a camel. Now stretch both your hands out in Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space. Now, with one leg on the thigh, bring the other foot too to the opposite thigh in Padmasana. Place your palms on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest, sucking in your stomach and clenching your perineum. We have a new pranayama here, which is the Shitali Kumbhaka, where you will continue to inhale through the teeth without creating the hissing sound, and exhale through your nose. A new japa of Om Nithyananda Mahasadashivoham starts here. Gaze at your nose in Padmasana, visualizing yourself as Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now, keeping your legs in the same position, just cross your hands over each other, clasping onto the toes with your index and middle fingers in the Prana Mudra. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as Devi Parvati, the consort of Lord Paramashiva in Padmasana 2. Now, uncross your hands. Take your hands and insert it into the gap between your thighs and your calves. Put both your hands within and pull it out on the other side. As you balance on your hands, lifting your whole body off the ground, visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukkutasana. Now relax. Take your hands out from inside your feet as we enter into Baddha Keki Asana. Place your hand onto the ground as you raise up on your knees. Place your palms on the ground, fingers pointing towards the legs. Now keep your elbows together, pressed against your navel. Slowly lean forward, balancing, and extend your knees off the ground, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. In the same position, stretch your legs out behind you. In Mayurasana, visualize yourself as a peacock. Hold your balance. Relax now. Yes, relax flat onto the ground into Makarasana. Lay down completely flat. Keep your feet pointing outwards, far away from each other. Place your forehead on the mat. Interlace your fingers behind your neck in the Parashumudra. Just relax, visualizing yourself as a crocodile as we go back to the Sahaja Kumbhaka, the simple breathing in, breathing out. Just keep the Moola Bandha alone engaged. The next asana is Shalabhasana. Now lay on your stomach and place your hands on the ground beside the chest. From the laying position, raise your legs up. Use your core strength to bring your thighs off the ground. Visualizing yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana. Relax your feet down and bring your hands to your feet, pulling your feet down towards the ground beside your hips. In Ushtrasana, visualize yourself as a camel. Now slowly kick your legs back. Rise your hand is clasping your feet. Pull your feet towards the sky, lifting your chest and thighs off the ground. In Dhanurasana, gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow. Relax slowly and come up to a sitting position. In Bhagasana, sit on both your knees with your head, neck and spine straight. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha. Place your hands on top of your knees. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. From here we enter into Gohyasana. We have a couple of headstand postures here, so get yourself ready. Now place your forearms on the ground with your fingers interlocked. Ensure your elbows are at shoulder width for the best balance. Place the top of your head on the ground, holding your head with your hands. Slowly walk your toes forward until your hips are in a straight line with your shoulders, and just kick your feet up slightly.
Make sure not to lose your balance. Keep your knees bent together at your chest. Toes pointed upwards. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. From here, stretch your legs out into Shirasasana, continuing to hold the balance there as you continue to gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet to the ground, relax slowly. The next asana is Podhyasana. So come to a seated position. Bring your hands behind your calves, stretching your legs up and your forehead to your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, which is the Bhastrika Kumbhaka, where you will be exhaling forcefully, making the sound of a bellows. Podhyasana. The japa for this next series is Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the Mahavakya. Relax yourself. Continuing to remain balanced with your legs up, just bring your hands to the opposite shoulders. In Parighasana, visualize yourself as a mace as you gaze towards your third eye. Now relax. Keep your elbows and palms onto the ground as your legs are raised. Visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana. Continuing to gaze towards your third eye, remember to continue the Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Forceful exhalation. Now, continuing to keep your balance, just bring your hands to your feet and scoop your hands underneath the heels, pull it towards the chest. Keep your spine upright, gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Rudra in Rudrasana, the most ferocious form of Paramashiva. Now lay on your back. So you can remove your hands from underneath your feet and lay on your back. With your feet flat on the ground, knees pointed upwards. Now place your palms down. Just let your fingers touch the back of your heel. Do not clasp your feet. Lift your hips up high, pressing the feet onto the ground. Chin tucked to the chest in the Jalandhara Bandha automatically. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in Unmukha Pithasana 2. Now lay onto the ground in Shavasana. Just lay completely flat with your palms facing upwards by the side of your body. Just unclutch from any movement happening within you. Visualize your body is dead. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, is just liberating you. Just let your awareness, your energy completely pervade your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as you continue to vibrate with the Mahavakya. Roll over to one side and come to a seated position. Feel the life entering your body back. In a seated position, let us get continued with the sequence. We have 200 asanas more to go, starting with Yathasanishtasana. In Yathasanishtasana, sit in any posture you are completely comfortable in. Bringing your hands into the Bindu Mudra with the thumbs and index touching. Start off with the Samana Kumbhaka. As you're inhaling and exhaling, feel flames licking up your spine. Clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha with the japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham for the remaining of the sequence. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From here, moving into Samasana, where you bring your feet to a cross-legged position. Keep your hands on your knees with the thumbs and index touching in the Bindu Mudra. Just inhale and exhale as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Muktasana. Press your left foot against your genital region. Place the right foot on top of your left. Keep your hands facing downwards on top of your knees. Sit straight, gazing towards your nose. Visualize yourself as a sage liberated by Swamiji himself. Now, continue to remain in the same position as we go into Siddhasana, where your gaze will be switching from the nose to your third eye. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space, ensure the Moola Bandha, the perineum, is locked.
in Siddhyasana now. Continuing the same position. Engage all the three bandhas. Sucking in your stomach, bringing your chin to your chest in the Mahamudra Bandha. Switch the gaze to the ground in front of you from your third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, relax the Udyana Bandha and Jalandhara Bandha. Just keep the Moola Bandha, the perineum alone clenched, as we enter Rudrasana 2, where your legs will remain in the same position, just your hands alone, from resting on your knees, will turn around to the Bindu Mudra, the thumbs and index touching. Gaze towards the third eye, visualize yourself as Lord Rudra, the fierce dimension of Paramashiva. The next is Santadhunasana. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, your legs crossed in the same position. As you switch your gaze from your third eye to your nose, visualizing Swamiji, his tranquility, unshakable nature. Now, relax the Bindu Mudra, keep your legs in the same position, and bring your hands to your navel, cupping one palm over the other in the Samputa Mudra. It looks sort of like a lotus bud. Continue to visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Siddhasana 2. The next asana is Bandha Yoni Asana. Maintaining one heel over the other in the same position of the legs, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra. So just listen carefully now. Bring your little fingers beneath the bottom lip of both hands. Your ring fingers above your upper lip. Your middle fingers closing your nose, your nostrils. Your index finger covering your eyes. And your thumbs pressed into your ears. This is Bandha Yoni Asana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Virasana. Now, you can remove your hands from your face and bring one foot onto the opposite thigh, and the other foot underneath the thigh. Keep your hands in the Bindu Mudra, thumb and index fingers together on the top of your knees as you embody the space and state of bravery, Veera, in Virasana. Now, changing the leg position again as we enter into Valmikasana. Keep your left heel on the right side of the generative organ, toes under the thigh. Keep your right foot on top of the left leg, toes by the knee. Again, bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra on top of the knees. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Rishi Valmiki, the poet, the first poet and author of Ramayanam. The next asana is Joni Mudrasana. So you're going to remain here as you switch your gaze to your nose, visualizing the Yoni Mandala, a beautiful formation, divine cosmic geometry, representing Devi, Shakti, a symbol of the creative energy of the universe in Joni Mudrasana. In the same position, switch your gaze to your third eye, continuing to visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Now, let's move into Bhadrasana 3. So bring your feet, the soles of your feet together, uncross them and bring them together in front of your body. Hold it with both your hands, pulling it against you. Push your knees down towards the ground. As you gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Lord Veerabhadra in your inner space. Bhadrasana 3. In the same position, we are entering into Aghorasana, where your left hand will rest on top of the left knee, while your right hand comes towards your face. Now, do the Khechari Mudra, where you are bringing your tongue towards the upper palate, gazing towards your third eye. Now, with your right hand, cover your mouth, close the left nostril with your index finger, inhale through the right nostril. Close both the nostrils, hold your breath and exhale through the left nostril in the Abhyantara Kumbhaka. Repeat this on the other side. Visualize yourself as an Aghori, completely dedicated to Paramashiva in Aghorasana. The next asana is Kaneri Pavasana. So you can Distance your feet a little away from your body. As you lean forward, place your elbows onto the soles of your feet and rest your chin on your palms. Gaze at your nose, suck your stomach in Uddiyana Bandha. Here, continuing with the Rechaka Kumbhaka, where your exhalations are prolonged than your inhalations, visualizing yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kaneri Pavasana. The next asana is Parasana. So now, come to a seated position, raise yourself up and keep your knees raised. Bring your hands underneath your knees, between your calves and thighs, and clasp them together. Interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra in front of your navel. Lift your feet off the mat. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Parasana. The next asana we'll be moving into is Gopi Chandasana. Now take your hands out from in between the feet as you let your feet rest on the ground. Take your hands out from underneath your calves. Interlace your fingers around the feet with the soles of the feet together and raise it up towards your chest. Rest your knee on top of your feet. Gaze at your nose. Embody the state and space of a king in Gopi Chandasana. The next asana is Udarasana. So now just quickly release your legs, bring your hands underneath your calves and hold on to your feet again from inside out. Both your feet together. Bring your feet up to your chin, resting your chin on top of the interlaced fingers. Bring your feet to your chest, gaze at your nose, visualizing your body, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, free from any defects in Udarasana. Now, in the same position, just lift your legs up towards your head. Let the top of your hands come towards the top of your head, your forehead. And this is Vishishtasana. Visualize yourself excelling in everything in this posture. Now, slowly relax. Keep your hands underneath your shins as you take your hands up to the shoulder, pulling your hand and interlacing your fingers behind your neck. In Bhujasana, visualize yourself as a cobra. The next asana is Kalyanasana. So in the same seated posture, bring your hands around from behind your neck, remove them and put them around your back, interlacing the fingers behind you. Gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess in Kalyanasana. The next posture is Sankatasana. So now, uncross your hands from behind you. Release yourself completely onto the ground. Place your left knee on the mat and the left foot flat. Sit on top of your left foot, knee pointed forward. Raise your right leg on top of the left, bringing the right heel to the left hip. Place your hands on the opposite knees. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama. As you inhale and exhale, make the sound of an ocean. Visualize yourself as a swan, a beautiful swan in Sankatasana. The next is Dhenukasana. Just in the same position, slide your left heel to the left hip. Keep your right knee on top of the left. Place both your hands on your right thigh. Visualize a cow in your inner space as you suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, Dhenukasana. Now slowly uncross your legs as we move into Matsyendrasana. Place the right foot on the left thigh, the left foot on the right knee. Bring your left hand behind your back, hold the right thigh. Twist a little bit. Place your right hand on your left thigh. Twist your body, gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana, Matsyendrasana 2, just untwist your body. As you clasp the respective toes of both your feet with your hands, lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to the ground in front of your feet. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Raise up now. Keep your legs in the same position. We have the Guru Asana. Interlace your fingers together and place it over the topmost knee. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha, clench your perineum in the Moola Bandha, tuck your chin to your chest in the Jalandhara Bandha. As you engage all three bandhas, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Let us now repeat Sankatasana on the other side. So, you can release your hands, your legs as you cross the other leg over. Visualizing yourself as a swan, remember to put your hands on the opposite knees. The next asana, Dhenukasana, repeating it on the other side. Slide your leg out, bring both your hands to the topmost knee. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize a cow in your inner space. Matsyendrasana again, repeating it on the other side. Bring your legs to the cross-leg position. Twist your body around as you gaze at your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Untwist as we enter into Matsyendrasana 2 on the other side. Hold on to your feet, bring your forehead to the ground, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up and let us do Guru Asana on the other side. Engage all the three bandhas in the Mahamudra Bandha. Interlace your fingers, place it on top of your knee. Continue to visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as we do Guru Asana. Now, slowly uncross your feet and place them flat on the ground, knees towards the chest in Pashasana. Keep your hands holding the opposite knees, thighs together, and keep your spine completely erect. Continue the Khechari Mudra, where your tongue is pressed against the roof of your mouth. As you gaze at your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Continue the Ujjayi Kumbhaka. As you breathe in and out, make the sound like an ocean. Now in the same position, just bring your chin towards your knees in Bodha Shokasana. Lean forward, gazing at your nose, and visualize Swamiji, the abode of bliss in your inner space. Now raise up and bring your hands, uncross your hands, bring your hands underneath your knees, clasping the opposite elbows in Kurakatasana. Gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, in the same position as Kurakatasana, just cross your ankles into Sumatyasana. Toes pointed upwards. Gaze at the nose. Visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in your inner space. The next asana is Dandasana. Extend your feet out straight in front of you. Keep your arms straight above your head. Interlace the fingers from inside out. Let your wrists point outwards. Engage the Mahamudra Bandha, all the three bandhas. As you gaze at your nose in Dandasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Arambhasana. Now keeping your legs straight, release the Jalandhara Bandha and the Uddiyana Bandha, keeping your perineum clenched in Moola Bandha. Lean forward and down. Hold your big toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers. Head to your knees. Do here the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. Inhale through the left nostril, hold and exhale through the right. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Bhidokasana. So, slightly raise your body up and bring your hands underneath your knees, extending your knees slightly up. Keep your heels a bit apart from each other and clasp your feet. Bring your shoulders down, wrapping your hands around your legs. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. So from here, let's enter into Jalandhari Pavasana. So you can actually remain in the same position with your hands underneath your calves and just bring the soles of your feet together. You might want to bring your body closer. Place your head on top of your feet with the palms facing upwards on the ground. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now slowly bring your hands out from underneath and come to a seated position. Stretch your legs out as we enter into Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Here we have a new Kumbhaka, the Pratyahara Kumbhaka, where you will feel your breath coming from your Mooladhara Chakra up to the Brahmarandra above the Sahasrara. This is the Pratyahara Kumbhaka. In Urdhva Paschimottanasana, extend your legs out, lift one foot behind your neck and lean forward and down towards your foot, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, slowly, keeping your leg behind your neck, lay onto your back as we enter into Anantasana. Hold the foot from the top of the opposite hand. Visualize yourself as infinite, endless, eternal. Gaze at your nose in Anantasana. Just now, in the same position, roll onto your elbow of the hand holding the foot. Gaze at your nose, feeling in complete control like Swamiji in Ankushasana. Slowly remove the leg from behind your neck. Take a moment to stretch, relax. Lay on your back. Bring your knees towards your chest. Bring your hands around, encircling the thighs and the calves with your arms. Roll to the left and right in Drishasana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. On the other side, let us repeat it. Raise up to a sitting position and bring the other foot behind your neck. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Repeating Anantasana on the other side, lay on your back, bring the opposite hand to the foot, gaze at your nose, and continuing to gaze at your nose, roll onto the elbow as we repeat Ankushasana on the other side. Now, you can release your foot and try to remain in the same position without removing the leg from behind your neck as you bring the other leg too to cross behind your neck with both your legs behind your head. Laying on your back, bring both your hands to clasp behind your back. Gaze to your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Yoga Nidrasana. As we enter into Atma Ramasana, in the same position you can uncross your hands from behind your back. Bring it up, continuing to keep it underneath the legs. Just clasp it behind your neck. So you can bring your legs out from behind your neck. Just let your hands interlace behind your neck, gazing to your nose, visualizing the Atma Rama, Bhagavan Mahavishnu within you as your soul blessing you, as you gaze at your nose in Atma Ramasana. Now, you can release your hands and legs. Continue to lay on your back as we enter into Kochikasana. Bring your knees to your chest with the soles facing upwards. Extend your arms sideways as you gaze towards your third eye, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Now, from Kochikasana, keep your arms reached out to the sides at shoulder level. As we enter into Jatara Parivriti 1, keep one knee bent, twist it and bring it to the ground on the opposite side with the other leg extended straight. In Jatara Parivriti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. And in Jatara Parivriti 3, keep both the legs straight to one side. Throughout this, keep your head looking in the opposite direction. And let us repeat this on the other side. You can bring your knees back to your chest. Let your legs out, go to the other side and do Jatara Parivriti 1, 2 and 3. The next asana is Dvipada Pitham. So now from Jatara Parivriti you can bring your feet down, lay on your back with your knees pointed upwards, feet flat on the ground. Extend your hands holding your ankles. and lift your hips up. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha automatically as you raise your hips up. Gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as a bridge in Dvipada Peetham. Now in Paryankasana, so you can lay back onto the ground and place your feet flat. Bring your arms over your head, placing the hands flat near your shoulders with the fingers pointing towards the feet. Lift your entire body up and off the ground in Paryankasana as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Lay back down slowly as you bring your hands out. Keep your knees to your chest here and your hands on the shoulders as we enter into Svottanasana. Visualize you're laying on your back as a playful dog. Move your hips in the circular motion. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Now let us enter into Viparita Karani. First, bringing your arms out from behind your shoulders. Let your arms be extended by the side of your body. Use the strength of your arms, palms flat on the ground, to push your body, your upper body, your lower body off the mat. And keep your legs straight above you, extended. Move your legs around and around in Viparita Karani. Automatically the Jalandhara Bandha is engaged. Breathing during the Jalandhara Bandha is the Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next is Viparita Karani 2. In the same position, just stop the rotational movement of your legs. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, as we enter into Langalasana, just let your feet from the top rest onto the ground above your head. Interlace your fingers in the Parashu Mudra behind your body. Visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana, continuing to engage the Jalandhara Bandha. Bhumim karshayet Langalasanam bhavati. Now, in Shaita Paschimottanasana, bring your hands out from behind your body and hold on to the toes above your head. Keep your legs and hands completely straight. Visualize Paramashiva as Shaita Paschimottanasana is one of the 84 different asanas directly revealed by Paramashiva himself. Continue to do the Murcha Kumbhaka, inhaling and exhaling with the Jalandhara Bandha. Clasping your toes now, spread your feet wide apart from each other in Supta Konasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bring your feet back together as we enter into Chakrasana. Clasp your ankles, keeping your legs and hands completely straight above your head. Visualize yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakorasana. Now slowly rest your back onto the ground. Keep your legs raised up in Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. Clasp the respective toes in the Prana Mudra with your index and middle fingers and spread your legs out wide apart from each other. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space, restart the Ujjayi Kumbhaka where you're inhaling and exhaling, making the sound of an ocean. Bring your feet together in Supta Padangushtasana in the same position, continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now, release your feet and bring them into Padmasana. As you lay flat on your back in Matsyasana, hold the opposite elbows over your head, gazing at your nose. Visualize Matsyavatara, the fish form of Bhagavan Mahavishnu. Now in the same position, put one hand over the other, extended straight above your head. As you visualize Lord Rama in your inner space, continue to gaze at your nose. Now, slowly bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Sarvangasana. Lift your hips and legs up into the sky, crossing your legs in Padmasana. Let your hands support you, your elbows on the floor. Do the Jalandhara Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Sarvangasana. Now, bring your hips back onto the ground in Vrishchikasana. So in the Padmasana, just remove one foot alone. Keep one foot on the opposite knee as you pull the knee towards your face. Let your hands stretch out above your head, hooking forward as you raise your upper back off the ground, visualizing yourself as a scorpion in Vrishtikasana, gazing at your third eye. Do the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking in your chin to the chest. Now just switch your legs around as we repeat Vrishtikasana on the other side. Continuing to visualize yourself as a scorpion, gaze at your third eye. The next asana is Vrishapada Kshepasana. So come now to a complete flat position on your mat. Come down to a complete lying down position and interlace your fingers around your neck. Now raise both your feet off the ground. Extend one leg straight and the other knee to the chest in a bicycle motion. Alternate between extending and raising the knee again and again, bringing your opposite elbows to the respective knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja. From Vrishapada Kshepasana, now lay flat onto the ground with your hands by your side as we enter into Marottanasana, where you will be lifting your legs one by one, touching the ears with your knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. The next asana is Vrikasana. Now what you'll be doing is laying on your back. Bring the soles of your feet flat onto the ground. Stand up completely and lay back down. Visualize yourself as a wolf in Vrikasana. Now come back to a seated position as we enter into Luthasana, where you are going to be quickly throwing your legs above your head as you roll over completely, finishing in a prone position. Do this a couple of times. Come forward, roll over. Come forward and roll over again. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space. Now, take a moment to relax. Lay on your belly with your toes extended in Sarathasana. Keep your hands onto the ground by your shoulders. Now here, contract your lips and make a sound like a flute, whistling while inhaling. Visualize yourself as a ratha, as a chariot carrying warriors into battle for dharma on your back. Now from Sarathasana, let us enter into Dehal Ullanghanasana. So place your palms on the ground and bring yourself to a plank position. Jump your leg forward and back between your arms, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Jump forward now. When your legs are between your hands, stand tall. Holding your toes with your hands, walk back and forth. Visualize yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant in Jatyasana. Now come to a standing position. The next is a beautiful Karana, the Lolitika Karana. So keep your knees bent, feet pointing outwards again in the Aramandi position. Bend your elbows, keeping your hands at the chest level. Now swiftly move your arms across the body, bringing it back to the center and tilt your head back. Opening your chest up towards the sky, move your head in all the directions. Now stand back straight as we enter into Sarpasana. So stand erect like a rod with your arms by your side, hands touching the thighs. Visualize Devi, Kundalini, raising up and curling upwards around your body in Sarpasana. The next asana is Ushtrasadanasana. Lean forward and down, standing on top of your palms. Begin to move and walk like a camel, visualizing yourself as a camel. In the same position, continuing to walk around, switch your visualization to visualizing yourself as a horse as you start to walk around like a horse in Ashvasana. Now raise up tall as we enter into Kapota Nitakasana. Interlace your fingers behind the back. Pulling them down towards your calves, open up your chest. Keep your hands in the Parashamudra. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving down in Kapota Nitakasana. Now, stand tall as we enter into another Karana here, the Tala Pushpaputam Karana. Bring yourself to the Aramandi with your hands in the Namaskara Mudra. Simultaneously now, open up your palms while raising one heel off the ground, slightly lowering the waist and shoulder of the heel you have raised. Visualize you're offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva as you come back to a standing position, and repeat this on the other side. Let's do this a few times, offering flowers to Paramashiva. Now, come to a standing position. Stand straight and bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra. Slightly lean forward. Visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Your hand is the horn as you gaze at your nose in Khadgasana. The next asana is Utthanotthanam. So come to a standing position and sit down all the way as low as you can to the ground and stand up. Do this again. Sit down. Stand up, and again, sit down, stand up. As you gaze at your nose throughout this. The next asana is Musalasana. Now come back to a standing position, raise your hands above your head, tall as you jump up and down repeatedly. Visualize yourself as a mace. Jump here in Musalasana. The next asana is Uchirshaka. So come back to a standing position. Pull the sole of one foot towards your belly. Now with the other leg, sit down and stand up. Release the leg. Pick the other leg up, pull it towards your belly. Sit down and stand up in Uchirshaka as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, gazing at your nose. The next is a Karana, which we will be entering into. The Parshvajanu Karana. So again, bringing yourself to the Aramandi position. Bend and lift one knee towards your chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arm around the knee, holding it with the hand in a fist. Let the other hand hang down on the thigh, wrist twisted, fingers pointing inwards. This is the Parshvajanu Karana. Now slowly release. As we enter into Tandavasana, stretch one leg out straight in front of you as you alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Raise the foot to the inner thigh of the opposite side. As we enter into Brahmanasana, let your hand be resting by the sides. Keep your standing leg erect like a rod. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. Now, you can bring the left foot around the right knee and rotate it, tucking the left toes on the other side of the right calf. Simultaneously, cross your left arm below the right, bring your palms together in the Namaskara Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3. Now slowly uncross your legs and hands as we enter into Ekapadasana, coming to a standing position. On the right leg, bring your left foot to the opposite thigh with your hands relaxed by the knees. Now take a hold of the raised foot with your hand in the Prana Mudra. Stretch your leg out wide, out to the side, and rotate your body quickly on the standing leg. Visualize yourself as the North Pole star in Dhruvasana. From here now, in the foot which is in your hand, just slowly, once you finish the rotating movement, in Trivikramasana, bring it up towards the back of your neck. Stand as tall as you can and alternate between sitting and standing. Visualize Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now you can take the leg out from behind your neck and stand straight. As we repeat the Parshvajanu Karana on the other side, bring your knee up to your chest, clasp your knee in a fist while the other hand comes to the opposite thigh. Hold there for a second and stretch your leg out In Tandavasana, sit and stand. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Paramashiva. Bring the foot to the inner thigh, standing straight like a rod. Get your hands by your sides. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Brahma. In Brahmanasana on the other side. Move into Garudasana 3 on the other side as you rotate your leg over, your hand under. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda. And uncross yourself as we move into Ekapadasana on the other side. Bring your foot to the inner thigh, to the root of the thigh, and stand straight. Clasp your toes, stretch it out as we go into Dhruvasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a pole star rotating quickly. Come back to a standing position and bring your foot behind your neck. In Trivikramasana, sit and stand. Visualize Vishnu, Bhagavan Mahavishnu in your inner space. Now, stand tall as we do the Samanakha Karana. Stand with your feet close together, toes slightly pointed outwards. Keep both the hands to the side of the body. Take a moment to breathe in and breathe out and relax. Now, slowly relax and from the standing position, slowly bend forward, bringing both your hands underneath your knees. Now, once you have squatted down fully, interlace the fingers together in the Parashamudra. Bring that interlaced fingers in front of your navel. In Ghorakanjali Asana, visualize the great sage Goraknatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya. As you do the Jiva Chala Kumbhaka, engage the Moola Bandha. The next asana is Kanchyasana. So now just slowly unwind your hands from each other, from your navel, and now bring your hands from the opposite side inwards underneath your calves and wrap your hands around your back. Hold them together in the Parashamudra. Keep your body, your upper body upright, visualizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space. The next is Bhairu Asana. So slowly unclench your hands and bring them out from underneath your legs. Keep your feet and knees together and in a squatting position, bring your hands behind your back, clasping them together, remaining in the Parashamudra. As you gaze at your navel center, visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava, the Lord of Time, in your inner space. The next asana is Varahasana. Now to gain your balance, you can lightly spread your legs apart and bring your hands to the back of behind you in the Anjali Mudra, palms together. Visualize a boar, one of the 10 incarnations, the Varaha Avatara of Mahavishnu, gazing at your nose. Now slowly relax, bring your hands out from behind you as we move into Pripithasana. With your hands in the Prana Mudra, with your index and middle fingers, clasp the respective big toes and come to a half squatting position where your hips are at your knee level. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you do this asana, Pripithasana. Slowly let go of your feet and place your palms flat on the ground in front of you with the fingers wide for balance. We're going to be balancing here in Bakasana. Place your knees on the back of your arms. Focus your eyes on one spot as you raise your feet off the ground, balancing here. Visualize yourself as a crow. The next asana is Shushtanga Kapali Asana. So now come to a kneeling position. So from there itself, you can directly put your head onto the ground, or else come to a kneeling position and place your head onto the ground. Palms spread for support. Raise your body onto your head, bringing your legs into the Padmasana. Gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. Come down now, uncrossing your legs as you come down. Sit onto your knees, keeping the toes flat. Now, let your heels come outside of the hips Keep your hands on your knees in Guptasana, sit straight. Keep your gaze on your nose. Visualize you're sitting in the sacred secret seat with Paramashiva and your Guru, Swamiji himself. Now we are going to be kicking up into a handstand, so get ready, place your palms on the ground, fingers wide for support. Do take support of a wall if you need it. And lift your body up straight above your hands. Visualize you are a tree in Vrikshasana 2 with deep roots into the ground. Breathe in and breathe out slowly. In the same position as we move into Shibhuasana, switch your gaze to the third eye. Hold it there for a few seconds and relax. Bring your feet back to the ground. Now lay flat onto the ground in a plank position and slowly lower your body towards the ground and push yourself up again. In Matsyasana 2, go down and come up, visualizing yourself as a fish. The next asana is Sarpasana 2. So here you're going to lay prone, completely flat now. You can lower yourself to the ground. Bring your hands to the hips. Extend your legs together and point your toes backwards. Lift your chest up and move left to right. You're moving like a snake while visualizing yourself as a snake in Sarpasana 2. Relax slowly, bringing your chest back to the ground. Now, keep your feet together, pointing backwards. As you bring your elbows onto the ground, rest your upper body on your elbows. Bring your hands together in the Padma Mudra with your little fingers and thumbs together and rest your chin on your hands. Niralambanasana, where feeling yourself completely supported, knowing that Swamiji is there in your life. Now, slowly relax, place your palms on the ground beside your chest and push yourself up, your hands straight up completely. As you bend your knees, bringing your feet to touch the top of your head. Lean your neck back, touching your head with your tip of your toes. See yourself, visualize yourself as an umbrella, protecting your Guru from the sun's rays in Chhatrasana. Slowly relax, you can bring your feet down. As we move into Vajrasana, just push your body back and sit on top of your knees, with the heels flat on the ground. Now stretch your arms in front of you with the palms facing downwards. Place your forehead on the mat. Visualize you are the weapon of Indra, the Vajra, symbolizing indestructibility as you gaze at your nose. As we enter into Meshasana, raise yourself into the same Gajasana position on your hands and legs with your hips pointed upwards and alternate striking the ground with the opposite hands. Experience yourself, visualize yourself as a powerful ram as you alternate striking the ground in Meshasana. Now stop striking the ground, bring your palms down again. As we move into Ajasana, kick your legs off the ground and lower your forehead to the mat. Let's do it again. Kick your legs off the mat. Lower your forehead to the ground. You are unborn, existing for all of eternity in Ajasana. Now, come to a seated position as we move into Dhanantara Asana. Sit on your heel with your legs together. Pull your toes underneath you. As you bring your hands top of the knees, gaze at your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Here, do the Ujjayi Pranayama, inhaling and exhaling like an ocean, Dhanantara Asana. From Dhanantara Asana, now interlace your fingers in front of you and then behind you. Stretch your arms towards all the sides, backwards, forwards. Giving a massage to the various different joints and muscles in your body. Lean forward, get up again. Continuing to visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Relax your hands and now take your respective heels and point them outwards, outside the side of your hips. Keep your hands on your knees with your thighs and knees resting on the ground, spine straight. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 4. You have Mahavishnu and Mahalakshmi on your back as you are flying. The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now you can continue to remain in the same position. You can bring your feet pointing inwards. Use your hands to clasp underneath your ankle. Make sure your knees are spread out wide. Gaze at the third eye. Visualize residing in the blissful space of a temple. You are in a temple in Ananda Mandirasana. Now, as we move into Mandukasana, keep your knees wide and sit on top of your ankles. Your hands underneath your knees. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself as a frog. Suck in your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha. And remember to do the Manduki Mudra, your tongue, your frog-like tongue, catching the nectar dripping from the Sahasrara Chakra in Mandukasana 2. Now, as we move into Narasimhasana, tuck your toes in and sit on top of the heels. Place your palms on the ground, spread your fingers wide and spread your knees apart onto the ground too. Gaze towards your nose, stick out your tongue and exhale forcefully, visualizing the Narasimha Avatara, the form of Mahavishnu as a half lion and half man. Now just raise up, bring your hands off the ground. Here we'll be doing a new pranayama, which is the Bhishraka pranayama, as we enter into Bhishrakasana. So continue to keep your knees and feet on the floor. As you bring your hand up to your face, make a hollow of your palms and place it over the mouth. Keep your thumbs under your teeth and close your lips. Gaze to your nose. Inhale through your left nostril, exhaling through the mouth. Gaze at your nose again. Visualize yourself as Devi, presiding over any and all minuscule fears you may have within you. Now moving back into the Ujjayi Pranayama, let us do Makadasana. So you can take your hands off your face and slowly remaining in the same position, bring it to your armpits. Bring your fingers to your armpits. Imitate as if a monkey is scratching. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize yourself as a playful monkey in Makadasana. From Makadasana, let's move into Vajra Sangharasana. So you can slowly lift your knees off the ground, just balancing on your toes, sitting on the heels. Bring your hands behind your back and clasp the opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose, embody a diamond. Visualize yourself as a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha. The next asana is Khanjanasana. So now you can uncross your hands. Rest on top of the heels with your knees on the ground. Keep the toes down, ankles crossed behind. Place your palms on the mat to your side. Suck your stomach in the Uddiyana Bandha as you gaze at your nose in Khanjanasana. Now, you can uncross your ankles and just sit with your toes flat. Keep your knees wide on the floor. Rest your hands on the knees. Just relax the Uddiyana Bandha, just sucking in your perineum in the Mula Bandha. Gaze at your nose, visualize yourself as a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. And without changing anything in your physical posture, just visualize yourself uniting with Swamiji himself in Yogasana. Now, raise up onto your knees, cross your ankles behind your back until the feet are coming towards the opposite knees. Now, bring your hands behind you and hold on to the calves with the fingers inside, the thumbs outside. Gaze at the third eye as you visualize yourself in a space of oneness with Paramashiva himself as Swamiji. Now you can uncross your ankles, come back to standing on your knees as we enter into Ushtrasana 2. So now, in a kneeling position, bend backward, hold your ankles with your hands. Keep your arms straight. As you push your hips forward and tilt your head backwards, visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana 2. Slowly, in the same position, lower yourself onto your back. in Jatyasana 2, as you are lowering yourself, experience yourself as a blooming lotus. Bring your head, the back of your head onto the mat. Gaze to your nose. Now, let's move into Viratasana. So, try your best to do this without the support of your hands, but you can use your hand support if needed as you raise up from Jatyasana and back down. Raise up and go back down as you gaze at your nose. Raise up and go back down. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now from Viratasana, raise your hips up higher, bringing your forearms onto the mat behind you in a short back bend posture. Hold the back of your heels in Kapotasana. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove, a Kapota, in your as we move on from Kapotasana into Varasana. So stand upright on your knees with the toes tucked. Hold your arms with the opposite hands. Gaze at your nose. This is the boon fulfilling posture. Visualize your boon becoming a reality directly from Paramashiva himself in Varasana. Now, keeping your knees together, toes tucked, just lean forward, bringing your head onto the mat, holding your head with your hands. Visualize yourself as a boar, as the Varaha avatar of Bhagavan Mahavishnu in Varaha Asana 2. Now, just kick your legs off the ground as we enter into Mundasana. Raise yourself up into a headstand posture, visualizing yourself as a lopped tree. Gaze at your nose. Breathe in and out in the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Slowly come down now. Relax. Come to a kneeling posture. Sit on your heels. Bring your head down beside your knees, your elbows adjacent to the knees, your hands holding your head. Exhale through your mouth as you gaze at your nose, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Andhasana. Now from here, push yourself off the mat as you come lying prone on your belly. Let your arms be extended straight out and together lift your thighs, arms and chest off the ground, stretching your body, balancing there. Visualize yourself as a locust in Viparita Shalabhasana. The next asana is Kapalasana. So slowly lower yourself back to the ground. Now laying on your belly, bring your arms to your side, palms downwards. Keep your forehead on the ground and your chest on the mat. Only lift your legs up into the air. Only your legs are lifting up. Visualize yourself as a skull. You are a mind with purified thoughts, a strong will to attain enlightenment in Kapalasana. The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. So now, in the same position as you are, let your arms be straight out behind you. As you kick your legs up and over your head, bring your feet slowly to the mat in front of you. Push yourself, balance there. Visualize yourself as a free and open flying dove in Akasha Kapotasana. Bring your legs back out as you lay flat on the mat. Now push yourself onto your knees. Place your forearms on the ground and your chest down such that your navel is touching your knees. Be sturdy, visualizing yourself as a sparrow in Chatakasana. The next asana is Vrishchikasana 2. So your forearms are on the ground. Now slowly raise to your toes and kick your legs off the mat. Slowly lowering your legs to your head. Visualize yourself as a scorpion as you balance in Vrishchikasana 2. Slowly release yourself, coming back to the ground as we enter into Vrishasana. Sit down on top of your right heel and let your left foot remain outside of the hip, the ankle to the side. Place your hands on the mat, visualizing yourself as a bull in Vrishasana. Now, bring both your knees underneath you, sit on both your heels, cross your left leg over top of the right lightly and in Lolasana, push yourself off the ground. Your knees are off the ground, you're just balancing on your hand above the mat. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Lower down now, Bring the left foot now outside. Bring the right foot out and sit on your left heel now. As we do Vrishasana on the other side, visualize yourself as a bull. From here, let us get into a very powerful asana, Balagunasana. So, place your left toes on the ground, sit on the heel of your left foot. Place the right foot flat with the knees raised towards your chest. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Be upright. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space in Balagunasana. Now come to a squatting position. Let your feet be flat as you bring your elbows under your thighs and calves, wrapping it around your shins. Hold on to your ankles from the outside in Grahasana, visualizing yourself as an entire planet. Now you can unwrap yourself as you sit on top of the opposite heel in Balagunasana on the other side. Maintain your palms on the respective knees. Visualize Balagunahai, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space. Now, sit upon both the toes with the heels up and knees off the mat, knees pointing forward. Now, keep your hands downwards on the respective knees. Keep your spine upright as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Utkatasana. The next asana is Vajra Sangharasana. Just spread your knees out wide in Utkatasana. Spread your knees out wide. Clasp the elbows behind your back. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Vajra Sangharasana too. The next asana is Anilasana. Now, sit with your feet hip width apart. Bring your hands under the soles of your feet from inside. Your palms facing downwards. Step onto your hands. Keep your arms straight, elbows together at the navel. Gaze to your nose. Visualize yourself able to consume and live off of air alone in Anilasana. The next is Padukasana. So from Anilasana, you can release your hands. Place the back of your hands on the mat with your fingers facing upwards. With your fingers facing towards your body, palms upwards. Step your feet on top of your hands and wrap your hands around your feet like a shoe. Walk around. Visualize you're wearing padukas, walking across the length and breadth of the world in Padukasana. Now bring your palms onto the ground. Stop moving around as we move into Kukutodana. Kick your feet up into the air and let them fall back down. Let's go up again and come down. Kick up and go down. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Kukutodana. The next is Viparita Nrityasana. So as you're kicking yourself up, you can go up into a complete handstand posture, which is Viparita Nrityasana. Do take support if needed. And move around on your two hands as if you are dancing in Viparita Nrityasana. Slowly come back down to a standing position. Lean forward and let your feet be slightly apart from each other. Bring one palm down on the mat with the arms straight. Bring the opposite hand to your head and be stable in Kunjarasana. Now just put that hand down as you bring the other hand to your head, repeating Kunjarasana on the other side. Be stable here. Now you can squat back down onto the ground. Keep your feet flat. Hold your respective ankles and lift your feet off the ground in Kadambasana. Visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life. The next asana is Pavanamuktasana. Now sit back down onto the ground. Bring your knees towards your chest.
Let your hands wrap around your knees, hold it close to your body. Visualize all the excess vata, air, just balancing and releasing in your system in Pavanamuktasana. Now, let us move into Chakorasana. So first stretch your legs out in front of you. Bring one leg behind your head. Now place both hands on the ground and lift your body off the ground while lifting the other leg too, up straight. Visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy. Gaze at your third eye in Chakorasana. Slowly relax back down. Now hold your left toes with the left hand, index and middle fingers. Pull the foot to the left ear. We are entering into Dhanurasana 2. Extend your right leg out, keeping straight. Hold the big toe with your right hand. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2. The next is Ashtavakrasana. So lift your left leg over top of the left shoulder. After releasing your hands, bring the right foot across and hook it on top of the left foot. Lean forward and down, keep your palms onto the ground. Extend your legs out to the left, lift your head up and chest. You're completely balancing only on your hands as you visualize yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana. Now slowly relax down. From here, bring your right foot to the left thigh and your left foot flat onto the ground. Knees raised up. Have your left shoulder underneath the respective leg and place your hands flat on the ground. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize you are immortal, able to exist solely from prana alone in Pranasana. From here, moving into Parshva Matsyendrasana. Place your right foot at the root of the left thigh. Then the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold the left leg by the right hand. Twist your body out. Remain steady here, gazing at the third eye. Visualize Matsyendranatha, the great Rishi, Yogi, master of Hatha Yoga, in your inner space. Now slowly unwind yourselves. As we repeat Chakorasana on the other side, lift the other leg behind your head. Place both your hands on the ground and keep your entire body off the ground straight up. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself as a powerful source of energy. Now relax back onto the ground. Let's repeat Dhanurasana 2 on the other side. Clasp your respective hands with the feet. Pull one foot back, the other foot extended forward. Visualizing yourself as a bow. Release your feet as you cross them over each other, over top the shoulder in Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Raise off the ground. Visualize yourself as a flying crane. The next asana, we'll be repeating Pranasana on the other side. Bring the right foot to the left thigh. Bring your hands onto the ground with the knee raised. Gaze at your third eye, visualizing yourself able to live off just prana, just air alone. And relax as we do Parshva Matsyendrasana on the other side. Twist yourself, visualizing Matsyendranatha, gaze towards your third eye. And from there, let us enter into Ardha Paschimottanasana. Keep one leg straight and press your perineum with the other heel. Bring your chest forward and down. Hold your toes and feet and bring your head towards your knees. Here in Ardha Paschimottanasana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Now raise up and the foot which was at the inner thigh, now rotate it outside of the hip. Now hold the sole of your other foot and lift your leg up towards your forehead. Try to bring your knee to your forehead as you keep your knee straight. Gaze to the nose in Kraunchasana. Visualize yourself as a crane.
Now slowly relax down your leg. Now the leg which is now straight, you can bring it to the inner thigh as you straighten out the other leg. As we repeat, Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lean forward and down, clasping your foot. Bring your forehead to your knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Slowly raise up. Place your right ankle outside of the hip now. Hold the sole of the left foot, lifting the leg up towards your forehead. Stretch yourself there. Gaze at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as a crane in Kraunchasana on the other side. Now, from here, bring the soles between the thighs and calves. So once you have relaxed yourself, bring your soles between the thighs and calves. Keep your spine straight, palms resting on your knees. Visualize a swastika, embodying peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity as you gaze at your nose in swastikasana. Now without changing anything about your position, just take your hands alone. Cover the respective heels with your hands in Gorakshasana as you tuck your chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Gaze at your nose. Visualize the great Rishi Gorakhnatha, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu order. Now release the Jalandhara Bandha. Continue to keep the Mula Bandha engaged throughout the whole sequence. As you raise one foot to the opposite thigh, bring your hands to your face in the Shanmukhi Mudra, closing your eyes with your index finger, nose with the middle finger, ears with the thumbs. Gaze at your third eye as you meditate on Swamiji himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now release the Shanmukhi Mudra. And in Yogasana 2, bring your legs into the Padmasana position over the opposite thighs. Keep your hands flat onto the ground beside your knees with the palms facing upwards. Sit straight, gaze at your nose. Here we'll be starting the Kaka Chanchu Kumbhaka, where your inhalation will be through your tongue wrapped like a pipe, and your exhalation will be through your nose. From Yogasana 2, now keeping your palms beside your body, just switch them around to be flat on the ground and push your entire body off the ground, balancing. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Urdhva Kukkutasana. Now relax down, come back to a seated position on the floor, keeping your legs in Padmasana. Insert your hands through your knees and place them on the mat. Remember, do not lift your body up, just stay seated down there. In Siddha Harituliyasana, gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji himself in your inner space. From there, let's enter into Hamsasana, where you will actually be pushing yourself off the ground. Lift your thighs up high above your shoulder, above your elbows as much as possible. Gaze to your nose, visualizing yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana. Now release yourself. Now, do not take your hands out from between your thighs and calves. Just go onto your knees and reach your hands behind your body with your fingers interlaced in the Parashu Mudra. Bring your forehead to the floor as you gaze at your nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana. Now, slowly come back to the seated position as we move into Kurmasana 2. Keeping your hands in between your thighs and calves, bend your elbows and hold your respective shoulders with your hands. Visualize yourself as a turtle, a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. Now in the same position, just engage the Jalandhara Bandha, tucking your chin to your chest as we move into Granthi Bhedasana, gazing at your nose. Rejoice, knowing you are in Paramashiva's secret knot posture. And from there, release the Jalandhara Bandha as you roll onto your back. Keep your hands on the shoulders, laying flat on your back. As you visualize yourself as a turtle on its back, playful, gaze at your nose in Uttana Kurmasana. Now rock yourself back to a seated position as we do Pangu Kukkutasana. Now it's the same as your hands between your thighs and the calves, except you will be placing one hand flat on the mat. Hold the wrist with the other hand. Lift your body up and holding only on one hand. Visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana. Now release back to the ground. Hold. Let's do Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side. Place the other palm flat and bring the other hand holding the wrist. Push yourself off the ground. Visualize yourself as a rooster. Continue the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka, sucking in your breath through your curled tongue and exhaling through your nose. As you slowly extricate your hands from between your thighs and calves, let's do Girdharasana here. So now, interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra as you place your elbows on the feet, remaining your legs in Padmasana. Lean forward and down, resting your chin on your knuckles. Place your thumbs to your throat in Girdharasana. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there now, sit straight into Padmasana 3. So with your legs in Padmasana, bring one hand over the other near your navel center. Engage all the three bandhas, suck in your stomach, clench your perineum, tuck your chin to your chest and gaze at your nose in Padmasana 3. Slowly now, as we move into Padmasana 4, bring your hands to the respective knees. Release the Jalandhara Bandha and release the Uddiyana Bandha, just engaging the Moola Bandha alone. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space as you gaze at your nose in Padmasana 4. Now we'll be entering into Karmukasana 2. So in the Padmasana position, hook your right hand index and middle finger in the Prana Mudra around the toe. Pull it back while your left hand rests on the knee. Now, as you visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow, just release your right foot, bring your left hand to the left toe, right toe, and let your right hand be on the right knee. Now from here, let's do Karmukasana 3. So you can release your toes, cross your hands behind your back, continue to keep your legs in Padmasana, and with your respective hands, cross behind your back. Hold on to the toes in the Prana Mudra. Engage all the three bandhas, suck in your stomach, clench your perineum, tuck your chin to your chest. Visualize yourself as Paramashiva's bow in Karmukasana 3. Slowly relax the bandhas, just keeping the Moola Bandha. Continue to hold on to your toes. Release the Uddiyana Bandha and the Jalandhara Bandha. Switch your gaze to the third eye. Visualize you are Paramashiva's third eye itself. Anything you come across, you just rejuvenate it, destroy it in Dridhasana. Now, try to keep your hands at the toes. If not, just keep your hands crossed behind you as you lean onto your back in Padmasana, where you are entering into the Nagrasana position. Lay flat onto the back, visualizing yourself as a snake, gaze at your nose in Nagrasana. Do the Sahaja Kumbhaka, simple breathing, inhaling and exhaling. Now bring your knees to your chest. Let your hands wrap around your knees. Slowly uncross your Padmasana and bring your knees to your chest. Bring your hands to the Parashamudra, the fingers interlocked on top of your knees. As you pull your chin up to your knees, visualize yourself as a ball in Kandukasana. Now relax. Bring your feet onto the ground. The knees pointed upwards in Urdhva Pavanasana. As you interlace your fingers, bring the interlaced fingers behind your head. Laying down, gaze at your nose in Urdhva Pavanasana. The next asana is Marakata Pithasana. Now, from behind your head, take your hands out and clasp onto your feet. Just step lightly onto your palms. As you push your hips up into the sky, automatically engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pithasana. In the same position now, bring your hands to your hips as we enter into Uttanashiki Pitakasana. Let your weight rest on your elbows as you stretch your legs out straight. Gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. From there, continuing to rest on your elbows, kick your feet up high into the sky in Narakasana. Stretch your palms out behind you, flat on the ground. Balance there. Visualize yourself blissfully traveling through hell unscathed in Narakasana. Bring your hands to your hips now as we move into Tiryanavkasana. Angling your legs down at an angle, visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryanavkasana. Now from there, come back straight as we enter into Dhwajasana. Keep your legs up high above your body, your hands stretched out down behind you. As you push yourself up, visualize where Kailasa's flag respected across all nations in Dhwajasana. Hold there for a few seconds and relax now. Flat onto the ground, palms slightly away from your body. Do not move at all in Mritasana. Your body is dead. Visualize that. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism liberating you. Let your awareness travel to all the parts of your body in the Shakti Chalan Mudra as we do Mritasana. ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवच्छ्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवपादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि।
Nithyananda, we welcome all the participants and all the viewers for another new day of the Paramashivoham program. After yesterday's message Swamiji gave, right? And it actually is a very powerful initiation Swamiji has given to us today. So, today, for all the participants, all of you are going to be understanding a really important topic and understanding all of us need to have knowledge. Swamiji says very beautifully that the cognitions you carry within yourself matters a lot, right? As fundamentally all of us know the other day that the cognitions you carry, we believe in that, and that's what starts manifesting. Our body responds to the thoughts and words we have open to ourselves. But understand, Swamiji says that You are the Lord of your life. You are Ishvara. You are Sadashiva of your life. Many times we forget about this truth. We feel like, okay, God is run by, okay, life is the one, um, my life is ordained by God. God only decides every single thing. But understand, Swamiji says, anything manifesting in your life is because of you. You wanted to manifest. You are the one who created that in your life. You have sustained it. You are manifesting, you are destroying it. You're putting yourself in the delusion and you're liberating. So today, for all the participants, a little to understand how you are the Ishwar of your life. We are going to be understanding a very important truth from Swamiji about the Jiva, Jagat, and Ishvara. Understand, Swamiji says, you, okay, you are the individual consciousness. You are connected with Ishvara. You are Ishvara actually. You are Paramashiva. And with that, you affect the Jagat, the world around you. You, the world around you, and God are one and the same. All three are interconnected to each other. Yes, so I see several participants logged in. Nithyanandam, Claire, Nithyanandam, Anam, Bansalaya. I request all of you to post how was the yoga experience for all of you? Great.
And I also would like to complete with all the participants. We had a technical difficulty and we started the yoga a little later. So I would like to sincerely complete with all the participants.
So, okay, yes, I request all participants to post how was the yoga experience for all of you? Was it great? How did all of you feel? Actually, Swamiji says right after the beautiful initiation all of us have, right? Now to settle that energy within yourself, to retain that energy within yoga. Yoga is one of the best methodology for you to retain that energy within yourself. You understand, Swamiji says, for you to become enlightenment, you need two things. A yogic body and a Vedic mind. Only these two things are required. That's it. You may be whichever background, you may be from whoever you are. You just need these two things. A yogic body and a Vedic. Vedic mind, as throughout the whole program, we'll be understanding the various different powerful cognitions from Swamiji, and we are going to be working on ourselves, right? Our thought principle cherishing and how to manifest a good life for ourselves. But it is only through yoga. That too, only the yoga as per Paramashiva's own instruction. What Paramashiva has given the yoga pada of the agamas, right? Only that helps you to build your body consciously. As we have seen, okay, you did yoga at the Brahma Muhurta. That's really nice, ma. It's actually a good time to start the yoga. That's very wonderful, ma. Claire? Okay. So understand, it is only through the Nithyananda yoga. The yoga, understand Swamiji says, the most ancient, authentic yoga as for Hinduism is available. That is only Nithyananda yoga. All other yogas which out there in the world, it is diluted. The authentic version of yoga, what Patanjali, what Paramashiva was given in the Agamas. Now, present day, what all of us think as yoga, actually Swamiji's most diluted version of yoga. It does not give you, understand, Paramashiva elaborately tells every single component, like the breathing pattern you should be having, the kind of visualizations you should be cherishing, the kind of vibration, the chanting, the japa, the recitation you should be having within your throat center, or even the kind of vibration you should be listening to every detailed meticulously, Paramashiva has given elaborately how to experience the full benefit of Nityananda Yoga. So, without any further delay for all the participants, we are now going to be entering the first session of the day.
See, now this session is an important session to start as an introduction to what we are going to be learning today. Understand? Jiva, individual self, Jagat, the world around you, Ishvara, God. All these three are deeply connected to each other. Understand? The individual self, Jiva, the world around you, how you perceive life, how life occurs to you. Is life being very compassionate with you, or is life being very painful for you? What type of life you are manifesting? All these are deeply interconnected with each other. Affecting one directly affects the other as well. In which empowering one can also empower the other aspects too. What is this connection? How are these three linked? How are these three connected to each other? And why is it important for us to understand this connection? That is what we are going to be listening to Swamiji now from this session. Intensely listen. Following this, we are going to be working on a very powerful workshop that will take you deeper and deeper.
Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. The exact English translation of these three words is self, God, and world. Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. All three are made of same stuff. How you respond to all three will always be same. Please understand. If you are confused about self, you will be confused about Ishvara, God. If you are confused about self, you will be confused about the world. If you are clear about the self, you will be clear about Ishvara. If you are clear about the self, you will be clear about the world. If you have visual understanding about yourself, for example, when you look inside what you are, if you get an idea visually, you will be able to see Ishvara visually. You will be able to see the cosmos, anything, anywhere visually. If you close your eyes and see yourself, you have only verbal idea what thoughts are going inside. You can see Ishvara also only verbally. And about world also you will have only verbal knowledge. The basic thing needed for enlightenment is psychological revolution. Clarity about the self, world and God. Jiva, Jagat, Ishvara. Jiva is the self. How you think, how you are driven, what is your inspiration, what makes you run in your life, what makes you move in your life, why you think, how you think. This understanding is Jiva. Then Jagat, how the clarity which happened in me, or the desires and fears I feel in me, how I am going to connect it with the world. If I have some desires, how am I going to get it from the world? If I have some fears, how am I going to avoid it? Avoid those things being forced upon me by the world. That relationship is Jagat. Ishvara means the source for both. The source for individual self and the world is the Ishvara. Achieving that source, all these three is what is called enlightenment. First, having clear understanding about Jiva. Why you think, how you think. This clarity will give you the experience about Jiva. Then, how to connect with the world through your fear or through your greed. Achieving what you want to achieve or keeping away from what you don't want. This is the realization about the Jagat world. The third Ishvara, which is the source of these two, experiencing it. Actually, it's a very subtle truth, but very strong truth. Just by understanding, it can liberate you. Just a simple understanding, it can solve so many problems, so many things. The click will straight away happen just by understanding. This sutra is the Nitya Sutra. Nitya Sutra means you need to practice it eternally.
25 states of consciousness, Jiva, 11 dimension of the universe, Jagat, 5 operations of the Sadashiva, Ishvara, Jiva, Jagat, Ishvara. Understanding of all these three and how they meet, how they connect, who means what to whom, what means what to whom, who connects with what in what way. This whole matrix is Maya. Realization of this whole matrix is Sadashivoham. Jiva, Jagat, Ishvara. And now when they understand the matrix between these three, the experience of Sadashivoham starts as a everyday happening. Please understand, happening means how the 9 body fluids are happening as long as you are alive in this body. Like this Sadashivoham will be one more oozing happening of as long as everything exists. The happening word, that is exactly the description of the word happening in Sanskrit. How the 9 body fluids go on happening as long as you are alive in this body. Anything which becomes that kind of happening in you only is anubhuti. So this matrix of Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat, realization and mastery over this matrix happening in you is Sadashivoham. Not that when you have an incompletion, you will find completion, you will find solution. No, that is not called happening. That is taking medicine and healing. For example, you have a, what do you call that? Low hemoglobin. You take medicine and then hemoglobin, you become iron lady and then hemoglobin becomes all right. That is medicine. That is not happening. Understand? So when you find incompletion and you go for completion, it becomes all right. That is not happening. The moment hemoglobin starts coming down, automatically body secretes whatever is needed and it becomes all right, is only happening. So now this matrix and mastery over this matrix will become happening in you guys. That is Sadashivoham. When I am introducing, it is only a medicine. Wherever you have a problem, take this and heal, work, breakthrough. It's a medicine. But when this matrix is mastered, it becomes happening.
If your idea about you changes, your idea about the world and the God will change. Jiva, Jagat, Ishvara. Jiva is idea about you. Jagat is your idea about the world. And Ishvara is your idea about the ultimate. All these three are very closely connected. If your idea about you changes, your idea about the world will change. And your idea about the Ishvara will change. If you are fear-based, you will feel very connected to the deities with all weapons. 18-handed Kali or Muniyasami, Karupannar. with all the deities which are violent, you will feel very connected because you are deeply feeling insecure. You want somebody to protect you with all the weapons. If you grow, if your idea about you changes, if you raise to the level of anahata, love, suddenly you will feel connected to Krishna. More love, more bliss, more joy. If you elevate yourself a little more, if your personality becomes a seeker, means seeker of enlightenment, you will feel connected to the master. No, with no other god you will feel connected. All those gods are okay, but you won't feel connected. Only the connection will be with master. You will feel master is everything. That is everything. People ask me, are you God? I tell them no. Only for selected. I am not God for all, but only for those few who are seekers. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I heard that fellow had some miraculous experience in his life by you. You did that to him, this to him, why not do for me also? I tell them, no, it's not in my hand, it is in your hand. How much you feel connected? If you feel connected to me as a teacher, I will do only the teacher's job. Only the teacher's job will happen. If you feel connected to me as a master, the master's job will happen. If you feel connected to me in a much more deeper level, those kinds of things will happen. It is feeling connected that creates the possibility for miracles. That creates the space for power of coincidence to happen. Understand? It is you feeling connected. You are feeling connected. That creates a special space where miracles just continue to happen. Miracles are not done. It happens. If it is done, it is a work. Only if it happens, it is miracle.
For you to become your Ishvara, only Jagat is created. Jagat is generated for you to become your Ishvara. For Jiva to become Shiva, Jagat is generated. Now know your goal and know you and generate your Jagat around you. For generating the Jagat, understanding about wealth and relationship, health, all this jnana vrata is required. You want to become very healthy. It means you have to attract a kind of people who are inspiring you every morning to get up and do yoga and do panchakriya and eat healthy. You can't attract the fellows morning itself, hey, come on, let's go to bar. You can't afford to attract the fellows, come on, let's go to McDonald's. Eat that 7-layer burger, Texas size, Starbucks coffee, 2-liter Coca-Cola. If you attract that kind of friends and that kind of world around you, then don't expect to be healthy. So if you want to be healthy, you need to attract a kind of people, setup, system, place where people are all happy and wake up early morning and breathe that fresh ozone and bend the body, do the yoga and eat healthy, live happily, don't accumulate toxins. Jiva. Listen, first let me define Jiva. What you perceive yourself as of now to whatever you can perceive you. Till that level, you are called Jiva. When you cannot perceive yourself anymore individually, separately, you are Shiva. Listen, let me repeat once more. Whatever you perceive as you, as of now, from this point to whatever you can perceive as you. Whatever you are perceiving as of now to whatever you can perceive as you. Understand? Even if you perceive yourself as Sadashiva, you are only Jiva. It's within the matrix. There will be a space where you will not perceive yourself as an individual. Only then you are Shiva. Sadashiva. Please listen. What Vedas describe as Brahman, Agamas describe as Sadashiva, is not what English word God means. God means generator, operator, destroyer, three. Very clearly Agama says Sadashiva does Panchakritya, not three. Panchakritya means creation, protection, destruction, delusion, liberation. Srishti, Sthiti, Vinasha, Trodana, Anugraha. Even the word Srishti is not equivalent to creation. Even the word Sthiti is not equivalent to operation. Even the word Vinasha is not equivalent to destruction. Even that is a mentally retarded, handicapped version. The word God is not equivalent to Sadashiva. The very scope. West does not understand something called delusion and liberation. It understands only creation, operation and destruction. What they understand from their scope, they created their God. Understand what they could grasp, based on that they created their concept of God. What we experienced, from that we expressed Brahman and Sadashiva. So the Brahman in Vedas, Sadashiva in Agamas is not described, presented properly by the word God. I am first making this statement clear. So, the moment I have discarded even the word God, where is the question of getting absorbed into that God? Understand, supernatural, paranormal, magical, all these words no way relates with what Agama describes, Upanishad describes as Shaktis. Let me enter into the satsang. Listen. Hindu tradition has only 3 steps for ultimate realization, manifesting Sadashivatva. 1. Shravana, listening. 2. Manana, internalizing. 3. Nididhyasana, manifesting, living. Listen carefully. Any great truth you listen, Shravana, which goes into your length logic dimension, should become part of your depth cognition. Once it becomes cognition, you start living it. That's all. Logically, you all heard millions of times from me, you are Mahasadashiva. You are the same pure consciousness. But it has not yet become your depth, cognition. It is sitting there, but not into your Anandagandha. Listen carefully. What is the way? All your great ideas, see, as long as it is only a length logic, it's an idea. When it becomes cognition, it is life. Ideas you have about your soul. What is individual soul? What is Jagat? Means universe, human beings, life, nature. What is Ishvara? Listen carefully. You have all the right ideas now. Nothing more need to be taught. That is why no guru can stand in front of my disciples. You guys know too much. No doubt. Amazing ideas about self means Jiva, Jagat, universe, Ishvara, God. You know too much and it is in your logic, in your length. But it has to become your cognition, depth. How? How? Understand, when all the great ideas about Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat, self, universe and God is sitting in your logic, it is yet to become your depth, cognition. You all have all the right things. I have seen many people, when they advise others, the way they advise, oh God. Understand, it does not need to be our weakness. It can become sadhana. Listen. How many of you feel when you solve others' problems, so many clicks happen inside you and many of your problems are solved? Raise your hand. That is always the technique. Start causing others. That is what I am saying. Understand, all the great understandings you have about each self, universe and God, Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. All the great things, great ideas you have need to become part of your cognition, depth. How many of you feel, everything I have in my length, if it becomes depth, now I will become enlightened. I have so much. What is the methodology then? Causing, that's all. Understand, causing is a spiritual practice, because every time you cause others, you just lift yourself to the higher understandings, cognitions, where the understandings you have in the level of logic length becomes part of your depth, cognition. சிவம் உங்கள் பெயர் அல்ல, உங்கள் சத்தியம். Shiva is not just your name, it is your Satya, it is your Satya, it is your existence, it is you, it is you, it is your very you, the core of your existence is Shiva. Shiva, 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 listen. Even when you have self-doubt, see, always, all of you move from one thought to another thought because your mind moves from one thought to another thought. You get self-doubt about anything you try to understand. Understand? The believers will have a self-doubt about their bhakti. Non-believers, even atheists, will have a self-doubt about their atheism. Any philosophy you try to believe, you will have a self-doubt. Only when you experience, your self-doubt will be burnt. Self-doubt, when it is unattended, becomes self-hatred. Self-hatred, when it is unattended, becomes self-denial. That's what I call SDHD, just like ADHD. How kids have a ADHD, adults get into SDHD, self-doubt. Unattended self-doubt becomes self-hatred. Unattended self-hatred becomes self-denial. The SDHD leads to doubt about life, doubt about your own life. Doubt about your life becomes hatred for life and denial of life. LDHD, life doubt, life hatred, life denial, only becomes frustration, anger, depression about life. All the problems you face in your relationships with the external world, with the outer world, is LDHD. Listen. All the pasa you experience, all the mithya you experience, all the maya you experience, all the delusion you experience is LDHD. Life doubt, life hatred, life denial. All the insecurity you experience about life is God doubt, God hatred, God denial. Listen. What starts as SDHD starts manifesting as LDHD and goes to GDHD. Once you don't attend to your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, it takes the form of LDHD and GDHD. Listen. Come to the source core of you. The source of you through experience. How you experience, you exist with that same strength, power. You can experience Paramashiva exists today. With that experience of Paramashiva, your SDHD, LDHD, GDHD, all of it will disappear, dissolve. you will experience Paramadvaita. Parama Advaita. Understand that first. You always think only if I can visualize the great truths inside me and concentrate on it without getting oscillated, I will get enlightened, I will experience Paramashiva. No. Paramashiva is larger than your ability to visualize. That is why Upanishads declares. Upanishads very clearly declares, Avangmanati kocharam. It is beyond your ability to visualize and verbalize. He is the frequency which cannot be verbalized. He is the vibration which cannot be visualized. The nada which cannot be verbalized. Bindu which cannot be visualized. He is Satya, only can be experienced.
Before entering into the sutra, just few understandings, few words about the scripture, Shiva Sutra. This book is not even just a manual for enlightenment. It is a manual to create spiritual traditions. The technique which we are going to enter today is the base of whole Buddhist tradition. Each technique, each meditation technique which is described in this book is a base for one religious tradition, one spiritual philosophy. Out of this one meditation technique, whole Buddhist tradition is born. Fortunately, this book is older. That is why we are able to say from this book it started. People ask me, how can you keep Buddha also along with gods? Because Buddha did not accept Vedic gods. If you read deeply, Buddha never said there is no God or God does not exist. Whenever he was asked the question, he just avoided. Just not to waste the time. Because whenever you say yes or no, you have enough arguments. You will come and ask me, Swami, is there God? Atheism with a decent, cultured, responsible is straight path to enlightenment. There are many masters who led people to enlightenment through atheism. Very rational, logical, responsible. There are many masters who never accepted God but led people towards godliness. People ask me, is there God? I tell them God is not the thing to argue by saying yes or no. The moment I say yes, I'll have 1,000 more questions. The moment I say no, again 1,000 more questions. Both are not going to help you. Neither yes nor no is going to help you. Just give a technique through which he will realize. He himself will achieve the truth. Buddha did the same job. He never said yes, never said no. He just gave the method. He just gave the technique and led people to achieve the enlightenment, achieve the truth. In a very beautiful way, without accepting the authority of the Veda, he contributed to Vedic tradition. See, there will always be 50% of the people saying no for everything. See, when you say no, it feels very juicy. Saying no is really very juicy. That is why, kids, why do you think constantly kids say no for anything and everything? Because it gives them the feeling that they are grown up now. Only when you say no, you feel you have freedom. There is something called positive freedom. Freedom of acceptance and saying yes, the ultimate freedom. But unfortunately, neither we are taught about it, nor we experienced it. I can tell you actually, this moment you can liberate yourself. All you need to do is accept you as you are in the outer world and the inner world. Suddenly you will see you are unclutched. You are clutched by only one thread, non-acceptance. Sutre Maniganaiva, Krishna says, I am the thread running through the whole existence. There is one thread in you which is running through the whole suffering of your life, non-acceptance. Just like a Lord is the thread. Krishna is the thread running, connecting the whole existence. Your non-acceptance is the thread running and connecting your whole sufferings. What you call as samsara roga, bhava roga, suffering of disease. This one moment, a simple acceptance. People ask me, I am not able to accept that I am not able to accept me, Swamiji. I tell them already, at least accept that you are not able to accept you. That's all. Even that is an acceptance. Even that acceptance can suddenly unclutch you. There is no need for thought flowing in you. There were one group of people who are very simple, who are able to straight away connect and accept and realize the truth. For that group, the Vedic tradition was helping. But slowly, unfortunately, a kind of a negative wave, a negative group started developing because the spiritual techniques and the transmission of the spiritual enlightenment was not happening at one point. Transmission of enlightenment was not happening. So the antagonistic crowd, the crowd which started saying no to everything. If you say no logically, there won't be any problem. Saying no, just, I don't want, just for the sake of feeling strong. For that group, there is nobody to guide them. It is not that just because they have gone astray, they can be dropped or they can be completely thrown out. No. Somebody has to take care of them. So then, divine descends as Buddha, who gathers all the dropouts. He gathers all the people who are saying constantly no. He also gathered all of them and said, yes, he played the same tune. He played the same tune. But I can say among the masters, Buddha is the master who contributed maximum number of enlightened beings to the planet Earth. Maximum number of enlightened beings are contributed to planet Earth from the Buddhist tradition. Directly from Buddha. When he was alive, fortunately he was in the body for more than, you can say, 80 years. And he became enlightened around 40. 40 years enlightened public mission. He created at least 10,000 enlightened beings. I think even now, it's a achievement. I don't think anybody else has done much more than that. He contributed so much without directly saying yes or no to the question whether God exists or not. He straight away gave the technique. And that technique is from this sutra. This is the sutra which forms the core, center of the Buddhist tradition. That is why the Upanishad says the person who is initiated, the initiated person, for him whole world is heaven. Amritasya, immortal heaven. The person is uninitiated. See, understand the word initiation. It means not that doing some ceremony or ritual. Initiation means the click happening in you. When a master expresses the truth, the realization, if the click happens in you, if suddenly you feel, oh God, right, what he says is right. I was always thinking this. He put it in a right way. If you feel whatever I am speaking, always you thought about it, but I am verbalizing it. I am properly putting it in word. Initiation has happened. That is the scale, whether initiation has happened or not. If the initiation happens, the whole world is heaven. If the initiation is not happening, then the whole world is hell. All you need to understand is this two quality. When you do not accept this moment, starts the greed. When you do not accept the moments which may come, there starts fear. Out of greed, the quality of rajas gets added into your system. Out of fear, the quality of tamas gets added into your system. All you need to understand, the more and more time you spend in the middle path means accepting the inevitability and accepting your present moment, accepting you as you are now, understanding the inevitability of the life which may happen in you, happen for you. When you have these two understanding, that is what we call sattva, means relaxed, restful middle path. Neither you are driven by the non-acceptance of the present moment, nor you are driven by the non-acceptance of the future moments. Non-acceptance of the present moment and future moment are the root of rajas and tamas, restlessness and fear, restlessness and inertia. This simple understanding, this psychological revolution, actually the moment initiation happens in you, every word which comes out of the master rings bell in your heart, and that becomes a strong, clear programming in you. Programming your life based on the Vedic knowledge. Even the Vedic knowledge seems to be too small a word. The right word is the true knowledge. Actually, Vedic knowledge is true knowledge. But in course of time, people have started thinking Vedic knowledge is something like a brandy. No. All of us need to understand the word Veda. Veda means the knowledge which comes out of your inner space when you are unclutched. When you are unclutched and relaxed, whatever research and development happens automatically inside you without you contributing or you interfering. That is Veda. If you just keep quiet, Veda will happen in you. That's all is the basic truth. When you unclutch and rest in a silence, relax in silence, a strong visualizations without verbalizations will happen in you. Those truths are only called Vedas. There is a beautiful description about who is Rishi in Sanskrit. Mantra drashta is Rishi. Understand? Not the person who heard the mantra, but the person who sees the mantra. Mantra drashta. Drashta means who sees. Means the whole knowledge or truth will happen in you as a visualization, not as a verbalization. When you drop from verbalization, unclutch from verbalization, mantra drashta will happen. Now we are all only listening the mantra. Means like a sound, either from outside or from inside. It comes out only as a verbalization. Then you are not rishi. Relax. Then it is not Vedas. It is not the true knowledge. It is perverted knowledge. In Sanskrit we use the word, the perverted knowledge. Means half truth or perverted truth. When you unclutch from the verbalization which is constantly happening, your strong visualizations beyond your verbalization will come out. All you need to do is put all your effort and relax from unclutching. Suddenly you will see a very strong visualizations will start happening in you. Those visualizations are only called as visions. Mantra drashta. You will see the mantras. Mantra means knowledge, truth. You will see the mantras. You will see the truth. That is what is called Veda.
Yes. Nithyananda, to all the participants. That was a very beautiful revelation. Swamiji spoke about the Jiva, Jagat, Ishvara. How all three are interconnected with each other. How we are the individual consciousness is connected to the world around you. How you is connected to the world around you and God. I request all participants to post. It was actually a very beautiful, detailed session Swami has given. Because all of you to post your understanding. What did all of you? What is your takeaway from this? What did you understand from this? What was Swami has said? Because all of you to post in the chat section. Yeah, any of your understanding. There's so many revelations Swami just spoke. Which of the understanding you clicked with? I request you to please post in the comment section.
Listen, this session that we just had, first of all, how many of you see that when the idea that you carry about you changes, really, the idea that you carry about God also changes. The idea you carry about the world, that also changes. How many of you understand? Can I request all the participants to take a moment and post it here in the chat? I request each of you to give an example of a situation where you are able to map this and see. How has it ever happened to you where you feel like the cognitions that you carry about you is changing, and suddenly the cognition about God, about everything is also changing? Like, I'll give you an example. Sometimes when you carry a inner image inside you, like you're weak, you're powerless, suddenly, and you feel that you are all the time being attacked, suddenly God will look cruel. Suddenly, world will look like it's waiting to punish you. Whenever you are guilty, you'll be looking at God as if he's a punisher. You'll be looking at world also as if the world is going to be punishing you, putting you down, world being cruel. Similarly, whenever you're joyful, the idea that you carry about life, the idea you carry about God, all of these also changes. Now, why do we need to understand this? Because only by understanding this, you're going to start seeing the shift in the way how cognitions about life and yourself, everything is going to change just by understanding about the Panchakritya of Paramashiva. How many of you are cognizing it? Can I request all of you to post? Ma Sumati, Nithyanandam, Ma Deepika Praveen, Ma Alice Wong, Ma Shukrendrananda, Ma Claire Lang. How many of you are cognizing it and clicking with this? The way how you operate, the way how the cognitions you are carrying in you, and how the entire universe operates, all these three are deeply interconnected with each other. For example, if you deep inside you, let us say you feel that you are a very powerful person, like really you're someone who needs to be sympathized with. Listen, understand. Don't think no one else is going to notice it. You may try to get sympathy, but world will only become more cruel towards you. You will start feeling as if world is cruel towards you. Because when the idea about you starts changing, the kind of ideas you carry about God also changes. The kind of ideas you carry about world, that also changes. Why we need to cognize this? Listen, only if you understand this, now the session that we are going to be entering into, we are going to be learning a very powerful session about Atma Tattva, means the unit of you. Understand? Listen, all of you intensely listen. There are 25 states of consciousness. We all carry. You all know you're awake now. I hope all of you are awake. How many of you are listening? Okay, thank you. So that means you all are in waking state right now. So see, there are different states of consciousness. One is deep sleep state. One more is dream state. And the next is the waking state. Fourth is the awakened state. And there's one more fifth state, which is beyond the fourth state. It's called as alive. It's where you're in tune with reality. It's completely beyond any definitions possible. It is what is called as Sushupti, Swapna, Jagrat, and it is Turiya, Turiyati. These are the 5 states of consciousness. So, for example, when you are right now, how many of you are actually listening? And how many of you are here, physically here, but mentally absent? Physically, body is here, mentally thinking about, oh God, what is that food I need to cook today? Maybe when My friend is going to come, I'm going to tell her this, tell her that. And here we are talking, sound goes here, and even before it enters inside you, you already kick it out. And half the sound also gets deflected away, doesn't even enter inside. So that state, if you are in, that means you're in dream state. But it's not just a dream state. You're not actually sleeping and dreaming, right? So there is actually different parts of you which experiences different states of consciousness. How many of you here have had the experience? Thanks. You would have actually slept for 8 hours, 10 hours, or sometimes 12 hours. But even after you wake up, you'll still feel so tired. Like you're not really able to get up. You don't feel that freshness. Still feel like, some more time. Today is Sunday, no. Let me rest for more time. How many of you have experienced this? Like a tiredness happens even after sleeping for so long. Raise your hands. I request all of you whoever is able to relate with this. Wonderful. Thank you. You can drop your hands now. See, listen carefully. Same way. How many of you have noticed sometimes you are actually awake? You're actually in a conversation. You're listening to that conversation. All of a sudden, even before you realize, your mind is completely lost. Like you're somewhere else altogether. Suddenly you realize, oh God, what was I actually thinking about? Then you come back to the present situation. Like this, we all go through various different types of altered states of consciousness. Same way, whenever you go through your monthly cycle, when women experiences the periods time, suddenly you feel so low inside you for absolutely no reason. You just beat yourself up, fight with yourself, hate everyone, and hate yourself, hate life, hate everything. It's like a torture sometimes you give to yourself. You don't even know why. How many of you are able to relate with this? Please raise your hands.
You feel like you don't want to talk to anyone, you just want to be with yourself and just do whatever you want to do.
Yes, you can relax now. See, understand. Don't think that is you. No, it is a lower altered states of consciousness. Your body goes through a different state of consciousness. Your mind goes through a different state of consciousness. Your emotions go through a different state of consciousness. Your mind, your logic goes through a different state of consciousness. This, when you understand, see, if there's thick clouds, sometimes rainy time, clouds are very thick, it will look as if it has covered the sun and it's like everything is blocked. But all that is needed is just one ray of sunlight. When that sunlight comes, what will happen? The cloud will dissipate by itself. Same way, don't think I go through this so many times every month. What can I do? I go through so much of suffering, torture. Nobody understands me. Listen, listen. Don't worry. By you first understanding your own self, just by you cognizing about you, suddenly, like how that one ray of sunlight can dissipate thick clouds, same way, just that one ray of awareness in you, consciousness in you can dissipate that lower states of consciousness. Now, this is what we are going to be learning. This session is going to be a very, very important session. Intensely listen, if required, take notes, but intensely listen, because after that, by understanding about these 25 states of consciousness, you are now going to map it to your own life, understand yourselves better. Actually, recently I was watching some video, actually in Kailasa. The way the ecosystem is, you are so beautifully supported, empowered, especially if you are a woman. And let's say that you experience these ups and downs, go through these mood swings. I don't know about any other place, but here in Kailasa, the way Swamiji has designed the entire ecosystem, God, first you get so much of clarity, understanding, and support in every phase of your life. Like many times, sometimes you take drastic decisions in those mood swings. You try to destroy your own life. You try to destroy your own things that you built out of so much of effort. You try to break your relationships. You try to fight with people. But during those times, Swamiji has established such a beautiful ecosystem. The whole ecosystem literally supports you, makes you understand, holds space for you. And after that, like Swamiji will say, see, those 3 days, you are not you. You need to understand that. That is an altered states of consciousness. It's not you. It is a lower, altered states of consciousness. Will you get affected? Will you say, oh my God, in my nightmare, that lion came to attack me. Let me get an AK-47 and destroy that lion? No. Moment you wake up, you're going to just unclutch from it. Same way. This is actually the powerful cognition Swamiji gives us, supports us, and empowers us. That is why Kailasa is the best, most safest, most compassionate place for women. Like, really, there is no one, literally no one, who can understand you in every phase, support you, empower you, and honestly, even save you from your own mood swings. Ma Alice Wong, I'll check on it. Ma, you're saying you had applied for Kailasa. Yes, actually, we are currently having a few million signups and visa application requests. And continuously, we are actually having the AI interviews being taken. And definitely, I'll get back to you, Ma. I'll just check on your application too. You want to bring your daughter also with you? Absolutely, yes. You can bring your daughter also with you. And I'll check on it and I'll revert back to you as soon as possible. Maybe you can even expect the call from one of our team members today itself. All right. I hope all of you have understood so far. So now, with this understanding, shall we all listen to the session? This session, 25 states of consciousness, take a clear note. You may have questions. See, when you are listening, sometimes you may not click with it right away because these Swamijis conducted these as elaborate sessions. What we are listening to are like strong, powerful cognitions. So, in case you're not understanding something, write it down. As soon as the session is over, type down your questions and post it here. Don't feel shy, don't feel reluctant. Actually, the more questions you post, it's more wonderful to take it more deeper and deeper. We actually enjoy a lot when you post questions. So, feel free to post your questions, ask questions till the time you're like, Pakka clear up. Now I have understood. Till that feeling comes, post your questions. Okay, shall we all enter into the session? Now, let's understand about what are these 25 states of consciousness. How does this 25 states of consciousness exist in us? How the lower state, altered states of consciousness exist? How can we experience the higher states of consciousness? And where in this map am I existing? You're going to get answers for all of these. Similarly, what happens to you when you go through coma? What happens to you when you're actually sleeping? What happens to you when you're dying? Many of these questions also you are going to get answers for. Let's listen to the revelation now from Swamiji on this 25 states of consciousness.
Let me define consciousness. Consciousness is the strength, power of your experience about your first person, the source of your first person. How powerfully you are grounded into the experience of your first person. Who am I? What am I? Why am I? How am I? From when am I? From where am I? To where am I? Everything about your first person, the source of your first person, your experiential cognitions about the source of your first person is what I call consciousness. By focusing your energies, your kalas, your manifestations. What are your manifestations? Your emotions, your ability to cognize, your ability to think, means your manaha, chittaha, buddhihi, your intelligence, your manas, your chitta, your buddhi, your body. All these are different manifestations of you. Panchakoshas. Annamaya, Pranamaya, Manomaya, Vijnanamaya, Anandamaya. These are your manifestations. If you make all these five focus on the source of your consciousness and raise the frequency of your existence, that is only strength going to come with you, for you, save you during this whole AI revolution. I wanted to reveal some of the sacred secrets, nuances of this 25 states of consciousness, 5 aspects of Sadashiva, 11 dimensions of the universe. Please understand. The moment I utter these big words, you think this is going to be useful for me after my death. Let me accumulate it and keep it like a death insurance. No, please understand. Understanding 25 states of consciousness will directly help you even your day-to-day dilemma. Should I smoke or not? Should I live with this husband or not? Should I divorce this wife or not? Should I go for this diet or not? Even as simple as these dilemmas. In this situation of my life, given the time, intelligence, money and future I have, is this decision right? Is this decision going to be the best possibility for me? Even in your day-to-day business, career, life, relationships, everything. In every level, the 25 states of consciousness can give you an amazing breakthrough. Understand? All dilemmas and doubts are nothing but your dream state interfering with your waking state without you calling it or invoking it. Your waking state, Jagrat. Without you calling, dream state comes in attacking you, interfering
with your waking state, constantly keeping you in a very low frequency, overlapping or unnecessary interference. Actually, whenever you are in dilemma, confusion, very simple, just sip 30-40 ml of neem juice. No, because of the taste of the neem juice, you may never fall into dilemma and confusion afterwards. That is secondary. Very simple. I'll give you, it's like an experiment, try. Because neem juice rudely brings you to the waking state. All dilemma is dreaming state, swapna, entering into you, and convincing your waking state that dream state is part of your waking state. So the deluded information, less informed frequency of you, actually less informed frequency of you is your dream state. Little more informed frequency of you is your waking state. Completely, fully informed, awakened state of you, dimension of you is Turiya state. Not only fully informed, all empowered to manipulate, manifest, play with any of the, where knowledge is power, that state is Turyadita. Understand, this less informed dream state entering into your waking state and convincing your waking state that your dream state is part of your waking state. So it is like a less informed person and more informed person having a debate. How it will be? Even the logic or the frequency from which two ends of your dilemma operates will be different. Understand? For example, you are having a dilemma whether to start this business or not. When you are arguing for starting the business, feel how you feel your inner image. When you are arguing for not going for that business, how you feel your inner image. Or you have a dilemma whether to become a sannyasi or not. See, please understand, when you have this kind of debates, dilemmas, whether to go for divorce, whether to go for having a baby, whether to go for sannyas, whether to go for starting a business, or whether to go for having an affair, whether to go for building a new home. Whenever you have this, just observe one debate, one side of the debate will always be from more alert, higher inner image of you. The other side of the debate will always be from lower inner image of you. The moment you know this, just blindly vote to the fellow who is from the higher inner image. The debates and arguments which are coming from higher inner image, because he is Jakrat. The other fellow is Swapna, dream. Understand? For you to sit and have this understanding, you need little neem juice. Neem juice on the tongue, or a bay leaf on the tongue. Even the bay leaf, if you soak it in honey and chew, it will bring you to Jakrat state. You have two levels of existing. Listen carefully. Two levels of existing. One, with the thought currents without the thought currents. With the thought currents means active inner image, constantly spitting thoughts. Without thoughts, in deep sleep, where I think some of you are in that state now. If you are not hearing me, you are in that state. If you are hearing me, you are not, fortunately. I'll repeat, listen. With thoughts, without thoughts. With thoughts, all of you know, constantly picking fight with everyone, everything. Actually, with thoughts is nothing but constantly picking fight with everything. When you stop picking fight with everything, there will be no thought. Thought is Tan in your existence. When there is uneasiness and you decide to pick fight with some part of you or the other, then comes thought. Without thought, you know, deep sleep in the night time or sometimes in the daytime. Whenever you are in the deep sleep, no thought. So these two, same way, listen. With thought, without thought. Same way, with your existence, remembrance of your existence, without the remembrance of your existence. Listen. Listen. You need to listen to these words very carefully. With the idea, I exist, I consciousness. Without the idea, I exist. These two states, how many of you are able to understand? See, now, all of you have the idea, I exist. Am I right? The deep sleep, do you have that? That is why it is sleep. So, there are two ways and two states. Two ways is with thought, without thought. Two states is with the idea I exist and without the idea I exist. How many of you understand that? Project there. Listen. With the idea, I exist, and with thoughts, listen carefully, because you need to understand this unit. This is the fundamental unit. How the states of consciousness is formed in you. Why you go through what you go through in your life. Understand, ignorance is not cute. Ignorance of traffic rules is not going to save you from the traffic ticket. Ignorance of traffic rules is not going to save you from ticket. Ignorance cannot be a reason for not following. Same way in the cosmos, ignorance is not cute. Yes, you can be victim, singing song, oh, I am ignorant, innocent devotee. Who is going to care? No. A devotee cannot be ignorant. Jnana varishta bhakti, devotion established on knowledge and understanding. With thoughts, with the idea I exist, I consciousness, that state is called thinking, Jakrat. All of you are able to understand the word wakeful state, Jakrat? If you understand the word Jakrat, wakeful state, raise your hand. Great. I am using the Sanskrit word so that I will not forget, and all of you also will not forget. So let me go to the next word. I am introducing these 4 words with thoughts without the idea that I exist. That's called swapna. You may say, no. In dream also I remember I exist. No, listen carefully. In the dream, you will be writing your college examination with sitting with your son. How can that be? College exam you wrote much before the marriage. How many of you had this kind of a completely overlapping dream? You need to know the identity I you feel in the dream does not have independent understanding. It is just overlapping, crisscrossing of few thought currents. See, like laser beam, if 4 or 5 beams cross, that point looks like a independently shining, which is not. Same way, in the dream, few thought currents crossing, you feel as if your identity exists, but it is not. It does not have consistency. In one dream itself, that will change 20 times. How many of you have observed? In the waking state itself, it changes. Why dream state? How many of you say that? But in the waking state, at least little decent. In the waking state, it is more like an unstable spouse. Every half an hour divorce. And every 1 hour patch up. But in the dream state, it doesn't even behave like an unstable spouse. It behaves like a 10 minutes son, 10 minutes boss, 5 minutes brother, 5 minutes enemy. You just don't know how it behaves. Listen carefully. The number of thoughts gives idea that you exist for a spark. That's what happens in the dream state. How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? That is why the idea of I in the dream state is so illusory. Many times you don't even remember you when you come back from dream. What was your idea about you? Seen but does not exist. That's a direct translation of the word swapna. Seen but does not exist. Where the idea of I does not exist, but the thoughts exist. Means the frequency of the thoughts is much higher. The idea of I, it has no existence. That frequency is almost like a zero. Then third word I am introducing, listen, where neither the idea I exist nor the idea thoughts exist. That is what is called deep sleep. Sushupti. These 3 all of us experience in our day-to-day life. The fourth word I am going to introduce, it has no word. That is why it is called Turiya. Turiya means fourth in Sanskrit. In Sanskrit, the word Turiya means fourth. That's all. Because there is no word for it. Where the idea that I exist is there. I am there, but there is no thoughts. That is called the fourth state, Turiya. With the idea I exist, but without thoughts, is Turiya. With I plus with thoughts is waking state. Without I but thoughts is dream state. Neither I nor thoughts is deep sleep state. Only I, no thoughts is Turiya. Now I want you to remember these 4 words. Let me repeat. Jakrat means waking state. Swapna means dream state. Sushupti means deep sleep state. Turiya means 4th state, awakened state. There's a 5th word Mahadeva introduces in Agama called Turiyatita, means not only you are awake, you are alive, you can move anything you want. See, if you have manifested the powers of moving a matter, how many of you are successfully able to move a matter? You have seen the glimpse of Turiyatita. Turiyatita is the state where awakening becomes power manifestation. Means you are able to play with your awakening. These are the 5 states. Listen, let me repeat once more. Jakrat, waking state. Swapna, dream state. Sushupti, deep sleep state. Turiya, awakened state. Turiyatita, alive state, where you are awakened to the higher reality and you are able to manifest it as you want. Alive with your awakening. Where when you say, hey, static matter, dynamic activity and strategic existence is one and the same. Move, you are a static matter, I am saying, and it moves. Listen, all these 5 states, deep sleep, dream, waking, awakened, alive, all these 5 states in Sanskrit, Sushupti, Swapna, Jakrat, Turiya, Turiyatita. All these 5 states cross each other. You may ask, how? Because you are no more a single integrated being. All the time, one part of you is planning, strategizing about your future and possibilities. The other part of you is just interested in denying you, which is strategizing. The part which goes on strategizing about you and your future is called mind, head, intellect, logic. The part which goes on denying you does not want the direction. Not because it is right or wrong, just it does not want. It's like a tantrum throwing child, what you call as heart emotion. Please understand, you have been given a very wrong idea, your heart and emotion is always right. No. Both are corrupt. Understand, both are corrupt. Both carry deep incompletions. Heart wants something just because it does not want that. Heart denies something just because head wants it. It's not that always heart is right. No. If you feel heart is right, no. You are wrong. Head is wrong. That does not mean heart is right. Head is wrong does not mean heart is right. Sometimes head is right. That does not mean heart is wrong. Sometimes head is wrong. That does not mean heart is right. Both have their incompletions, both have their problems. Because you are no more a single being. See, invariably when the whole humanity has started experiencing this dual being, two part, that is when
our masters declare the Kali started. So two parts of you experiences two different states at a time always. Please understand. If your head, which is strategizing about your future, is now awake, your heart is in dream state, sitting somewhere and doing something else. If you have to put your head and heart together, keep yourself in the waking state, you feel stressed, tensed. Oh, I can't be like that for a long time. Maybe a few minutes, okay. Not more than that. How many of you understand what I am saying? How many of you experientially feel, yes, I go through this? Understand. The line, vertical line, is a heart. Projector. Vertical line is heart's line. Horizontal line is logic's line. Sushupti and Jagrat. Sushupti and Turiya. Sushupti and Turiyatita. Understand that horizontal line is line of logic. Mind. What is your strategy? See, one part of you constantly strategizes about your future, your life, logically goes on analyzing right, wrong, how to get the maximum out of everything. The line of head, logic line. And the other part, heart, emotion. Even the word heart may not be right word, because somehow unfortunately you have that very good idea about heart. I will use that. I will develop some other word. The crying child, the immature child inside you, which goes on throwing tantrum. Whatever your father says is wrong. Once you decide, just goes on saying no, 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 no. That becomes mantra. The no becomes mantra for one part of you. A complete frustration about everything. Anything which can be seen and which can't be seen. People get frustrated because they can't see Sadashiva. It is good. Sometimes you are not able to see. No, we get frustrated even with things which we have never seen, we never experienced, we never perceived. The tantrum throwing child. So better I use the word TC, tantrum child. The tantrum child is the vertical line. The tantrum child in you is the vertical line, and logical, strategizing mind, that is the horizontal line. Both of you go through, please understand, some of you are small family inside, some of you are joint families inside, some of you are apartment complex inside. Please understand, do not believe you are one person. If you think you are one person, even you will not be able to answer many of your questions about your own self. How many of you feel there are many things which you are not able to answer about you? Then how will anybody else find the answer? That is why if somebody questions you too much, you get angry about them. And even I don't know, how can I explain to you? How many of you feel many times even you are not able to handle yourself? Raise your hand. That is what I mean, exactly the tantrum throwing child. Just saying no, no. I will face whatever it comes, whatever it may be. Whatever comes, I'll face. But when it actually comes, you will not be able to face that. Now, how many of you do? Listen carefully. Clearly, you take a very stupid decision with the thought current. When it comes, I will face. Whatever come, what may. And when it comes, you will collapse, you will not face. How many of you? That is what I am calling tantrum throwing child. Just saying no.
does not bother even about you getting lost something. You just want to collapse, destroy everything. Even if I die, that is okay. Let me destroy the world and die. Let me pull the whole thing down and die. The tantrum throwing child experiences different state, and the logic, strategizing logic, which constantly plans for your life. That personality experiences different state of consciousness. That is why you go through 25 various states of consciousness. Listen. The TC, tantrum throwing child, goes through the deep sleep, and logic goes through the deep sleep, both experiencing deep sleep. That's what I said. Maximum you may experience 20 to 30 minutes, even if you lie down 8 hours in your bed. Then tantrum throwing child going through the dream, and the logic going through deep sleep. Earlier I explained that side, now I am explaining this side. Listen carefully. Earlier I gave an example. You going to dream, falling asleep without waking up. That is what is the example I gave for your logic experiencing dream, tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep. Then tantrum throwing child going through the dream, and the logic going through deep sleep. Earlier I explained that side, now I am explaining this side. Listen carefully. Earlier I gave an example. You going to dream, falling asleep without waking up. That is what is the example I gave for your logic experiencing dream, tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep. Now I am showing you this side. The tantrum throwing child experiencing dream, but the logic experiencing deep sleep. Listen carefully. That is what I call, if I have to find an English equivalent word, frustration. In Sanskrit we call it virakti. Vrakta means the tantrum throwing part of you is active, but the logic is completely absent. Listen carefully. In Sanskrit it's called vrakti. In English I am trying to translate with the word frustration. I'll give you the context where the tantrum throwing you is so alive, wildly active and dreaming. But the logic with which you need to control you, the reins are not in your hand. It's like you are sitting on a wild horse and the horse is running on a hill. It may even jump into cliff now. I'm talking about this part where, see, this is TC, means TC, tantrum throwing child, this whole line. This whole line is logic, your mind. I'm talking about this state. The tantrum throwing child experiencing swapna, dream, wild, going literally wild. And your logic, which is supposed to control, put a rein, is sleeping. It's like you are sitting on a wild horse and you are not able to control the wild horse. It is running. It may jump anytime off the cliff. All the decisions you take in frustration, please understand, all decisions you take in frustration will destroy you. Even if you think it is good decision, I tell you, do not do permanent damage to you because of your temporary sadness. Just don't take decisions when you know you are frustrated. Whenever you know your tantrum throwing child is wildly active and your logic with which you need to control your perception is absent, don't decide. You will be overloaded with frustration. Don't decide. How many of you understand you went through this in your life? In waking state,
but your logic is in deep sleep. It means you are not frustrated, you are very destructive. Understand? Very consciously, you agree for destruction. You agree for the kind of a tantrum throwing lifestyle. You agree to be in denial. What can I do? That's all. Very consciously you wind up. You withdraw. I may use the word self-denial for this state. The state now I am circling. The state now I have circled, I'll call that as self-denial, where the tantrum throwing child is awake. I should use the word wake up. It's an awaking state. But your logic, the strategizing mind, the strategizing component of you is completely asleep. The next, the tantrum throwing child entering into Turiya, tantrum throwing child entering into Turiya, and the logic in deep sleep. One good thing is, the moment tantrum throwing child enters into Turiya, he gets healed. He is no more dangerous. He gets healed. Listen, very important thing. If a tantrum throwing child in you catches the glimpse of thoughtlessness, Turiya, even once, the whole thing becomes seeking. That is why the hippies become seekers even if they get one glimpse. The tantrum throwing child in you becomes a powerful seeker even if you catch one glimpse of Turiya. So I will call this state as Turiya plus Sushupti, the which I marked. Seeking awaken, but don't know what to do. Your logic does not know what to do, how to proceed. But you know something you need to discover. I'll call that as a seeking, but not active. It means you don't plan about how to go about it. Your logic has not found any method. It has not discovered any way to seek. But the tantrum throwing child is now throwing tantrum about everything which is seen and or felt, which is not matching with the reality of the Turiya. See, now the Turiya becomes the benchmark. The awakened state becomes the benchmark. Anything which is not matching up to that mark, you throw tantrum about it, but you don't know how to make everything match up to the standard. Understand? At this state, you will say big capital letter no to everything external. But you don't know to whom you should say yes. You only know to say no to everything, but you don't know to whom you should say yes. How many of you think you got this? Your tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep and your logic experiencing dream state. Understand? This is very interesting. Just now I explained. Where you dream, but go back to the deep sleep. Again dream and go back to deep sleep. You need to know maximum only 30% of you is your logic part. 70% of you is the tantrum throwing child inside you. That is why how much ever you strategize, always that tantrum throwing child wins in your life. How many of you agree with that statement? How much ever you plan, finally this tantrum throwing fellow wins the game. Even if your logic, for example, tomorrow you have to give a presentation. Your logic is planning for your presentation even in your dream. But the tantrum throwing child pulls you back from the dream to deep sleep state. That is what I will call this sushupti swapna, what I marked. Next, the tantrum throwing child experiencing deep sleep, but the logic experiencing waking state. I'll say in this state, your logic thoroughly plans for your future. You will sit and think, nicely plan. But within next 24 hours, you will forget the whole thing and you will start thinking again the same thing and do the same plan. As if the whole thing got control deleted. How many of you experience this? Your logic's plan, but your tantrum throwing child is not even interested in looking at it. That is what this state, where 70% of you are sleeping and 30% of you is strategizing. It's like 70% of you boycott that meeting. How can any corporate meeting be successful if 70% is boycotting? What you desire is your logic. What you believe is your tantrum throwing child. You will never get what you desire. Please understand. You will get only what you believe. You desire always to have wealth, but you believe you will never going to get it. You are never going to get it. You desire to have health, but you strongly believe that is not part of your life. So you will not manifest what you desire. You will only manifest what you believe. People always confuse between desire and belief. Your desire is your logic, your strategy, your future plan. Your tantrum throwing child is what you believe as you. I think now it's too clear. How many of you are catching what I am saying, this statement? Understand? Next, your tantrum throwing child is in deep sleep, but your logic is in turiya. During these moments only you get the darshan, vision of gods, goddesses, guru. But it goes away. It doesn't stay permanently, because anything only if your tantrum throwing child also cooperates only stays with you. For example, if your tantrum throwing child means the TC, if he enters into turiya and your logic is in sushupti, which I circled now, at that state, if you get any experience of God, Guru, Darshan, it stays with you permanently because 70% receives it. But this state, anything you get will not be permanent. It will not stay with you. It doesn't stay with you. In both states you get, but this, only if your tantrum throwing child enters into turiya and you experience something, it becomes permanent. Means your belief enters into that state, not your desire. When your desire enters, your belief will pull you back. Ramakrishna gives a very beautiful example. All his examples are completely from Bengali villages because he lived his whole life in Dakshineswar, which was a village in those days, and he was born in Kamarpukur, which is a remote village. He gives a very beautiful example. These boys will catch the mongoose. Am I right? The pronunciation? Mongoose or mongoose, how you pronounce? Whatever.
The boys, when they play in the paddy fields, they catch the mongoose. If they catch more than 5, 6, they can't keep them under control. So they will tie a rope in their tail and put a brick in the other end and leave them to go for further hunting. These fellows, they will enter into their home, which is like a dug below the ground. Even if they enter and hide in their nets, in their holes, the boys will come and just pick up the brick and pull the rope. They will come out, they will carry them. Just like the mongoose, whose tail the rope is tied with a brick, can never hide, can never rest in his hole. If your belief is holding you back, just your desire cannot take you anywhere. Because the belief is a rope and brick. It will just pull you out. Listen, here, your belief is in deep sleep, only your desire experiences higher awareness. Then it doesn't stay permanently. If your desire, even if your desire is in deep sleep, if your belief enters into the higher consciousness, you don't lose it. The tantrum throwing child in Sushupti, and you enter into Turiya. The logic enters into Turiya. Again, this state also will not be permanent. It will not be permanent because the tantrum throwing child is 70% of you. That's more powerful. It will pull you out. But very good introduction, because with your logic, deep seeking, sometimes you catch the glimpse of unclutching. You caught the glimpse of unclutching, but you lost it. How many of you have that experience? This is the state you experienced. The state I have circled now, that's the state you experienced. If you got, unclutching comes by your desire, not by belief. Bhava Samadhi comes by your belief, not by desire. Understand? Unclutching comes by your desire, logical seeking. Bhava Samadhi comes by your belief, a deep feeling connection. The tantrum throwing child, when he feels connected, you experience Bhava Samadhi. Belief is in deep sleep and desire is in Turiyatita. That's the state I have circled. You do catch Satori, but which does not stay back. It doesn't stay back. It goes away. But if your belief catches Turiyatita, desire is not cooperating. That is, I can say, this state. Your belief means tantrum throwing child is catching Turiyatita, but your desire, logic, is in deep sleep, Sushupti. It's not cooperating. This will become permanent, but this will not be permanent. If you achieve this, you will always lose. Achieving this is very easy, but you will lose it. Achieving this needs little practice, but you will not lose it. This comes by Bhava Samadhi, feeling connection. This comes by unclutching, your own effort. If both happens, that is what. If both happens, that is what is called Turiyatita, which becomes permanent. Few basic truths. 25 states of consciousness is multi-dimensions of you. Listen. All the 25 states are part of you. Nothing is good, nothing is bad. Deep sleep is as much you need. Please listen. Deep sleep is as much needed to you as you need Turyajita. The whole 25 states is your 25 dimension. Only thing, you becoming powerless during the deep sleep or the dream state is the problem. But if you decide to become powerless, you can be powerless anywhere. If you decide to become powerful, you can be powerful anywhere. Fundamentally, this whole 25 state is 25 phases of you, 25 dimensions of you. Nothing is bad, nothing is good. Because many times you become powerless in dream state, it looks like a bad. Not the state is bad, but your habit and pattern of becoming powerless there is bad.
Nithyananda, I hope all of you listen to this very, very, very powerful revelation. How many of you understood this? Now, how many of you are clear? What does this 25 states of consciousness mean? How many of you are understanding this? Can I request all of you to post yes in the chat if you have understood so far? Great. So totally, okay, questions now. Totally, how many states of consciousness do we have? Totally, including all the permutation, combination, everything. What is the total number of the states of consciousness that we have? Can I request all the participants to post? Yes, that's right, Madhipika. If I state. Yes, Claire, that's right. Okay, now next question. There are 4 fundamental states of consciousness. First base, and then beyond that is a 5th one, right? Now, when you are in your dream state, is your eye consciousness, see, in deep sleep state, your eye consciousness and the thoughts that you have both are very low. That is why you are in your deep sleep state. Now, in your dream state, how does this exist? Listen to the question again. When you are in your deep sleep state, we don't remember ourselves. We have no thoughts, nothing. There are absolutely only know after you wake up that you slept nicely. Oh, wow, had such a good sleep. Even if it's a 20 minutes, wow, a power nap, if you experience deep sleep, you'll be fresh. So, in your deep sleep state, you have no identity and no thoughts. Now, in your dream state, how is there, what is high and what is low? Your eye consciousness and your thoughts. Is it low or is it high? For each, I request all of you to post it. For both eye consciousness in dream state, do you have your eye consciousness that I exist feeling high or low? In your dream state, is your number of thoughts high or low? Take a few minutes and post now. Think, think, think. You all just listen. Yes, Ma Parabrahma Surupini has requested all others also to post quickly. Is your eye consciousness low or high? Is your thoughts low or high in your dream state? Yes, I see more people posting. Come on, quickly post. Yes, that is right. Ma Parabrahma Surupini, what you had posted is right. Yes, Ma Deepika, you have also posted it rightly. See, no, Ma Claire, listen. In dream state, the eye consciousness is low. Your thoughts are high. That's why so many rapid, random things happen. You'll be dreaming, thinking of as if you're sitting and writing your exam. The bell is about to ring. You're on the last page of your exam, and next to you, your son is actually sitting. It's like so random because you don't have control over what exactly you are doing. You'll feel like how many times you wake up and feel, sure, if alone I had this awareness, I would have definitely not done that in my dream. Sometimes we feel that, right? Why? Because the eye consciousness in your dream state is low. Listen, the feeling, the eye is low, but thoughts are very high. Okay, next. In which state of consciousness is your eye high? Your thoughts are also high. Which is that state of consciousness? The identity is also high and the thoughts are also high. What is that state of consciousness called as? Quickly post. What is that state of consciousness called as? Your eye consciousness is also high. Your thoughts are also high. Mom, Parabrahma Surabhi is posting, that means you're sober. Yes, okay. It's waking state. Jagrat. Jagrat is the right answer. Okay. Now listen. Ma Deepika, that's right. Yes, Chandrasekharaya, waking state. Ma Claire, it's not Turiya. In Turiya state, listen, Turiya is the fourth state. In Turiya state, your eye consciousness is high. You're in that pure awareness, but no thoughts. You don't have any thoughts. Okay, got it. So now, this waking state, which I genuinely hope that all of you are in this state right now and not in the previous dream state. So now, back in this waking state, you are having your eye consciousness high and your thoughts are also high. Let's say sometimes when you're telling something, you're also having a parallel process going on. Suddenly you jump between, you're actually sitting here, but suddenly you're thinking about a vacation that you went 10 years back. And then suddenly you're thinking about tomorrow, what you have to do in your office or in your home. So your thoughts are relatively high. Now, these four, the fourth state, we understood. It's actually Turiya itself means fourth state. Now, there is a state which is beyond this fourth state. That is the Turiya Tita. Tita in Sanskrit, Tita means beyond. Let's say you say Maya Tita, means beyond the Mayas. Guna Tita, beyond the Gunas. Like that, Turiya Tita means beyond the fourth state. This is the state you can't really define. Actually, in this state when you are in Turyatita, you have the power to even play with the other states of consciousness. Anyone here for whom Swamiji came, gave darshan in dream, and then that's how you got connected to Swamiji? Who all have had the darshan of Swamiji in your dream state? Raise your hands. Wow. Wow. So many of you. Understand? No, all of you. This is because Swamiji is in that Turyatita state. He comes to your Swapna state. That is what? Turyatita Swapna. Where from his Turyatita state, he comes, gives you darshan, and you receive Swamiji's darshan, initiation in your dream. There was this, so many devotees I've heard this from. Many people say I was connected to Sai Baba, and as soon as Sai Baba left his body, suddenly they got a dream where Sai Baba is holding their hand and going towards Swamiji, and they see Swamiji standing there, and then they get so deeply connected to Swamiji. Like this, so many people I have heard from. Actually, the person who gave Adi Kailash land to Swamiji, this is in 2000. See, Swamiji's public life began in the year 2000, establishing the first Adinam and like settling from the Great Pause in Diwali. Swamiji settled from the Great Pause, the second Great Pause, and into his body. For 9 months almost, Swamiji did not eat food, no water, no 1, 2, 3, nothing. The body was in a very fragile state, extreme high consciousness. So the consciousness took almost 9 months to settle in Swamiji's body. After that, after this 9-month period, Swamiji started the very first Adinam in Tiruchengood, and Swamiji started the first Adinam there. And from there, slowly working with one person at a time, doing healing, doing various services. Swamiji started expanding the mission and establishing Kailasa. In 2003, actually, first time Kailasa was established officially. The governing body was established in the year 2003. So before that, in 2002, so there was a person, his name is Sri Pratap Rao. He had a dream, had a vision actually, where Paramashiva as Dakshinamurti, he comes and gives the darshan in his dream. And he says, I myself have come down in this physical incarnation as a Nijavatara, and he shows him a young sadhu wearing turban and widely smiling. It's a smile that's just unforgettable. And seeing that smile, and then Paramashiva's Dakshina Murti, he says in the vision, he tells him that give this banyan tree property to this sadhu. This is me. I myself have come down in this form and give it to me. Offer it. Like that, he gives the darshan. And this person starts searching. Like he goes to every sadhu he knew. Nobody had that smile that he saw in his dream. He's wondering who was that mystical sadhu. And that he saw a very young sadhu, just very, very young, but all the other sadhus he went to were all so old. And then at one point, in 2002, his brother meets Swamiji. And Swamiji also had a vision. In the year 2001, Swamiji had a vision of a banyan tree. And
actually, Swamiji also was going from different places, like all the banyan tree Swamiji's visit, just to get the exact same vision of the banyan tree Paramashiva showed to him. Because Swamiji showed very clearly, like that's the exact place, the banyan tree, right? Is the exact replica of the banyan tree in Kailasa. So that when Swamiji is in Samadhi, so Swamiji said, okay, I'm going to go find with this exact banyan tree. But as Swamiji is finding, Swamiji could not get the exact banyan tree also. So there's also the same time Swamiji was finding for
yeah, like actually the same time, Swamiji saw it in Samadhi. And like Swamiji as Paramashiva, right? He went and he gave darshan in Pratap Rao Ayya's dream as a vision. And then here Swamiji is searching. And so many devotees used to come and show Swamiji, is it this, is it that? They went to so many banyan trees. Swamiji said, no, 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 this is not it, this is not it, this is not it. And so here they're searching. And here this Ayya who's having the banyan tree with him and having Dakshinamurti right under the banyan tree, he's searching. Where is it? Where is it? Which is the Sadhu. Who is the person? And he's also searching. And then the day comes where he finally meets, he actually sees Swamiji and he sees that smile. He's in tears after seeing that smile because he realizes Paramashiva, Dakshinamurti himself has come down in this physical form as Swamiji. He just falls in the ground. He does a Shashtang Namaskara. He bows down to Swamiji and says, Swamiji, here is the key. This property from this moment belongs to you. And actually, that is how Adi Kailasa first started. And then Swamiji established. It used to be a forest and a snake park, and it was like crazy. Even now, a lot of wild animals are there. So that's how it started. And why I just wanted to give this example is how a person, an avatar, who's established in the Turyatita state, which is that 25th state of consciousness, the highest state of consciousness, has access to move into any other state of consciousness. He can play with any other state of consciousness. Hope all of you are understanding. Are you all with me so far? Great. Now, how many of you understood about the state of consciousness that your heart experiences, the tantrum throwing child in you, the emotions that experiences, and the logic, the different states of consciousness that your logic experiences? How many of you understood that? Wonderful. Because now, even if you did not understand it immediately, because there's so many things, Swamiji conducted this maybe for a few days as sessions for us to grasp. It's so powerful, right? So if you did not understand much, do not worry, but sit and contemplate on it. We will take you all through a set of exercises now to understand, to cognize, and to be able to grasp it. Any questions you have, feel free to post it and ask. Have any of you noted down any questions that you had? Feel free to post it. You can post it here and ask. Now, whenever you are going through your monthly cycle, you are actually experiencing that lower altered states of consciousness. That lower altered states of consciousness is not you. Just like how in the dream state, whatever you're experiencing, it is not you. You are responsible for the dream to happen sometimes when you have too many toxins in your body. How many of you have noticed? Whenever you have too much of toxin in your body, indigestion, sometimes when you're very constipated, situations like that, you always have a nightmare. You're prone to having nightmares, have very dreadful dreams, right? That's because that is responsible for putting you in that lower state of consciousness. Now, listen intensely to each one of these. At any point, any question, you can feel free to ask. So this is that 25 states of consciousness map. You all saw this, that map.
All the participants, all of you can see the various permutation combination of the 25 states of consciousness. So you can see, understand Swami, and this actually very beautifully Swamiji has drawn this whole table and explained this whole thing. So you can see over here. So the mind, if you want to put in a graph form, so you can understand it better. So your mind is on your y-axis, and your body is on the x-axis. So you can see over here. Now, so you can see the various states of various 25 states of consciousness. So actually, each of these states of consciousness, we actually go through. Swami says each of these 25 states of consciousness, we go through in a day. Like to understand why the way you behave, the way you are at some times, why you behave the way you behave at some other times. All decisions are just because of the state in which you are in. Sometimes, for example, as Swamiji said, right, when you feel low, especially when woman is going through a monthly cycle, right? We go through a lots of emotion, especially at that point of time. The moment the cycle starts, we immediately feel like we feel low about us, and we feel like if we just sit with myself, don't talk to anyone, I'm just going to be with myself. I feel like it's going to judge me and everything. This is nothing but lower altered states of consciousness. That's it. It's just that you're in a dreaming state, or you might be in the lower states of consciousness. That's it. So understand each of the decisions which you're taking. Or if you just want to become aware, actually you can become aware. The next, let's say next one day, okay, just this full one day, just become aware the way you're behaving. That itself will make you realize which state of consciousness you are at. Actually, Swamiji said, if you just observe yourself, that is enough. You yourself will catch it. I'm in this state of consciousness right now. Let me switch it back. You'll become that aware of action.
So now we're going to do a quick exercise. I'm going to give you all a few minutes. I request all the participants to pen this down. Write it down. Don't just take screenshot. Write down this whole. We are going to show the 5 states of consciousness to help you understand this better. Take a few minutes and please write it down. Do this exercise sincerely. Then we'll go into the next step. Hope all of you have finished writing this. How many of you understood? So far, how many of you are with us? Really understanding this? Great. We gave just some time so you could clearly write down all these 5. Now, let's come to the next step. Listen, these 5 times 5 becomes a 25 states of consciousness. Claire Lang is asking, Ma, what about sleepwalking? Sleepwalking time, your body is in Jagrat state, your mind is in Sushupti state. That's why your mind is sleeping, but your body is actually awake. Is in the waking state, so it's moving around. Actually, for each of these states of consciousness, when you understand it, you will exactly know where to attend to, what type of medicines to use, where the completion is needed. Exactly, you can understand and see it. Same way, sometimes when you eat a lot, you feel a kind of like a sleepy, drowsy state after you eat. Any of you feel that after you eat your favorite food? Understand, actually, Swami says if the food is making you feel that food is not good food for you. You should change your diet because it's a state, it's called as Swapna Sushupti, means you're dreaming as if you're sleeping. You're not really sleeping, you're dreaming as if you're in that sleep state. Swapna Sushupti, it's called as. You won't really have control over you at that time. But you're not really resting. It does not give rest to your body. Rather, it only exhausts you. That you'll still feel more and more tired. You can't really rest. See, whenever you charge your phone, right? You turn off your phone. Generally, when you're at night, you turn off your phone, you put it for charge. When you give it some time to charge, to restart, or just to let it charge, what happens? It's like a reboot for it. It gets that energy through that recharge. Same way, every day when you go into your causal layer, we all have different layers in us. This Sharira is called as Karana Sharira. We all have the causal layer in us. When you go into that causal layer, that is when you actually experience a real deep sleep. Swamiji says, even if you're sleeping for 8 hours, maximum your deep sleep time is only 20 minutes. Only 20 minutes. The rest of the time, you're either in dream state or you're trying to get into that sleep or coming out of the state, you are only in that. Only 20 minutes is your actual deep sleep time. But only when you enter into that deep sleep and come out fresh. Actually, if you do the detoxing processes that Swamiji has given, you will feel like very less sleep is only needed. You're feeling so alive, fresh, awake. So that is because that's the way both your body and mind gets recharged.
Actually, that's very true. That's very true. I can give my own experience with this. Like, there's very one powerful detox method Swamiji says that what we call the early morning sleep, right? The early morning when we wake up, we feel like, let me just go to bed and everything. Actually, that's nothing but the intense pitta which is there in you. That is only responsible for you to sleep. Like, especially early in the morning, that's the main reason why you feel drowsy towards the whole day. Just this one simple technique Swamiji gives by taking the harit, and rubbing it on your upper palate. Oh my god! At first, I was like, tears are coming out from my eyes. I was like, I can't take it. But actually, it's a very powerful detox method. It is actually. First few days, you feel like, okay, Swamiji is taking, like, everything is coming out through the health technique. But right after that, no, your eyes become so fresh. You feel so fresh right after that.
Same way, Karisalangani. When you use Karisalangani powder, when you take that Karisalangani powder in your thumb, and put it on your upper palate. This is a technique Swamiji gives. You should put it on your upper palate and nicely in the morning when you're brushing your teeth at that time, nicely rub it in your upper palate. For a few minutes, you'll actually feel like tears will be pouring, your nose will be pouring, ears will feel like hot air is going out. In different ways to leave your system. But after that, any eyesight issues you have also can get healed through that. Very powerful technique. It's called as Karisalangani, and you can use that, or you can even use Haritaki. With Haritaki, even if you rub the Haritaki on your tongue, and that will make you feel like throwing up. Nice, you should rub it, and when you throw up, it will just remove the pitta in your body. We have multiple techniques Swamiji is given just for this pitta removal. When you do this, what happens is, even for a few minutes, if you sleep, you'll be so fresh, so active. Swamiji will go for these tours. It's like when Swamiji will go for house visit tours. Swamiji will go house by house and does the Pada Pujas will happen and continuous Swamiji will be in travel. This travels, if you actually open Nithyananda and see, you will actually see in the same day, Swamiji would have visited 2-3 cities. Like it's a continuously Swamiji would be in travel. And there won't be a single place where Swamiji can rest. The team with Swamiji, I heard this from that team who were traveling with Swamiji. They said each of the team will take turns. They will take turns to come with Swamiji. Swamiji will go. Every place Swamiji will go, it's like there won't be time gap to even stretch his body. He never, like that whole 2-3 months, absolutely no sleep. So he'll get into the car, sit, the car will drive to the next destination. If alone some rest can happen, it'll be within that.
Yes.
And that will be like just 1 hour travel, 2 hours travel, that's all. So there was never a consistent sleep. People were not able to handle. So many people kept changing, like the teams will keep shuffling within themselves. But Swamiji would be continuously doing. That's how thousands, actually millions were blessed during that time. See, that is possible when your whole body completely detox and your mind is also more and more in completion. You will manifest these states. Okay, now a quick question for all of you. Are you all ready for one quick quiz? Okay, listen intensely. Which state of consciousness are you in? Listen carefully. When you are tired, when you experience tiredness, what state of consciousness is your mind in? What state of consciousness is your body in? Please post when you are experiencing tiredness. Think. Map it to yourself and post. When you are having tiredness in you, what is the state of consciousness your body is in? What is the state of consciousness is your mind in? Take a moment and please post it. All the participants here, come on. When you're experiencing tiredness, what is in dream? Ma, Parabrahma Surupani, you should put clearly. Body, mind, both of these. Which is in what state? Quickly, all the participants. Yes, Ma Claire Lang has posted. Your mind is in Jagrat state, body is in the Swapna state. That is right. And when you experience like extreme tiredness, no, body even goes into a sleep state. Like your body is like too sleepy. This body is pushed into that state. Mind is in the Jagrat state. That's right. Now, when you are experiencing boredom, what state is your mind in and what state is your body in? when you're experiencing boredom? Ma Deepika Praveen, your answer for the previous one is right. Okay, now I request all of you to post now. Post clearly body hyphen mind hyphen. Quickly post. All the participants, post it now. Yes, you're right. See, in your when you're experiencing boredom, your mind is in what state? Your mind is in switched off. Sushupti state. Switched off. Completely off. You're not getting ideas, you're just not liking anything. It's so bored. You don't feel like getting new ideas. You don't feel like doing anything. But your body has that energy to do. Your body wants to do something. So that is the state of consciousness you are in, which I hope now you are not in. Do not put your mind in that switched off state right now. You need your mind also to listen, and you're going to listen and expand more further. Okay. Same way, now all of you are able to catch this. Now, sit and identify, see, understand. See, don't beat up yourself for any lower conscious state that you're experiencing. Listen, it is mere awareness. Understand yourself more. What is the state of consciousness your body is experiencing? What is the state of consciousness your mind is experiencing? What should be aligned? What is the state of consciousness your tantrum throwing emotions in you is experiencing? Does not want to listen to anything, just wants to throw tantrum. Sometimes you experience that in a very high state, especially when you're fighting with your spouse. That goes shoots up really high. That becomes not just Jagrat, it probably slips even into Turiya state. It becomes so alive, it becomes so active. See, you just need to understand you. You understand you, suddenly you will start understanding the life around you. You will start experiencing that love, that care, everything that you're actually thinking that you're looking for, but actually it is already there for you. Really, life around you will change. Your involvement in things will change. One of the best things you can do for this, when you take neem juice every day, take in the morning, early in the morning, in Kailasa, all of us, it's part of our lifestyle that Swamiji has given. We boil the neem leaves. We let it to boil for a long time, and that tea, literally the neem leaf tea, without adding anything, you should not be adding sugar or anything to that, just that plain bitter tea. When you have it in the morning, God, your whole physiology gets amazingly healed, and it helps you reduce the nightmares that you go through, reduce the lower altered states of consciousness that you experience. Any questions any of you have? Are all of you clear so far? Any other questions? How many of you are understanding? Just cognizing this can really actually help you understand the situations better. See, sometimes when you are not able to handle the tantrum throwing child in you, that heart, emotions, tantrum throwing emotions in you, you try to project it on others outside you. You try to show and help and expect that others to understand you, others to help you. Unfortunately, even that other person is also suffering the same thing. And when such situations happen, you end up in a relationship conflict, sometimes even go up to divorce. It is just understanding yourself better. That mere awareness heals you tremendously. Hope so far all of you are understanding. Now, with this powerful cognition and understanding, shall we all enter into power manifestation session? Ready? Shall we all start the power manifestation session?
So today, for all the participants, as very beautifully in the first session, we learned about the 25 states of consciousness. So actually, this very beautiful power Swamiji is given, which is the length, breadth, depth. Actually, all of you, all the participants, all of you will be learning about this further in the upcoming sessions very detailedly. So we are going to be understanding about, we are going to be manifesting the power of the length dimension, where any question, meaning, okay, see, understand, take an example, take this as an example of a thread. Okay, you have a thread. You are connected to the cosmos, and Swamiji says, in every single way, we are connected to the cosmos. Take one thread as an example. One end is you, and the other end is the cosmos. Okay? Now, let's say your logic, understand, Swamiji says, length dimension is the logic aspect of you, and it's also the logic dimension of the cosmos. What do you consider as logic, right? The maths, like to give an example, the maths or the calculations, all those things, right? Your logic in the same thread, understand your logic is connected to the cosmos's logic, which is the length dimension. Is everyone understanding this? Your logic is connected to the length dimension of the cosmos. Now coming to the next, the same thread you take, the emotions you go through, all the emotional feeling, or all the artwork you do, the artwork such as like painting, singing, drawing, all this thing. Your emotions you go through. In the same thread, if we take it, it is the breadth dimension of the cosmos. What you consider the emotions, right? Your feelings and everything, your art, your expressions, your emotion. It is the breadth dimension of the cosmos. Now, your cognitions you carry, the cognition which you take to run your life, all cognitions you take, it is connected to the dimension of the cosmos. So, far, all participants with me, so all of you are understanding what are these three things. Your logic is connected to the cosmos logic, which is the length dimension. Your emotions is connected to the cosmic emotion, which is the breadth dimension. And your cognitions you carry is connected to the depth dimension of the cosmos. Very beautifully, as actually science have not only they're discovering that actually there are 10 to 11 dimensions, but actually Hinduism is so advanced and vast that it is already stated that we have 11 dimensions. So the 11 dimensions are, today we'll be learning about the 11 dimensions, goes length, breadth, depth, time, space. So all participants now, in each aspect, you're going to be experiencing completion. You're going to be accessing the cosmic logic in you. You're going to be accessing the consciousness which is there in you.
So now we're going to be doing a round of power manifestation. Then we're going to learn about this length, breadth, and depth, law of awaken. So are all of you ready? So now, here is it. How many of you have learned about Ramanujam, one of the greatest mathematicians? I think there are many documentaries, movies, and all made of him in the recent times. All have heard about Ramanujam, known as a mathematical genius. Nobody is comparable. He'll always say that Mahalakshmi is showing to me. Lakshmi, she's only showing to me. When people have asked, he'll just write formulas. He actually, even now, they recently found this much later after he left the body, everything. In the recent times, they found a died of his. Which had when he was about to die. And when they saw, even now, there are few hundred theorems, mathematical formulas, which till date, none of the mathematicians have even been able to grasp it. He just wrote it all just before dying. He just wrote it all down, tuck, 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 and died. Because they were wondering, how can such a person even exist? There are incidents when he was very small. He goes to a temple and he's from Iyengar family. So he goes to a temple with his mother. And there in the temple, they distribute the prasadams, right? Whatever is offered to the deity, that food is usually distributed in the temples. So they were distributing the sundal, it's called as this channa. They were distributing. And at that time, this kid, small boy, he just sees and he immediately says, he goes to them and says, Ma, uh, see, what you're distributing, this is not going to be enough. Today we have so many, he actually tells the exact number of devotees that are there in the temple, and he says, you have these many donnais with the bowls with which you're distributing. This is not going to be enough. And you need at least 2, 3 more. I have some in my home, I'll commend you. They thought, young boy, what does he know? Suddenly coming, we have been doing this for so many years now. And how can he just look like that, look at the temple and say, totally how many devotees have come, totally how many channa, that channa is like, it's like, what do you call it as? Some kind of lent, it's not really lentils, uh, the chickpeas, sorry, the chickpea that you have, they usually boil it and they try to make a dish out of it just by boiling, steaming it, and they distribute it. So he's like, how can someone calculate that? Like so many big vessels that we are having, and we're distributing randomly. How can someone calculate something that's so random? So the people who are distributing, they just laugh at him. They say, boy, don't come and advise me, you go. And the kid goes and tells the mother also the same thing. Mother says, don't talk back to them. They're all in the tent. Just few minutes pass, and exactly like how the kid told, they were not able to distribute. Why? Because they ran short of exactly 3 of those bowls, as how Ramanujam had predicted. They were shocked. Then same thing happens when he goes back to the home, and he was in primary school. There was a college student who had trigonometry algebra book that he had. So he borrows that book just for that day. He just borrows it, and next day he says he goes and returns it. So that college kid laughs at him, saying, "You're a primary school kid. What are you going to understand seeing such a thick book? And in one day you're returning it back. Did you really understand?" He says yes, and he asks some trigonometry questions. He'll just be able to draw it and show it. People were all shocked. How is this possible? How can someone see so much? Ramanujam, starting from that young age, he'll always say, whenever he wants anything, he's from a very poor family, very, very poor family. He'll go and sit in the Mahalakshmi's temple, Devi Lakshmi's temple. And when he sits there, it seems he'll go into a deep samadhi. In that samadhi, Lakshmi will reveal the numbers as answers, as formulas. Whatever he sees, he'll just write it down. That is how he became the world's topmost mathematician, who's unmatchable, unbeatable, even after so many years getting over till this day. Hundreds of years have passed. Nobody can match to what Ramanujam was. Even to this day, his formulas, his theorems remain unsolved, mysterious. Still, the mathematicians are breaking their head how to crack it, how to prove it. That is the level of advancement you can have. This is the power of length. He used to manifest the power of length dimension. When he used to connect with Mahalakshmi, he was able to access that length dimension. Today, you are also going to be able to access that length dimension in you. So this is going to be the power manifestation that we are going to be doing. And actually, you need to understand what is this length, what is this breadth, how does this 11 dimensions, we all know about length, breadth, depth, time and space, we have some idea about it. Understanding the length, breadth, and depth, we live in a 3D world. You're only experiencing a three-dimensional world. In reality, which the scientists have proven recently, there are 11 dimensions total. So first we are going to be understanding what are these 11 dimensions, understanding the dimension of length, and then we are going to be manifesting the powers related to length, breadth, depth, time, and space. Now, before we enter into that, I request if any of you have any questions, feel free to post it and ask. If you're understanding, sure. Great. See, one request I have to all the participants, since this is an online program, you need to keep hydrating yourself. Now, I request all of you to drink some water, especially listening to these powerful cognitions. Intense heat gets generated in your body, too much of energy. That's why you start feeling drowsy, you start feeling a little sleepy. It's not sleep. If you settle it with water, automatically that will go off. It is just the powerful cognitions are going and creating that space like an intense heat in you. So now, first let's understand more about what are this length, breadth, depth dimensions and what is time and space.
Hindu tradition is a powerful knowledge source. Understand? Thousands of years before Mahadeva has spoken about this 11 dimension. Modern day science is still sitting with the fifth dimension. Mahadeva has gone to 11 thousands of years before. And you need to know, in Hinduism, 11 genders, not 3. West talks only about 3. Male, female, and the whole thing, everything they classified into LGBT. In Hinduism, 11 genders. Male biomemory in female muscle memory. Male muscle memory in female biomemory. And same way there's a clear description of experiences of these 11 dimensions. If 25 states of consciousness knowledge is shared with the world, whole psychology, psychiatry, this department will collapse. About everything. Life, desire, good, bad, purpose of life, right, wrong, about everything. Having powerful cognition, getting matured, having powerful cognitions, getting matured. Because of that powerful cognitions, manifesting powers. Now, giving powerful cognitions to you about the universe is introduction to 11 dimensions of the universe. Listen, the modern day so-called science is able to understand only 4 dimensions: length, breadth, depth, time. But the ancient science, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, elaborately describes the 11 dimensions and the beings exist in the 11 dimensions. length, breadth, depth, time and space. These are the 5 unit dimensions, and the permutation combination of that 5, length, breadth with the time space, breadth, depth with the time space, length, depth with the time space, the various permutation combinations of these 5 basic dimensions forms 11 dimensions of the universe. Let me introduce the first dimension. Dimension means aspect of the universe. See, 25 aspects of you only is the 25 states of consciousness. Now internalize. 25 aspects of you is the 25 states of consciousness. 25 aspects of you is the 25 states of consciousness. 11 aspects of the universe is 11 dimension. 5 aspects of God is Panchakritya. First dimension, it's called length. Listen. Each of this dimension has its own tattva, unit. So understand these basic principles. Length. Length means anything which flows with a systematic certain logic. Whether 2 plus 2 is 4, or if you add this acid and this acid, this is the product, comes out. This chemical and this chemical, this is the chemical, comes out. Anything repeatedly flows in the same logic is length dimension. Whether 2 plus 2 is 4 or the Ganga moving from Gangotri to Ganga Sagar. It's all logic. Listen carefully. All logic which moves systematically comes under length dimension. If I introduce other 2-3 dimensions, then you will understand. You will be able to grasp the depth of each dimension. Length dimension is a power by itself. If you master the length dimension, anything which works as per the logic will be under your control. You are master of it. Everything which flows in the rhythmic logic is breadth dimension. Listen, rhythmic logic is different and simple logic is different. Simple logic is length. Rhythmic logic is breadth. Breadth does not mean it does not have a logic, and it does not mean it's a rigid logic. All language, all mathematics, all data analysis, all the statistics, all this comes under length dimension.
Rhythmic flow of logic is breath. Means it's not that length is not there, but it is not rigid length. It's not rigid logic. Like dance, music, poetry. Poetry is the breadth dimension of language. Silence is the depth dimension of language. Speaking is the length dimension of language. Mathematics is the writing dimension of length. Painting is the breadth dimension of writing. Yantras are the depth dimension of writing. Listen, now I am giving you a very important understanding. You need to come to these cognitions. That is why the lessons about the 11th dimension. These cognitions are needed. Actually, I am teaching you how to come to powerful cognitions with this 11th dimension. With this 11th dimension, the two important results you need to achieve. Mahadeva says the first result is manifesting powerful cognitions, then manifesting powers. Listen, there is a big difference between these two. Listen carefully. If you read through third eye, it is manifesting powers. If you realize if my third eye is available for me, it is available for me because my third eye is connected to Swamiji's third eye. It means I can connect with his third eye. If I can connect with his third eye, I can connect with anyone's third eye. And using anyone's third eye and starting reading is manifesting powerful cognition. The rhythmic flow of logic length is breath. All the actions and activities of heart and art goes into breath dimension, where there is a logic, but there is a flow, not rigid logic. Listen, all your patterns function from breath dimension, not from length dimension. Like if I sit in cold, tomorrow I'll get fever. Because my father had diabetes, I will also have diabetes. These kind of stupid cognitions. Rhythmic flow of the body language is dance. Rhythmic flow of the verbal language is poetry. Rhythmic flow of the sound is music. Rhythmic flow of the life is peace. But depth of life is bliss. Peace is not bliss. Understand? Powerfulness of the length is relaxation. Powerfulness of the breath is peace. Powerfulness of the depth is bliss. Length is your logic, breath is your emotions. What is emotion? A logic out of which you functioned many times, now you automatically function based on that logic is emotion. Packed logic is emotion. How many of you are understanding what I'm saying? You know, in this situation, this is the way you have to behave. Because many times this is the way you have done. This way your father has done, your grandfather has done, your grandmother has done. Length repeated again and again, which became your muscle memory, is breath. Breath repeated again and again, which became your biomemory, is depth. Depth is your conclusions. Depth is the cognitions and conclusions you carry about you, life, God, people, everything. I'll repeat. Logic of you and the universe is length dimension. Rhythmic logic of you and the universe is breadth dimension. Cognitions from which the logic and rhythmic logic of you and the universe manifests is depth dimension. Listen. Listen to the fourth statement. Time, kala. Time is a rough word, English word. Let me use the word kala directly. Kala, that's the fourth dimension. No difference between your kala and kala of the universe. Listen carefully. Anything which makes you feel universe's time is different and your time is different is not you. Your length, when its frequency increases, becomes breath. Your breath, when its frequency increases, it becomes your depth. Your depth, when the frequency intensely increases, it becomes your time. In breadth, length is included. In depth, length and breadth is included. In time, length, breadth, depth is included. This fourth dimension is the space where your so-called normal human life faces a breakthrough. Time is a frequency, dimension of the universe, aspect of the universe, where you and universe are reverberating in the same frequency. Unit of time of the sun, moon, Kailasa and you is one and the same. Listen, yesterday I said, our 1 year is 1 day for them, but unit is same. Only quantity difference. How many of you are understanding? It's only quantity difference, but not. So in Tattva, principal unit, listen carefully. Your logic and logic of the Devatas are different. They are not same. Your breath and Devata's breath, not that far away, little closer. Your depth and Devata's depth, little more closer. but in time, your unit of time and their unit of time is one and the same. There is only quantity difference. Tattva, fundamental principle, unit is same. How many of you are getting it? Yes. For us 1 year is their 1 day, but our 1 year is 1 day for them. It means what? Unit is same. Your remembrance of you powerfully associated to some subject or not associated to something. For example, you may remember you powerfully by feeling I have a young body. You may remember you powerlessly feeling, oh, I don't have a bank balance. If you associate yourself with some things, you remember you powerfully. If you associate yourself with some things, you remember you powerlessly. How many of you are understanding this? This binary is time. That's all. Catch it. Listen. This binary is time. Kala. Kala, Sanskrit word, means jumping between associated powerfulness and associated powerlessness. Understand. Listen carefully. Length, breadth, depth of a person is not he. The space he carries is he. When I say length, breadth, depth of a person, I speak in both the meanings. One, logic, heart, and cognition. Length, logic, breadth, heart, depth, cognition. This three does not really constitute a person. And length, breadth, depth of the size, shape. Size and shape does not constitute a person. That is why you fall in love with the size and shape, get frightened when you see the space. Get thoroughly terrorized. Getting mesmerized by the size and shape and getting terrorized by the space is called marriage. A full cycle of marriage is getting thoroughly mesmerized by the size and shape, length, breadth, depth, and getting thoroughly terrorized. I have seen some of the people getting terrorized by the marriage so strongly, they decide forever in any janma no marriage. A lot of people are deciding that. That is why more and more by birth the attitude and aptitude moves away from male female. Length, breadth, depth does not constitute a person. The space constitutes a person. Understand, the space you carry decides who you are. Your polished vocabulary, your sophisticated poetic body language, your cute romantic behavior, you will not be able to keep all this consistently Even if you are an amazing actor. No. No. Be very clear. The space you carry, its smell, its flavor comes out of you like energy. Like energy. Many of the Indian restaurants use this as a tactic. They release a certain masala flavor. That whole area will have that masala flavor. The moment you enter that zone, you will feel like eating. That is also again like a marriage only. You go to the restaurant and you order what do you want. Then when you see what the other person has, you always wish you had ordered for that. And the other person is feeling the same. And you can't even exchange the plate, owner will not allow. The smell, the flavor of your space. The flavor of your space is what I call Shakti. Understand? The explosion happening in your inner space is Shakti. Please listen. This is the good news for you. The moment you manifest even one Shakti, I have already entered into your inner space. If I have not entered in your inner space and made the connection, you will not be able to manifest Shakti, because all power manifestation has to start from space, not from depth. Understand that time is a non-existence power layer. It has no existence, like a length, breadth, depth. It is only when the space collides with the length, breadth, depth, the dust created is time. See, the length, breadth, depth is a mass. Space is a energy. When these two collides, the dust generated is the time. I can roughly compare it to the Vatavarana, the layer around the planet Earth. We call it Valimandalam in Tamil. In English, I think it's called atmosphere. Yes. See, it's like atmosphere. Length, breadth, depth, and space, when they collide, the atmosphere created is time. It has no independent existence. If the length, breadth, depth moves away from the space, the time will not have its existence. Listen. If something is a straight logic, it is called length dimension. Almost there is no blind spot. Same way, there is no depth.
Listen carefully. Playing your whole life in length dimension is like a ship in the port, shipyard. Safe, but ship is not built for it. Ship is safe in shipyard, in port, but ship is not built for that. You are always safe if your life is based on logic, but you are not built for that. Anybody who feels secured by the logic dimension's abundance is foolishly feeling secured. Please listen. If you are cognizing you are very secured because of the bank balance zeros you have, electronically generated zeros in the bank computer screens by the exploiting ignorant stupid guys, if that is giving you the concept of security, you are stupidly secured. I am not saying that money cannot give you comfort. Yes, it can give you many things which you cannot buy without it, no doubt. But if you cognize that is going to give you a complete security in life, you are fool. It can give you painkiller, it cannot remove pain. Bed is not equivalent to sleep. When you don't have bed, you equate bed to sleep. Only if you have multi-bedroom house, you will understand bed is not equivalent to sleep. Same way, security you feel based on length dimension is the security ship feels in the port. Is that security for the ship? No. Security of the ship is its ability to handle everything of the ocean. Security for you is your ability to handle all the 11 dimensions. If you don't tumble down in the 25 states of consciousness, you are secured. The ultimate security, please listen, in the doing aspect and being aspect. Sushupta sushupti, to turyadita turyadita. If you can handle, that is what is security. With introduction to the 11th dimension, the intensity of your powerful cognitions will just shoot up. Understand? The amount of powerful cognitions, all of you need to understand the meaning of the word powerful cognition. For example, if you see somebody dying, are you going to cognize it as powerlessness, shaking, fear? Are you going to cognize the situation with a powerfulness? That is the way the reality is. What next?
in every situation, cognizing with powerfulness, whether health, relationships, love. Listen. Knowledge and understanding, even if it is intellectual, knowledge and understanding of this 11 dimension makes many of the suffering caused by others and the sufferings you cause to others redundant. Only a person who understands 11 dimensions of the universe can be non-violent, can be really non-violent. Understanding about this 11 dimension will make your existence frequency intense. Understand, life should be like everything around you should be just vibrating with you. The moment thought comes, an idea comes, a cognition comes, the whole nature should cooperate and make it happen. Introduction to 11 dimension itself is to show you your multiple possibilities. Actually, I am interested in you, not your identities. That is why when people try to come and tell me, Swamiji, I am this, what can I do for your mission? I tell them first, your consciousness, let you make it to the higher frequency. Taste what I am teaching, what I am standing for. Substantially, even you will not be able to doubt you to that level. Experience the depth of your consciousness. You should feel you have become too big. Wow, existence is really nice. The way I exist now feels great. Depth of personality is joy. Depth of personality is bliss. That consciousness you are carrying, that chit you are carrying, should be constantly manifesting powerful cognitions and power. That is the biggest help you can do to me. See, I want you to know these dimensions, only then I can take you to the next level of experience. Otherwise, when I give you the experience, you will be overwhelmed. See, with understanding about these dimensions, you yourself will know how the powers are manifesting. And you will start playing with them. You getting comfortable with your consciousness and manifesting powers will start happening once you understand these 11 dimensions. Now, see, I have a responsibility. I have to give you this knowledge without giving you suffering. Mahadeva puts that word. There's a clear command. Knowledge has to be given without suffering. Listen, first thing you need to know about the universe because you are living in universe. Ignorance is no way cute and ignorance is not going to save you anywhere. Second, why I am teaching about this fundamental units of the universe, 11 dimensions, because understanding about these 11 dimensions will make you manifest multiple powerful cognitions and powers. I'll repeat. See, manifesting powers of third eye, like reading through your third eye, scanning through your third eye, is power. But understanding the fundamental principle, unit, tattva, why you are able to do? Because you connect your third eye with a third eye which is already awakened, your master's third eye, which initiated you. And that third eye is connected with all the existing third eye. Then, the power you manifested through your third eye is not limited to your third eye. You can read through any third eye. That is what is powerful cognition. Understand? So today you are going to manifest powerful cognitions. Only then you will understand how understanding about these multi-dimensions makes you start functioning in multi-dimension level. Understand, my purpose is individual, having a breakthrough in consciousness and feeling you have now become multiple. Like earlier, if you felt you are in your body 100 unit, it should just become million unit. You should feel, wow, million unit, I am in my system now. That's all I am interested. If you have become million from 100, then you will know the whole dimensions of the universe, possibilities of life, powers of the consciousness. Everything starts manifesting. It's all fundamentally integrating you and making you experience superconsciousness. I am interested in you, not any adjectives added to you. I am interested in you manifesting, you radiating. My project plan is only one. You manifesting, you having a breakthrough. I'll do everything for that. Whether I ask you to eat vegetarian food or I ask you to apply the aushadas and take bath, or I ask you to do the yoga on the pole and the rope, it is all centered on one. Now, I'm going to introduce you the 11 dimensions of the universe, all only this purpose. Breaking the barriers you built around you and experientially manifesting, not just theory, word.
Nithyanandam, this session, Swamiji revealed a very, very important truth for all of us to understand, for all of us to experience, cognize, and know about. I'm going to start with a very simple quiz to all the participants, and then we will enter into understanding what Swamiji revealed in depth in this session. All right? So I'm going to ask some questions to all of you, and I'm going to request the participants to post in the chat what each of you are your answers for this question. Okay? Nithyanandam, Madhipika Praveen. Nithyanandam, nice to see you. I know it's pretty late for you there. Nithyanandam, Ma Parabrahma Swarupini, Ma Alice Wong.
Ma Grazina Maria, Ma Basti Maldus, Ma Sherman News. Can I request each of you to come on camera? And Nithyananda, Ma Claire Lang.
Ma Claire Lang, you always, whenever I see you, I feel like you're always ready. You're ready to post the answer. You're ready to just give the answer first. I mean, you also very sincerely listen. Okay. All right. Let me start with this. Okay. Which dimension is connected to emotions? Let's see. Ma Alice Wong, come on. Can I request you all to post Ma Mihri? Nithyanandam, Ma Mihri. Which of the 11 dimensions is connected to your emotions?
Come on, any answers?
Right? Okay, Madhipika Praveen, yours is the right answer. Okay, Mamiri, that's right. Ma Claire, right? Breath dimension is emotion. All right. And who can post? Swamiji says this one dimension constitutes a person. What is it? You can have logic, you can have emotions and all of that. But this one dimension is what constitutes a person. What dimension is that? Correct. Madhipika Praveen, absolutely right. And let's see. Come on, others. Correct, Ma Mihri, you got the right answer. Right, space dimension. So, I mean, now the answer is pretty obvious. What are the 5 unit dimensions? What are the 5 unit dimensions in the same order? So, what are the 5 unit dimensions in the same order? Ma Margarita Vasconcelos, come on, you also post. Ma Margarita Vasconcelos.
Okay, Ma Claire Lang has put depth, breadth, time, space. Okay.
All the others? Okay, Ma Mihri, right? And correct. Ma Deepika, that's also right. Length, breadth, depth, time, space. Yes, Ma Claire. Okay. See, understand these 11 dimensions. You may think like, what am I going to, like, what is it? How is length, breadth, depth, time, and space relevant to me? Actually, understand when you know these 11 dimensions, the way you operate in your life, what you are making, which part component you're using the most, you'll become aware. See, it is like, let's say in your house, suddenly there's a bad smell. You don't know why, you're trying to do room freshener, you're doing all sorts of things, but still again and again, the bad smell keeps coming, keeps coming, keeps coming. And you try to do everything possible, but still bad smell keeps coming. What do? You have to just go and identify what is the source of that smell. The moment you know the source of the smell, you will just need to know, hey, I need to just pick up that garbage bag and throw it outside. The throwing outside is a simple action for you. But the identification, where that smell is coming from in your house, you only need to identify. It will take time for you to identify, but you need to do that process. Don't, by you spraying room freshener, you may get temporary relief, but that may distract you from the smell, but doesn't mean the smell is gone. Same way, majority of the problems in your life, solutions are not external. Your solutions, you may try to fix, you may change the person, you may change the place, you may change the situation, you may try to change things by you doing something. You can change the place, you can change anything you want, but till you change the space inside you, situation outside will not change.
How many of you have actually seen this happening? you may change multiple jobs or you may change multiple situations, and but because of you face similar situations in every job. For example, you change from one job to another for one specific reason, that it could be salary, or it could be because you may have some issues with some person. But when you change the job, you attract the same kind of person, a similar type of person or a similar type of salary, the same salary. How many of you have realized this or seen this happening? Ma, Mary has posted, I even changed multiple countries. Exactly. See, Ma, actually, unfortunately, society only teaches you, allows you to tap into your length and breadth. See, the thing is, the whole lifestyle that we live, especially if you have had government jobs in any of your countries, what the whole way we are structured. You are born, right after you're born, enter into LKG, finish LKG, UKG like a machine. It is like you finish this, you finish your studies, finish your school, do your boards, then get into a relationship, then go into office, then that's all. Your life is over. After your career, people don't even teach you to dream after that. They say done. Especially, unfortunate thing is in the Indian household, if you see, as soon as women marry, they feel my life is settled, that's all over. Married, done. They say, okay, my daughter is married to another family, then okay, after that they stop even dreaming. See, nowadays even discussions about this is coming up, but till the previous generation, people stop over dreaming for anything after marriage. Understand, society molds you, trains you, forces you to be in length dimension. Sometimes, out of your passion, your creativity, you tap into your breadth dimension. Like, for example, sometimes people may be interested in songs, art, dance, poetry, or in your emotions. You may tap into that breadth dimension. Rarely, people who are seekers, who like people who are spiritual, who try to understand, explore themselves deeper, they may go into their depth dimension. Time, we don't even tap into time dimension. But what society never allows you into is your space dimension. Bringing the space dimension is the closest to your consciousness. Society never allows you to look into you. You're always taught, oh, this man is not responding properly to you, change, divorce. Oh, this boss is not treating you properly, then just leave the job, go to another job. Or this person is not proper, then cut the relationship, cut the ties with that person. We are taught to change every situation. You change people, you change places, you change that everything other than your space. But unfortunately, the space is the problem. What you are inside you, what constitutes you is your inner space, and that matters the most. Why these 11 dimensions are relevant for us? Because this 11 dimensions is like a scale for you to measure. Are you living length based life? Are you living breadth based life? Do you tap into your depth, time, and do you even cognize your space? How many of you are understanding this? Can I request each of you to just type what you're understanding? Nithyananda Malita, Nithyananda Matanja Devani. Yes. Okay, I see. Come on, every one of you post what you're understanding through this. Post it. Okay, Ma Claire Lang, understanding that you cannot run away from your own space or smell smell. Okay. Nithyananda Matanja Devani. Okay. So now let us understand this a little deeper. Okay. Good. I'm seeing Ma Claire, Ma Mihli, Ma Deepika Praveen. Sincerely, you're all listening and understanding. Chandrasekharaya, Nithyanandam, Chandrasekharaya. Are you there? And all the others also. Please post Mahabala Nandaya, Nithyananda Mahabalaya. Malita, you'll enjoy this session. You should be here. Ma Tanya Devarne, Nithyanandamma. Why don't you come on camera? Ma Grazina Maria, Ma Tanya Devarne. See, this session is very important.
You're literally going to learn the scale with which you can measure, interact with life. By the end of the session, you will have a deeper understanding about who you are, what constitutes you. I'm going to give you all a small example, okay? Just look at me and follow along. So let's say this is you, all right? Now, there is a wound that gets created in you, and this wound could be relationship issues, financial issues, or maybe not getting what you want. So, this is that issue that you have, okay? So, what we do if this is a problem, this is a wound. So, let's say you have a wound. Now, sometimes what we try to do, whenever if someone is going to touch this wound, it's going to pain for you, correct? If you have a wound, and if someone is touching your wound, it's going to pain for you. What society teaches you to do? First, you try to cover it. You try to say, no, no, it's all fine. So you try to cover the wound. You try to hide it from yourself, not even from others. So you try to hide it. But still, whenever people touch that, it is going to pain you. Whenever people again and again touch, rub past this wound, it's going to hurt you. You try to go to different places. You try to say, okay, maybe let me not go here, maybe another person. But anyone who tries to come close to you is going to touch that wound. You try to cover it. You covering it is like you cover it from yourself. So you try to say, no, no, it's all fine. Externally, you try to show, I'm fine, it's good. So whenever people touch you, what happens? It hurts you. You try to change people. You try to blame everyone wants to hurt me. Or sometimes you try to go to extremes. You say, no, no, this person is not even meant for me. You change. But knowingly or unknowingly, see, it's not that always people are unknowingly hurting you. Sometimes people may know that hurts you and they hurt you. But the problem is not external. We are not debating whether people outside are right or wrong. But independent of them being right or wrong, the source of the problem is your wound. The first step is open it. Acknowledge. See, yes, you have a wound. Covering it is not the solution. You hiding away from your wound. You thinking, pretending the wound does not exist is not the solution. First, you look in. Identify what is the wound. This wound is your space. See, the wound is in your space. Sorry, the wound itself is not your space. This wound, what we call as an incompletion, sits in your inner space, the space dimension of you, which is what society never allows you to see, never allows you to acknowledge, because you're constantly kept busy with your length, with your breadth, sometimes with your depth, but never you're allowed to tap into your space dimension. So this wound keeps getting pressed, and it keeps hurting you. The problem is not with outside. When you just take a moment and fix the wound inside you, it gets fixed forever.
Actually,
Go ahead.
actually, if you see anything, any problem you are facing in your life, whether it's related to health or wealth, anything, in the length dimension or in the breadth dimension, if you see, okay, now, like we were speaking, how um, if something is not working out, you change jobs. You want to earn more salary, you want to earn more wealth, you change jobs. That's in the length dimension. Okay, I need to earn more money. So logically, you may need to go to a job which offers more salary. Logically, right? That's in the length dimension. But inside you, what are you believing? What are you thinking? In the space dimension, what do you believe? That is what manifests on the outside. And that is what we are trying to address in the space dimension. See, actually, Claire Lang, you have put a message with Swamiji's space. I created lots of magic, many magic. And whenever I'm not able to create what I want, it is only because I am not in the correct space. See, ma, when you connect actually to Swamiji's space, that powerless space within you, that okay, maybe this cannot happen, maybe I cannot manifest this, that powerless space disappears from you, and that is why when you connect to Swamiji, you are able to manifest whatever you want. See, sometimes we call this fluke. Sometimes we say, I don't know what happened, but suddenly in my life something happened properly, like without you planning. Sometimes you may think things go well. All of that is the time where your space is proper. Unfortunately, you do not know why, what is happening. Sometimes some situations hurt you, sometimes some situations go well. The thing is, because you do not know what is the thing in the software
in your inner space that is making it happen, you think it's fluke. You think it's luck. Sometimes you call it luck. Sometimes you call it destiny. Sometimes you give the credit to your hard work. It could be different things. But end of the day, the result of what you see on the outside is based on your space. Now, let's come to understanding the next level of understanding. So far, are all of you clear? If any of you have any question, can I request you all to post? If any of you are not understanding, or maybe you have some question with regards to this, something that happened in your life and you're not able to really map this with that, please feel free to post it. So we will be able to answer you in detail. Okay. Now, let us understand the next thing. This space dimension is one thing you do with your length and breadth. Your regular jobs. Morning, you wake up, brush your teeth. You're not emotional about it. It's just your basic logic. It's a length dimension. You driving to the office. You cooking food, or you do any activity that you do that is not from your emotion, that does not flow, where the logic is rigid. Your education. Unfortunately, the worst thing done to humanity today is education being limited to the length dimension. You just go open the book, read by heart. Whatever you mug up, you just go and literally vomit it in the exam and you write it out. That is what education system has become. So this current education system, not say entire education system is only in the length dimension. The current Macaulay education system is length dimension. Next is breadth. Breadth is your emotion. When that logic is flowing, when the logic is not rigid, when logic is flowing, it becomes emotion, that is breadth. So all the activities you do in your day, for example, you may do drawing, you may do reading a book, for example, reading a story book, or playing some games, or spending time with people you love. All these are breadth dimension. Depth, listen carefully. Depth is a dimension which constitutes of the ideas and beliefs you carry about you. Depth dimension is where all the core cognitions, the core beliefs you carry about yourself and life comes from your depth dimension. That is why Swamiji says depth of the personality brings joy. How much depth you have, that much joy you get in life. We all are stuck to breadth maximum. Even our love relationships is all limited to breadth. Depth is very rarely spiritual seekers. People who seek, who want to know a little bit more, they try to dig and understand what is their depth. Means what is the beliefs that they carry. So that is the depth dimension. For example, whenever you sit and do completion, whenever you sit and puja goes into your depth dimension. When you listen to satsang, all of them go into your depth dimension. Each of these constitutes of your belief, what you are strengthening. It takes you a little bit deeper into yourself. Next is time dimension. Whenever you are unclutched, whenever you are not bound by the influence of a past into the present, you enter time dimension. You surpass time. For example, when you manifest powers, understand, whenever you manifest powers, whenever you unclutch, whenever you sit in darshan, you take quantum leap from the depth to your space dimension. Literally, you surpass time. That's why when you sit with Swamiji, how many of you feel like maybe midnight, like Madhipika Praveen, every time something that makes you sit up, even in your late night with so much intensity, you sit. Understand that moment you are taking a quantum leap from your breadth, depth dimension directly to the space. You surpass time. Literally, you go beyond time dimension and you enter into your space dimension when you are in that experiencing that space, that seeking oneness, whatever you call it, that space with Swamiji. You are directly taking a quantum leap from the depth to your time space dimension. So all the dimensions is what makes up your life. Okay, any questions, anyone? Are all of you clear, playing along? Any of you have any questions so far? Please feel free to post in the chat.
And you can even post understanding whatever you have understood till now from these 5 dimensions and how you are seeing it actually happening in your life. How you are seeing, where and all do you see you actually touch the depth, or where do you see that you're actually, usually all of us are in the length and breadth, but where do you see you are
actually touching the depth dimension. Now, each of you please post, and if any of you have any questions also please post. Anything you did not understand, you would like to know further. Now, let us understand what are you, which dimension constitutes your day. Means, are you 90% length and 10% breadth? Or are you 40% length, 30% breadth, and 20% depth? Actually, do an exercise which is going to identify how much of your day is filled with length, breadth, or depth dimension. Okay, clear? Shall we get into it? We're going to guide you all into an exercise. Can I request every one of you do it? Now you're going to really understand in detail what constitutes your day. Are you length-based person? Are you living a life based on length dimension? Are you living your life based on breadth, or are you living your life based on base activity? We're going to visit it. Okay. So now I'm going to request you all to write down all the activities that you do predominantly. It can be in one day or 1 week, because sometimes weekly once you may go to a temple, or weekly once you may have a dance class. So you can do even 24 hours, or you can even do 1 week. So whichever, however you want to classify. I'm going to ask all of you to take a moment now. List down all the activities that you do in a day or in a week. You sitting, attending Paramashivoham, attending darshan, manifesting verse, cooking, brushing, bathing, going to office, or sharing time with your beloved ones, right? Sharing time with your loved ones. All of it that you do in a day, right? From anything and everything, from the beginning of your day till the end of the day, whatever you do, even as you can even do it in a week. What all are the aspects? Whether you go for some coaching, or whether you go to teach something, anything. So we're going to give you all a few minutes. I'm going to ask you to write down. And even if any of you have any questions, please post it. And let's take 3 minutes. It should be easy, right? So just all the activities as you remember, just write it down. Okay. So let's enter into it. Yes. Have all of you finished? Now, can I request all of you, Ma Deepika, Ma Rita, have you all finished writing the activities, Ma? Okay. Can I request you all to now post Ma Deepika's posted 60% length, 30% breadth, 10% depth. Okay. And okay. Ma Mihri, all right. And then I'm seeing answer from Ma Claire. Have you checked Ma in your day? How many of you, how much percentage of your day is length based, breadth based, depth based? Come on. Can I request you all to post?
What is the percentage of each activity or of each dimension throughout your day?
Each of you here post, take a moment and please post. Okay, Madhipika, good. You have identified. Now you need to see, do you see actually 60% of your day is only length based? You should now consciously reduce the length based activities. See, when I say reduce the length based, there are two ways of looking at it. Sometimes certain things you need to do, you do certain activity. For example, you brush your teeth. That's part of our day. You shower. But you can infuse depth into that activity by bringing awareness. When you brush your teeth, just become aware, unclutch, cognize. Just be aware of yourself, unclutch and seek. Even as you're brushing your teeth, just try to identify who is it that just try to seek the source of your first person. Same way, even when you're cooking, cooking is a length based activity. Add depth to it. Just even while you're cooking, you can listen to satsang. Start infusing depth in your life.
Mamiri has put most days length, and today is quite good. Length is 30%. Okay.
Maclaire also has identified most of her days filled with length. See, all of you understand. As long as you live in the matrix, like for example, in Kailasa, okay, as soon as you wake up, the first thing we do in the morning, the moment we wake up, is you sit and you visualize like how you want your day to manifest. Then we also do the same activities, brushing, bathing, but constantly the contemplation happens inside. Seeking the source of the first person happens inside. Same way, the activities, if you see the lifestyle of a Kailasavasi, I can very confidently say very easily 80% of the day is depth based. Next 10% or 15% of the day is breadth based, and 5% is only length based. Even that length based is like normal, the clerical activities, something we may do. But predominantly the depth, that is why Swamiji tells you, depth in your personality brings joy. When your day is filled with depth, try to consciously see how you can increase the depth. Spend time, make time every day for manifesting Shaktis. Spend time every day in Paramashivoham. Or just conversing. For example, you may be traveling to your office, no problem. But on the way, try to listen to satsang, or maybe have an enriching conversation, Vakyas the Sadas, or you may be just doing some like book reading, for example. Start reading mature your taste with reading the right books, not reading some fantasy stories, some fictional stories. Instead, bring your awareness to read the books that will add depth to your personality. Spend time every night complete. That becomes a space and depth based activity. All these, every morning when you sit in puja, you are actually adding depth to your being. So each of your activities, can I request all of you to realign your schedule now? Can you all consciously plan? See, each of the activities, there are certain things unavoidable, right? Your cooking is unavoidable, your bathing is unavoidable. Every day you have to do these activities. But see how you can increase the depth in those activities. Can I request all of you to think through? If you're not sure how to add depth to certain activity, post it in the chat. We can help you with it.
In each and every action, each and every activity of your day, how can you add depth with it? Could be anything like from morning, getting up, brushing your teeth, bathing to going to office. Where can you add depth in each activity?
Come on, Ma'am Margarita Vasconcelos, I request all of you to do this now. Analyze and see. Just read through your activities. See how you can add depth to each of your activities. And if you're not sure certain activity, how do you actually add the depth? You're not clear. or some areas, some aspects you want to understand better, please post it in the chat. Now, each thing as you analyze, you will bring so much of joy to your life just by adding depth. Okay, Ma Mihri is asking, how do I add depth in my process of selling house? Beautiful, very nice question, Ma. See, the same thing. Let's say, for example, every day you will try to find client. You maybe like let's say you are trying to reach to your realtor, you're trying to advertise it. All that is okay. You need to do certain activities, that logistical coordination is needed. But try to consciously manifest the sale of your house. We never allow to harness the consciousness dimension in us. We say, maybe I'll do power manifestation little later. I'll do it maybe, sometime later. Let me just try to first sell this house. Let me finish this. If you just start doing this, actually you will identify, you will start harnessing consciousness in everyday activities of your life. For example, every day you're sitting, you're going to follow up with your clients or follow up with your realtor or the real estate agent for him to coordinate for the clients. Before you make your call, add depth, bring depth to it. Just say, Swamiji, this is how I visualize I want to manifest. I want to manifest a client like this, like this. And if you're having some doubt coming in, complete, consciously complete. See, understand, spirituality is not an old age retirement plan. It cannot be, oh, after I finish everything, sometime later when I get a break, I'll become spiritual. No. Spirituality is not an alternative lifestyle. Spirituality is infusing consciousness in your lifestyle. Don't think spirituality is simply closing your eyes, chanting Krishna, Rama, Govinda. No, you will not. That is not spirituality. Unfortunately, that's how the dry Vedantis of Hinduism, the neo Hindus, I should say, they have made it sound like. Infusing consciousness in your life is spirituality. And Ma Mihri, see, as Ma Nithyananda was sharing, actually, if you just sit for power manifestation, you don't even need to sit for a separate half an hour, separate 1 hour to do power manifestation. Doing this itself, you can do power manifestation. You can manifest, maybe even right now, you may be sitting for half an hour trying to call different people in the length dimension using logic. Okay, let me find this person, let me find that person. But if you sit before making the call, write the script in your inner space, in the depth dimension, in the space dimension, write the script, write the script of your movie, how you want to manifest it. And you never know, maybe even somebody who you are wanting to reach out to will reach out to you. And that is how you will be able to manifest depth in this also. Actually, I remember very beautifully during in our Gurukul schedule, as when we started manifesting powers, and we started manifesting powers like throughout the day in different routine. From the time we get up, like it used to, sometimes the water may be cold, and if we want it little warm or it may be too hot and we want it little cooler, we'll actually, while taking a shower itself, we can alter the temperature of the water, adding depth to this aspect, to this activity. Then in puja gives the depth, connecting to Swamiji, and after that doing the power manifestation, connecting to Swamiji and doing the power manifestation. In studies is full of logic. It is complete logic for solving math sums, for writing and understanding so many scientific things. It is full of logic. But using the power of downloading and manifesting the powers adds depth to this activity also. So in every activity, you can actually manifest powers. You don't need to sit for a separate
Absolutely.
half an hour or 1 hour. You can manifest it for during that activity itself. Exactly. See, the things many times what we do is, like for example, you take a social media break, correct? Even when you scroll, simply instead of sitting and doom scrolling with that Instagram and watching that reels, which had zero value to your consciousness, instead of that, when you just sit, even that time, bring consciousness into your life, bring more space based. Just see, okay, what do I want to do? You want your business to go up? then taking the videos relevant to that, watching it, noting it down, or that same time use it for enriching people. Just clicking one share button, sharing for someone, or you making a post, listening to some satsang, like that, start infusing. See, the thing is, with today's lifestyle, right? Just if you take 20 decisions, 20 minutes of work, if you intensely work, immediately mind will say, come on, you worked enough, time for a break. You have given too much of time. Enough, please take a break. Constantly your mind lives in this vacation lifestyle. I remember once one Adinavasi, okay, one of the Kailasavasi, he asked Swamiji that, Swamiji, for all of us, like when we work on the outside, right? Even if you work for 5 days a week, right? And we'll feel like we really need a vacation, we will need to take a break, to spend time, to take some time off, to experience some this thing. So he asked Swamiji, 24/7 you do this work. Do you ever feel like you need a break? Like, do you ever feel like you need a vacation? What will your vacation be like? And then we were all so eager to hear what will Swamiji tell us an answer to this question. And then Swamiji, I remember Swamiji laughed and he said, vacation? Actually, Swamiji very beautifully said, Swamiji said, this whole concept of vacation is a crap. There is no vacation. It's when you live your whole life, every moment of your life, it's Swamiji says, every moment of his life is so blissful. Every moment, if he takes a vacation, what you'll do what you like. But Swamiji is doing what he's so passionate about his whole life. So he said the concept of vacation doesn't even exist because his whole lifestyle is aligned to his purpose. So Swamiji said this whole concept of vacation, convincing you just give your time, your logic to this, even by mistake, don't ever give your depth to the work. That's how we all operate. Especially if you're doing a government job, you just mechanically see a paper, read, stamp, go next. See a paper, read, stamp, go next. You're all only, even by mistake, that job will not allow you to give your depth dimension to it. Right? Let alone depth, even your breadth dimension, you will not be able to do it in the job. This is how the society has structured. It's not one particular person to blame. The collective unconsciousness of the society is structured like this. You need to start consciously adding it. Ma Mihri, are you catching? Are all of you catching? Do any of you have any other activity which you're not sure how to add depth? You can post it. We'll help you with that. If you're not sure, there are certain activities you're not sure how to add depth. You're not clear, you can post it in the chat. Now, each of you start just bringing consciousness. Become aware. When you're shopping, become aware. Just add just every activity you do, bring awareness. That itself will start aligning you to depth dimension. When you become aware of the thought process, for example, you're presenting a project or your boss is giving you some feedback, some reaction is happening in you. Become aware. See what space are you receiving it from. Every situation, for example, Madhipika, you said you have been wanting to manifest something, right? From 2017. Every time when that desire comes up in you, instead of looking at just the length and breadth, look at it from the space dimension. See whenever you feel that desire is coming, like you're really trying for it, you have tried different methods, it's not happening. Whenever that is coming up, see what gets triggered in your inner space. It could be sometimes you might have had even a space of given up, like maybe it's not going to happen right now. Or sometimes you may feel it's not working for me, it's not happening for me. Like this, for each one, there will be different things that may run inside of you. Okay. Start focusing on the space dimension. See what space you are in. If you're, for example, certain activities every day may be very boring for you, very tiring. Why, like, you will sit, the whole attitude with which you sit will be like, let me just get rid of this fast and move on. Actually, see, become aware what space you are in those situations. Just if you add that space dimension, you will manifest amazing breakthroughs in your life. Okay. Now, we're all going to be entering into the next session where you're going to be understanding an important component of today's entire program. You're going to actually be understanding about what are the Pancha Krityas of Paramashiva. We've all understood Jiva Jagat Ishvara and we understood Jiva, 25 states of consciousness. Now we understood Jagat, which is 11 dimensions. Jagat is a word. So we understood about 11 dimensions. Next, you're going to be understanding about Ishvara, the Panchakrityas of Paramashiva. I request each of you to intensely listen to these direct revelations from Swamiji. It is very powerful. And you can even take notes and share your understandings later, internalize them, and do Vakyasas on them. And like Swamiji said, in Hinduism, God is not limited to just the creation, operation, and destruction. He does the Panchakritya. So we are going to be understanding what are these Panchakrityas and how that is manifested. So let us enter into the session now.
The 11 dimensions of the universe, 25 states of consciousness, and then 5 aspects of Sadashiva, supreme reality, Ishvara, creation, operation, rejuvenation, delusion, liberation. Please understand, supreme cannot be just GOD, generator, operator, destroyer. Please understand, the supreme as per Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Bhagavan, Brahman, Sadashiva, cannot be translated by the word God. The Western definition of God is generator, operator, destroyer. Only 3 aspects. The Hindu understanding of supreme reality is generator, operator, destroyer, deluder, and liberator. The major 2 aspects of life unfortunately was never grasped anywhere else other than this Saraswati Ganges civilization. Only the Saraswati Ganges civilization understood the world beyond seen. If you don't understand delusion, you can't understand beyond the 4 dimensions. You can't understand reality in its completion. God is not Sadashiva. Maybe I can contribute a new word, Godel. G-O-D-D-E-L. G-O-D-D-E-L. Godel. Listen. Whenever science or technology grows, the scientists and people who are expert in that field need to contribute right word. They need to support the language also to explain the concepts. English is learning spirituality, Sanatana Hindu Dharma first time. So let's contribute some good words. English is learning Sanatana Hindu Dharma from the source, I think first time. So Godel should be the word, not God. God is not Sadashiva. Sadashiva, Brahman, Bhagavan, all these words used in, the Brahman used in Upanishad, Bhagavan used in Puranas, Sadashiva used in Agamas, cannot be translated as God, God, used in Western theologies. Understand these 5 aspects of Sadashiva in the manifest form is called Ishvara, unmanifest form is Avyakta. Even this 5 is only the manifest form of God El, Sadashiva. Paramashiva introduces himself how he is manifesting to teach Agama as Sadashiva. As Sadashiva, he manifests with 5 heads, 10 hands, teaches Agama. Through these 5 heads, he does these 5 actions. Manifestation, it's called Srishti, manifestation. Then Sthiti, sustenance. Then Samhara, rejuvenation. Then Prabhava, pulling out of delusion. Then Anugraha, liberation. Listen. Listen carefully. Sthiti. Sthiti means maintenance. The first action is Srishti. Second is Sthiti. Third, Sthiti means maintenance. First, Srishti, manifestation. Sthiti, maintenance or sustenance. Samhara, rejuvenation or dissolving or destruction, whatever word you want to use. Samhara, literally the word Samhara means transformation, rejuvenation. One becoming another. So listen carefully. Srishti, manifestation. Sthiti, maintenance. Samhara, rejuvenation. Prabhava, pulling out of delusion. Anugraha, liberation. Paramashiva does manifestation, maintenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation. Satyojata, Tatpurusha, Vamadeva, Ahora, Ishana. These are the 5 phases. He resides in his supreme Paramashiva Swarupa as Ajomuha or Adhomuha, unborn, beyond form, formlessness. Is Paramashiva Swarupa. That Paramashiva Swarupa manifests with these 5 phases as Sadashiva, Tatpurusha, Vamadeva, Ahora, Satyojata, Ishana. 5 phases he manifests and does the Panchakritya, Srishti, manifestation, Sthiti, sustenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Prabhava, pulling out of delusion, Anugraha, liberation. Understand? He does all these 5 jobs. Through these 5 phases.
I'll tell you. In the cosmic level, Paramashiva has 5 of his dimensions: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, destruction and rejuvenation, putting in and pulling out of delusion, and liberation. All these 5. In your microcosmic life, in your Pindanda microcosmic level, you play the same game. Every day, the new cells getting created, new organs getting manifested in your body is your creation. All of you need to know. Including your brain, everything gets newly created. New cells are created every minute, every second. This is your creation. In microcosmic level, in macrocosmic level, the planets which manifest planets are getting created. In microcosmic level, the cells are created. In the macrocosmic level, whatever is created is continuously getting sustained. In microcosmic level, the body you create is getting sustained. The life you manifest is getting sustained by you. You continuously breathing, inhaling and exhaling, keeping you alive is sustenance, maintenance in microcosmic level. In the macrocosmic level, destruction, rejuvenation, samhara is black holes swallowing big bangs. In the microcosmic level, the old cells getting killed and new cells getting formed is rejuvenation, samhara. In your body, in your microcosmic level, Pindanda level. Same way, in the Brahmanda level, the delusion is cosmos creating deluges, pralayas to rejuvenate itself, clean itself. You can see the heat wave all over the world. All the Panchabhutas playing and aligning itself. In the cosmic level, this is the delusion, Throbhava going on. In the macrocosm, Pindanda level, you forgetting your existence as Paramashiva, higher reality, falling into the nightmares and going through, is the small scale Throbhava. Delusion in the Pindanda microcosmic level you go through. In the cosmic level, Brahmanda level, liberation, Anugraha is Paramashiva himself manifesting as this Nijavadara Nithyananda and making this Kailasa happen. And guiding all the beings in microcosmic level, Pindanda level, you receiving these powerful cognitions and liberating yourself from all this deluge by holding on to the Guru's feet is the liberation happening in you. Understand, whatever is happening in Brahmanda, macrocosm, is happening in your Pindanda, microcosm. So don't worry about your delusions. Don't be powerless about it. Don't try to work with the facts and figures externally. Don't try to work with the seen. Work on the seer. Paramashiva does 5 action: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, putting in delusion, and liberation. First 4, creation, he does by sitting in Brahmaloka. As a Brahma, he manifests and creates. Maintenance, he does by lying down in Paramapada as Parandama. Rejuvenation he does as Maharudra in Kailasa, from Kailasa itself. Putting in delusion he does through many of his forms like Bhikshadana. All those forms he took just to put people in delusion. Liberation. For liberation, he always comes down to planet Earth. He has to assume human form. The form he assumes for liberation is Guru. Keeping liberation as a predominant activity, the form he assumes is Guru. Listen. Creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion. When you understand the creation, sustenance, rejuvenation does not happen as you understand. Many things what you call as creation actually is rejuvenation. Many things you call as sustenance is actually rejuvenation. Many things you call as rejuvenation is actually manifestation, srishti of many things. In all these 3, creation, maintenance, and rejuvenation, in all these 3, various other dimensions are also there. Realizing that is getting out of delusion. That manifests as liberation. Focus on your first person. You will see how the creation as a multiple components, sustenance as multiple components, rejuvenation as multiple components, you will realize how you come out of delusion just by understanding it, and you will experience liberation. I am repeating. Focusing on the source of your first person, you will realize the way you generate. For generating, how you rejuvenate, how you sustain, how you sustain for sustaining, how you create, and how you rejuvenate. How you rejuvenate and for rejuvenation, how you create and how you sustain. When you understand this deeper nuances, you are liberated from all these three. You are pulled out of this delusion. You will realize this creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, this three itself is a delusion. That is what is pulling yourself out of delusion. Then you will experience liberation. Listen, this is the truth, ultimate truth, directly from Paramashiva, from Kailasa. I am revealing this for the first time. So meditate on it. Internalize this. This is Nirvana Diksha. Now I'll explain to you from my experience my 4 images. The inner image I have about me. Once I try to check what exactly I feel about me. And I looked inside, I saw that shunyatva means everything is, that isness is what I feel as me. Listen, the vast isness, that is what I feel as me inside me. That is my inner image. How I project myself to others, all of you. The person who is here to transmit that experience to all of you. You can call me as a teacher, guru, incarnation, enlightened being. That is up to you. As per your experience. If you experience my teachings, you can consider as teacher. If you experienced my initiation, you can consider as guru. If you experienced my energy, you can consider as enlightened being. If you experienced my miracle powers in your life, you can consider as incarnation. It's up to you. But I project myself as a being who is here to transmit this experience to you. This isness, vastness, we can call as Atma, Paramatma, soul, consciousness, God, whatever word you want to use. This is my outer image. How others perceive me. Some people perceive me as teacher. Some people say, you may want to give enlightenment, but we want only our headache healing. Heal my headache. Solve my problem between me and my spouse. Heal my son. Give me wealth. Understand? Anything you ask within the purview of the energy of enlightenment. Even though I have not told directly that I will give you. See, I declare, I am here to give you that enlightenment, that isness experience. Even though I have not told directly that I will heal your headache, back pain, relationship problems, even though I have not told directly, if you expect, I am responsible for it. Because if somebody can give enlightenment, surely he can heal your headache. Because for enlightenment, if I have to give you 1000 volt energy, spiritual energy, to remove your headache, I have to give only 0.5 volt energy. To bless you with wealth, I have to give you only 0.1% energy. To heal your relationship problems, I have to give you only 0.1% energy. Listen. Length, when it becomes intense to the level it cannot be experienced just as a length, it jumps into the dimension of breadth. Like if you keep line, infinite number of lines, then it cannot be measured, understood just by one length. It, by its very reproduction, understand? Reproduction is survival need. Anything which is alive has to be reproducing itself. Otherwise, it will not be alive. It's law of life. It is one of the fundamental law of constant, nitya. Isness expands. So the isness of the length, when it becomes infinity, It cannot be any more cognized just by one idea of length. It gives birth to the next dimension of itself called breath. Understand? I'll repeat. Just imagine one thread, 1 meter thread. You call that as a length. By its nature, it is becoming multiple number of 1 meter thread. So, when it becomes infinite number of 1 meter threads, 1 meter, 1 meter, 1 meter, 1 meter, 1 meter, what happens? It cannot be measured, cognized, understood anymore by this one dimension called length. So it gives birth to its next dimension, breadth. So all the threads are kept. So now length and breadth is formed. Now, because of its very nature of existence as a survival need, the length and breadth, both of them are continuously giving birth, multiplying. Understand? Even if you are a sannyasi, only when you reproduce more sannyasis, means making more people sannyasis, you are living sannyas life. Otherwise you are not sannyasi. Be very clear. Anything by its survival easiness has to reproduce and expand. If you are a man, you are going to reproduce another human being. If you are sannyasi, naturally you will be producing the consciousness of sannyas in so many people's life, and so many will becoming sannyasi. How many become sannyasis is the proof of your integrity to sannyas. Understand? This is law of life. Success for a normal grihastha is what he achieves. For a sannyasi, success is what he inspires others to achieve. So, only if you are intensely making more people sannyasis, you are really in the easiness of sannyas. Otherwise, maybe you will be sannyas, not is sannyasi. The easiness multiplies by its existence. So the length by its easiness multiplies. When the multiplication breaks a point, it gives birth to the next dimension, length and breadth. Then these two go on multiplying. They give birth to the third dimension, means tons and billions of 1 meter thread kept. So, length gives birth to breadth, and length and breadth multiplying gives birth to depth. Understand this example? This is the way the dimensions manifest and gives birth to the next dimension. Length gives birth to breadth. Length and breadth together give birth to depth. And length, depth together give birth to time. That is why I am saying time is not linear. There is no past, present, future. There is only time. What you perceive now as your experience, like you are inhaling and exhaling, you call as present. What you can recollect from your stored memory, you call as past. what you expect or hope inside your head, you call as future. Understand? That is why I am saying 99% of us live 99% of our life inside our head. So keep it worthy to live. No shit inside the head. No shit in the stomach and no shit in the head. Time is not linear. Time is not linear and time does not move. The measuring scales should not be equated to content. Liter is a measuring method, but you cannot say 1 liter milk is 1 liter. No. Milk, the content. Liter is measuring mechanism, methodology. So minute, hour, day, week, month, this is measuring methodology. Do not be deluded by attributing measuring methodology to the content. So I will use two different words. Time is a measuring methodology. Kala is the content. Now, person who understood Kala does not move. Does not move. No past Kala, no present Kala, no future Kala. Kala, that's all. The measurements used to measure time, like how we have measurements, meter, liter, kilogram. How the different measuring methods are there, same way, second, minute, hour, day, week, month, year. All this are just measuring methods. Listen. Measuring methods should not be misunderstood as the content itself. Content time does not move. If you see in the screen now, it shows as if I am moving. But I am not moving. Just the backdrop is moved front and back. Same way, for the sake of measuring, we created unit of time. Second, hour, day, week, month, year. Based on that, you call something as a past, present, future. Based on that, you come to a deluded idea, time is moving. No. No. There are some understanding all of us have. It should be called as the social understandings or social law or law of the country. How much a social law is true only for that society. Law of the land, the country, is only true for that country. Same way, I should say, there are something universally human beings, all human beings accept. Maybe to that level, time idea can be accepted. Like a second, minute, hour, day. This is accepted the whole globe by all human beings. So you can use this to understand about time, but don't be deluded. Time is actually linear and moving. No. Understand? Collective human understandings are not cosmic reality. So, Kala is the purer version of isness. I-S. Isness. Purer version of isness. See, these dimensions, length, breadth, depth, time, space. Next to space is Nithya. Nithya is the sixth dimension. Then after that, Nadakala, Bindukala, all the other, totally 11 dimensions. The 11th is the Paramashiva Swarupa, Paramashiva, Paramashivatva, Paramashiva, ultimate. The sixth dimension, Nithya, is isness. That isness' purest, almost 90% isness is space. I should say 80% isness is Kala, time. Alright, time is a poor word, but anyhow, I am using it. Kala. Not the unit of time, time. So be very clear. The whole humanity knows only unit of time, but not time itself. You may know the liter, but not about the milk. Don't misunderstand the measuring unit into measured content. The delusion of thinking, the measured content in the language of measuring unit led to the confusion that time is linear and it has past, present, future. Forget about it. Time is. It is neither static nor linear. It is existentially functioning. Life is not alive just inside your body, in your every action, in your every decision, and its impact on the others' world. That is why when you can impact more people, you feel more alive. Listen. Kala is existentially alive when length grows exponentially, it gives birth to breadth. When breadth grows exponentially, it gives birth to the dimension depth. When breadth, depth grows exponentially, it gives birth to the dimension Kala. And when breadth, depth, Kala, all of them grow exponentially, they give birth to space, dimension. Quality of the isness is Ananda, and the quality of Ananda is sharing. Understand? The quality of isness, Nitya, is Ananda. Anything which is in you is always celebrates its existence. Somebody was asking me, what is exactly isness, Swamiji? Other than your body, what you think as is. See, you think you are body, you are your body. And there are something more you think you are. Because many times when you feel depression, you feel you are your mind. Excited, you feel you are your mind. So it is not that you feel you are only body. You feel many things are you other than your body. Whatever you think as you, that is called your isness. And that isness in its core is excitement, bliss. And anything which is and which is bliss expands its existence. Even when you are depressed, you are enjoying your depression. Understand? Be very clear. You are enjoying your depression. You may have your own reasons. Listen to this one truth. Enjoying your depression, you will reproduce more depressed people. If you are enjoying your easiness, you will reproduce more easiness. If you are enjoying your sannyas, you will reproduce more sannyasis. That's it. Easiness celebrates its existence, and anything which celebrates its existence reproduces by its very nature. Principle of existence of Ishvara is owning up for the creation principle you created, sustenance principle you created, destruction principle you created, delusion principle you created, liberation principle you created. Just see your life. I will start teaching you from Pindanda, your life, so you understand this. Owning up is the Adhomukha. Sixth phase means the unmanifest phase of Paramashiva. Understand? First, understand what you created. Please understand, only if you are in a Paramashanta Swarupa, you will own up for what you created. You have created so many wonderful things. Understand? The mechanism which converts blood into blood, which is functioning inside your body, you created. Nobody else created. You created. You learnt the science from cosmos and you created. Understand one thing. The greatest creation in the known universe is human body, and you created yours. Anybody who owns up that you created your body will manifest the power of altering it, healing it, updating it, upgrading it. All the powers related to altering, manipulating, upgrading, awakening, healing, powers related to body. So, if you want to manifest the powers related to your body, bring this cognition and own up for what you created. I tell you, For example, if you have a fatty liver, sit with your liver and say, yes, I created it. What for I created? Did I put myself in some delusion and allowed this to be created? Or did I actively cooperate and created this? What for I created this fatty liver? Just see, I tell you, owning up starts healing. And I tell you, fatty liver is such a simple problem. You just need to tell your stomach, hey, can you burn little more? I'll give you mantra as the feed material. You can use any mantra. You see, in Vedagamic tradition, any mantra described in Vedas and Agamas can be used. And use that mantra to awaken the Jadaragni, fire in the stomach, ability to be in Nirahara Samyama. Means when that patterns are demanding food and it is flashing the pizza photograph in front of your eyes, or you are doing Nirahara Samyama, but within 24 hours in the dream you are having a full feast, and then you feel, what is this? What kind of a life? I am not even able to eat. What for I am earning? What for I am alive? What for? This is injustice. Hey, you being brainwashed to eat all the shit and junk and filthy food-like products continuously and fall sick is the real brainwashing happening to you. Nirahara is not brainwashing you, it is stomach washing you, detoxing you. I am only asking, go for healthy juicing for few days. When the patterns are pushing and demanding, aggressively forcing you to eat, and you being in Paramashanta Swarupa and managing Nirahara is a power, conscious power. When the tamas, inertness, dullness, Mudevi, we should not even give the title Devi for it. Inertness, tamas, is pushing you to the bed. And depression, literally sulking and sucking your energy. You waking up and deciding to do yoga and start doing is a power. How much ever abuses, attacks, injustice, pains you may feel in your life, but sitting and connecting with Paramashiva and doing puja is a power, conscious power, conscious resources. Understand? You would have manifested so many conscious resources. Own up for it. When you own up, what you manifested, what you created, what you are sustaining, what you are destroying, and how you were deluded and where you are still deluded, and how you need to get yourself out of delusion, and where all you have liberated yourself, where you need to further liberate yourself. Just own up. Owning up is the Atomukha, unmanifest face of Paramashiva, which is revealed only to yogis. Whoever owns up is yogi. Whoever does not own up is bohi. Whoever feels others are responsible, putting the onus on others is Rohi. Who does not even think about this owning up is Shogi. When you own up, spontaneous, miraculous, immediate transformation starts in your life. Understand? If you are tired, bored, feeling overloaded, overwhelmed, own up that. Own up that. Own up. Owning up is the secret of Ishwaratva. One beautiful thing in your life is, if you own up now, even the past is recreated. Understand? Even the past is recreated because past is not dead as you think. Past tense is dead, but past is not dead. Future tense is yet to manifest, but future is not yet to be manifested. Future is as much as happened as past. Past is as much as yet to happen as future. Future tense is will be. Past tense was. But past was not was. Past is. Future tense is will be. Future itself is not will be. Future is. Past, present, future is. Past tense was, future tense will be. But past, present, future is. Tatata, Nityatva, isness. Paramashivoham, the ultimate revelation. From the space of Paramashiva, just settle down and sit with Paramashanta Swarupa and look around. Don't be afraid. That is the first thing. Understand, you have amazing resources. As I said yesterday, death is a conscious resource you have. You need to know, once you have manifested human body, the whole science of manifesting human body is in your biomemory. You already have the technology, methodology of manifesting human body as part of your consciousness. Nobody can take it away. Unless you decide human life is too much of torture, let me not create human body, nobody else can stop you creating human body. That is the beauty of Paramashiva's existence, compassion, grace. Owning up. When you sit and start owning up from Paramashanta Swarupa, you will see 25 heads of Paramashiva starts operating in you also. And you will know what to manifest, what to sustain, what to destroy, and what to put in delusion, how to get yourself out of delusion, and from what you are liberated, from which you need to liberate yourself more. That's it. That's all. Nothing else. This owning up is the sixth phase of Paramashiva. Unmanifest, avyakta, adhomukha, ajomukha, antimatter. All those words show the owning up phase of Paramashiva. When you own up, you are Ishvara. I want all my disciples to come to the Paramashiva space of Paramashanta Swarupa and own up. Yes, what we manifested, what we are sustaining, what are we destroying or rejuvenating, what is the components where we put ourselves in delusion and where all we need to pull ourselves out of delusion. What all we already achieved liberation, where all we need to achieve liberation. Tatpurusha Ishana, Satyojata Vamadeva Agora. When you own up, you are Paramashiva, you are Ishvara. If you own up your life, you become Ishvara for you, Atmeshvara. If you own up a group of people, their lives, own up for them, you become Kulapati. If you own up for a mandala, zone, for their life, you become Mandaleshwara. If you own up responsibility for a Mahamandala, you become Mahamandaleshwara. I tell you, I want all my disciples to take it very seriously. All my sannyasi disciples, take this as spiritual lesson. Gurukul Balasans, take this as a spiritual lesson. Today, you will all become Atmeshwara for yourself. Yes. These are all the places I manifested as Swamiji wanted. These are all the places I did not manifest as Swamiji wanted. These are all the places I sustained myself as Swamiji wanted. These are all the places I did not sustain myself as Swamiji wanted. These are all the places I rejuvenated myself as Swamiji wanted. These are all the places I did not rejuvenate myself as Swamiji wanted. These are all the places I pulled myself out of delusion as Swamiji wanted. These are all the places I missed and put myself in delusion even though Swamiji warned me. These are all the places I liberated myself as Swamiji taught me. These are all the places I missed it even though Swamiji taught me. Bring that understanding and own up. If you own up today, you will become Atmeshwara, Ishvara for yourself today. This is the way in Kailasa. You become Atmeshwara first, Ishvara for yourself. Then you become Ishvara for few people, Kulapati. Then you become Ishvara for a zone, Mandaleshwara. Then you become Ishvara for Mahamandala, larger zone, Mahamandaleshwara. Helping people to own up is making them become Ishvara for themselves. Help yourself to become Atmeshwara and help everyone around you to become Ishvara for their life, and go on helping more and more and more people to become Ishvara for their life, Ishvara for themselves. I tell you, it is the way you own up your life is decided. Don't think whole. Don't plan to become Ishvara for the whole universe. Immediately first become Ishvara for your life, Atmeshwara. Once you are successful, in few days actually you will be successful. I tell you, it's not that even for your own life you should become Ishvara 100%. No. If you just understand that knack and methodology and cognize it, that's enough. That same principle you can start applying tomorrow itself. Then you can start becoming Kulapati. Then you can start becoming Mandaleshwara. Then you can start becoming Mahamandaleshwara. But start from Atmeshwara. Don't plan to start becoming Mahamandaleshwara first. First Atmeshwara, owning up, then step by step by step. Whoever decides to own up become gods of Kailasa. Whoever tries to put the blame on others manifests so much of delusion and violence, they become demons, rakshasas. Understand, vegaha, sanyoga, visesha virodhi. Action and reaction are equal and opposite. One side gods, other side demons will exist forever. But if you sit in Paramashanta Swarupa and start owning up, you will become Ishvara beyond these two, action and reaction. You will become Paramashiva, Parameshwara, beyond action and reaction. Owning up is the master key. Absolutely being clear about your existence and not accumulating anything which is not relevant for you is aparigraha. I am not saying don't acquire what is directly relevant to your existence. Have a comfortable life. Just decide not to accumulate things which are not relevant to your life. That's all. You will have aparigraha. The first step of aparigraha will start happening. If you just disown what you really don't need to run your life, your existence. Oh, someday it may be needed for me. That is where the delusion creeps in. Delusion creeps in. What is not needed for you, decide to disown. I just know what is the freedom I need. I don't need freedom to walk around in the mall. I may need freedom maximum to walk in the beach in the evenings in Paramashanta Swarupa, in the space of Paramashiva Samadhi. Being in the Samadhi, if it is the time when the moon will be bright, like from Dvatasi of Shukla Bhaksha to Panjami of Krishna Bhaksha, I just know what is my freedom, what is the freedom I need. So I choose my life that way, and I plan my life that way. So I feel I am absolutely liberated, free. No one can touch my freedom, my liberation. I create the liberation I wanted. I create the life I wanted. I sustain the life I wanted. I destroy the things which I don't want and rejuvenate and manifest as I wanted. I pull myself out of delusion wherever the delusion tries to be pushed on me, or wherever the delusion gets engaged or entertained, and I liberate myself more and more the way I want. So I own up. I become Ishvara for my life. And I teach everyone to become Ishvara for your own life. Understand? Each of the creative aspects of life, love added to your system, leads to enlightenment, leads to liberation, leads to more and more joy, bliss. You need to know life as such is beautiful, absolute Paramashiva. Understand? Whether the air you are breathing in or the people happening in the life is absolutely beautiful. You just need to know what you need to manifest, what you need to sustain, what you need to rejuvenate, what you need to pull out of delusion, what you need to liberate. That's it. Owning up is key. I will make this principle, truth, as a reality to all my disciples and devotees who declare their integrity to me today. This is my gift to my disciples and devotees. Understand this truth. Change in your life can be drastic and absolute. The transformation can be spontaneous and complete the moment you own up. Owning up is Ishwaratva. Just see from where you are experiencing the first person, the feeling you have about your existence, I. From Where am I experience? It is directly Sadashiva experienced by your first person is your existence as you. You experiencing Paramashiva's first person in you is your first person. I am using different words and making you understand. When you focus on the source of your first person, you will see it's only Paramashiva's first person exists. Your first person is illusion. It's only Paramashiva's first person exists. Realizing only Paramashiva's first person exists. Your first person is delusion, is what is mastering the delusion. Realizing Paramashiva's first person alone exists is liberation. Your first person is just a shadow of Paramashiva's first person exists in you. Now, sit and focus on Paramashiva's first person who is residing inside your first person.
This one session literally summarizes for all of us how you are Ishvara, God. Your understanding of the Panchakritya is like what Swamiji has revealed. Who can post all the Panchakrityas? Come on, let's start with that. Can I request all of you to post the Panchakrityas? Nithyanandam, Ma Lita, Mahabalaya, Nithyanandam, Ma Lita, Ma Yogagnana, Ma Mihri, Ma Sharmain, Ma Basinuldas, Ma Anayas, and Ma Yuching Yu.
What are these 5 cosmic actions, the Panchakrityas? Mamithi.
Yes, Ma Grazina Maria, that's right. And Ma Maluhya Mauna, Ma Parabrahma Swarupini, Ma Vamadevi, Ma Deepika. Can I request all of you to post? Ma Yoganand Rupini, Ma Tanja. Can I request all the participants to come on camera, please? All those who are not in camera, I request you all to please come on the camera and settle down. This session is addressing all of our cognition that we carry about who we are. When you understand, see, we all saw in the morning about how Jiva impacts Jagat. The idea about Jiva, it influences the Jagat and Ishvara, life and God. Your relationship with the divine, your relationship with the God is largely influenced by how you cognize you, how you understand yourself. All the Panchakrityas, creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, liberation, all the 5 Panchakrityas happens simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically. It manifests for every one of us. Understanding how you manifest these Panchakrityas, understanding how you create, how does the entire creation happen, how entire sustenance happen, understanding all of this makes you manifest Ishvara.
Yes, Mamithi, I see that you posted the 5 Panchakrityas. Can I request each of you to post where exactly in your life do you see actually, okay, I am creating, I am sustaining, and I am destroying. I am putting into delusion, liberation. Where do you see these Panchakrityas happening in your life?
Let's start with that. Okay, Ma Grazina Maria, can you post where all in your life you perform samhara, rejuvenation? How all do you think you do the rejuvenation process? And Ma Irene Lemos, can you post where all in your life you are cognizing, you do the sthiti, maintenance? And Ma Mihri Toti, why don't you post how all you put yourself into delusion and pull yourself out of delusion? Post some examples, how you are mapping it. Margarita Vasconcelos, why don't you post examples of creation? Ma Nitya Paramashakti, Nithyananda, Ma Nitya Paramashakti. Why don't you also post examples of creation? How all you create in life? Post 5 examples, just 5. How you create, how you sustain. Correct. Magrazina Maria, that's right. You have put an example of rejuvenation for completion process. You rejuvenate your patterns. You basically you destroy your patterns.
Any other example? Where the samhara, the destruction, the rejuvenation happens?
Actually, even the growth of your nails, the nails getting cut, or your hair falling, new hair is growing, all of it is rejuvenation. You rejuvenate, your cells get rejuvenated. So they are also an example of rejuvenation. Ma Mihri, Ma Irene, come on, I request all of you to post.
All of these 5 Panchakrityas are continuously happening in us simultaneously, spontaneously, and synergetically. So, anything that you see in your life, you will be able to see one of these Panchakrityas happening. Myrene, do you want to post now? What are you able to map to? Where exactly are you able to map to where the creation aspect is happening?
If you understand how you do the Panchakrityas, all the 5, you create simultaneously, spontaneously, you sustain, you rejuvenate, you put yourself into delusion, pull yourself out of delusion. All the five you are doing on daily basis. The only thing we need to understand is how you cognize what you believe, the easiness that you cherish in you. Like Swamiji explained, easiness means all that you cognize as you, not just your body. Everything that you cognize as your existence. When you think about your existence, all the things that you perceive as your existence is easiness. Now, whenever you experience that easiness, what you experience as your easiness, what constitutes what you cognize in your easiness is very important. If you think many times, we're all trained to believe like that. We are trained to believe how we constantly we are blaming life. We say, oh, because of something happening only, I'm not able to do this. Because, like, Sound will tell a funny joke. Like, a man will once go to the doctor and then he will say that he'll say, Doctor, I touch my hand, it hurts. Doctor, I touch my head, it hurts. I touch my neck, it hurts. So I think my whole body is fractured. Please, can you address it? The doctor analyzes him. He writes a prescription. He says, your finger is fractured. Understand? Same way, another mother, the teacher complains to the mother that your son is not he's not able to see anything in the class, and he's not able to do anything, like he's not able to observe anything. And then the mother also sees his poor marks, small kid, sees his poor marks and everything, and she sees that he's not able to see anything on the board and not proper. So finally she comes to a conclusion, the son's eyesight is not proper. So she takes him to the doctor, the eye doctor, and the eye doctor tests and writes a prescription saying your son needs a haircut. Understand? Many times, this is exactly how we operate in life. The way you see, we are so used to constantly pointing something on the outside. This is wrong, that is wrong, this is wrong, that is wrong. We almost forget you are the one who is creating the good things in your life. You have created all the bad things in your life. Also, you have created it. If you understand this, you will experience the truth. How the quality of your easiness is ananda. Like Swamiji was telling, by default, you have to reproduce. And for you to, if you're successful in something, you will have to reproduce it. Like, for example, the cells need to reproduce itself for it to grow. Constantly, you will have to reproduce. So, what you enjoy, you will reproduce. If you are constantly reproducing depression, be clear you are enjoying depression in your life. This is the law of nature. This is how life functions. What you experience in you, what you cherish in you, you are constantly going to reproduce that in life again and again and again and again and again.
So let us now actually own up to the Panchakrityas to experience that easiness, to experience that ananda in our inner space. So let's do a small internalization exercise now. Can I request each of you to take a few minutes and look into your life and identify all the aspects. What all are the aspects where you are reproducing to your life? And reflect on your current experiences of easiness. Look into your health, look into your wealth, everything, into all aspects of your life, health, wealth, relationships. What kind of relationships that are you attracting? What kind of wealth are you attracting? What kind of wealth are you attracting? What are the different things that you are attracting? And when do you feel the most connected to your state of being in easiness?
I'm going to request you, take a few minutes. What are all the areas in your life you feel you're constantly reproducing? For example, you may feel, no matter how many times I try, again and again and again, anything I do, my boss always keeps rejecting my proposals. He never accepts, he never believes that I'm capable of doing things. Like that, whatever you feel again and again, you're reproducing, pen that down. Take a few minutes, please write it down. Relax. Hope all of you have finished writing. See, how many of you are understanding that the aspect of owning up is missing in your life? How many of you are seeing that? Many times we think, oh, I am not responsible for this. Something else is the reason. Something else is the reason. And we never take responsibility for it. Ma Mihri Toti has posted, Swami always is creation. Allowing myself to be bored, tired is destroying. Back to Paramashivoham is rejuvenating. Surrendering to Swamiji is liberating myself. Beautiful, ma. Correct. Actually, the lifestyle with Swamiji is Jivan Mukti. Not see when you're a seeker. You may, even if you study scriptures, you may attain Deha Mukti. But Jivan Mukti happens only with Guru. And we have Paramashiva himself as our Guru. So that's right, absolutely yes. Now, all of you please understand. Look into your life and address all the aspects where all you are constantly putting the onus on someone else, something else. Only when you own up, owning up makes you Ishvara. Owning up to the Panchakrityas makes you Ishvara. When you understand, I have created it, I have sustained it, I have rejuvenated it. Only when you own up, when you manifest, when you own up, it will make you God, it will make you Ishvara. When you start owning up in every aspect of your life, suddenly you see so much of good will happen to you. So much of like amazing shift will start happening in your life. This is what is Hatha, establishing yourself at easiness of being Paramashiva.
Can I request each of you to post this step one of this exercise? It's a little bit intense. And are you actually able to see how when you own up the create substance, the rejuvenation, the putting into liberation, I read spontaneously happening in you.
I request every one of you consciously analyze and post what understanding in chat. See, Ma Gradina, are you cognizing? And Ma Mershal, Ma Mini Michelle, why don't you post what is that breakthrough you want to have? What are you looking to manifest? Because if you understand this Pancha Krityas, you will have an amazing shift in your life. The way how you cognize, the way how you experience yourself will be so different. You will not be, see, currently we all depend on something on the outside. We say, oh, I feel depressed because of someone saying something, or I feel low, I feel powerless, this, that. All the ideas you carry about yourself, all the ways how you cognize you. If you own up, first thing, if you have, like Swamiji told, if you have a fatty liver, own up to it. First, cognize it is your creation. If you have depression, own up to it. Cognize, understand, take responsibility that it is your creation. You have created it. You are the one who is sustaining it. You are the one who is manifesting it.
Even if it is in your very own body, like whether it is growing of the hair, growing of the nails, or even the rejuvenation of the cells, all of that, you are the owner of it. You are the one manifesting it. It is all, you are the creator, you are the sustainer, you are the rejuvenator, you are the one putting yourself in delusion and even liberating yourself.
Now, today, all of us are going to receive this as a very initiation. Today, we're all having the Parashakti Akashik readings and the darshan of Sadashiva Murti form of Paramashiva. And I'm going to request all the participants to please come on camera. We're all now going to be entering into preparing ourselves for the darshan. So let us all get ready. I request all the participants to please come on the camera. Please settle down.
Ma Anna S, Ma Yoganandrupini.
I request all the participants to please settle down. Now, we're all going to be entering into preparing ourselves for the darshan. We're going to be getting ready for the darshan. And today we're going to receive this initiation to manifest Paramashiva, initiation to manifest the Panchakrityas of Paramashiva. So let us all get ready. Please please settle down and please come on the camera.
मधुरानुभवानन्दं गुरुस्मरणम् नित्यानन्दरूपम् 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 वन्दनं गुरुवन्दनं गुरुचरणवन्दनं वन्दनं गुरुवन्दनं गुरुचरणवन्दनं नित्यानन्द गुरुचरणवन्दनं वन्दनं गुरुवन्दनं गुरुचरणवन्दनं नित्यानन्द गुरुचरणवन्दनम् जन्मसार्थककरं गुरुदर्शनं वन्दनं गुरुवन्दनं गुरुचरणवन्दनं नित्यानन्द गुरुचरणवन्दनम् पद सद सद ग पद पद परि ग प ग प ग सरि ग रि ग प ग पद पद सरि ग रि 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 सद स पद सद सद ग पद पद परि ग प ग प ग सङ्कट कवच मधुरानुभवानन्दं गुरुस्मरणम् नित्यानन्दरूपम् 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 वन्दनं गुरुवन्दनं गुरुचरणवन्दनं वन्दनं गुरुवन्दनं गुरुचरणवन्दनं नित्यानन्द गुरुचरणवन्दनं वन्दनं गुरुवन्दनं गुरुचरणवन्दनं नित्यानन्द गुरुचरणवन्दनम्
Yes. Nithyananda, to all the participants and all the viewers watching us live right now, we just now had a very beautiful session from Swami. We all of us learned the 25 states of consciousness, the 11 dimensions. A little to understand, since Swamiji says very beautifully that we are connected, we are actually connected to cosmos. All this topic, understand what all the things which all of us learned today, all the satsangs Swami has given today, it is for all of us to understand that we are actually connected to cosmos. Our intention we carry, understand, we are the one who manifest. We actually create our reality. We sustain our reality. We destroy, not destroy, we rejuvenate our reality. We put ourselves into reality. We delude ourselves and then we liberate ourselves.
Actually, just understanding about this Panchakritya, how we are doing these 5 actions simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically in our life, how we are the ones who are creating, we are the ones who are sustaining, we are the ones who are destroying, rejuvenating, putting in delusion, putting out of delusion, and liberating. You will actually have so much of power, so much of powerfulness related to your life. How much you are the Lord of your life. So beautifully, Swamiji says, how anytime you take ownership of anything, you become Lord of your life in that aspect. Anytime, anything that you take ownership of, you become Lord of that aspect. You become a leader. You become the person who's having the power to transform it the way you want it. Understand today, actually, to all the participants that are here sitting with us right now, very soon we're all going to be blessed with a unique, special Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. And in this Akashic readings, we are all going to be getting the blessings of Devi Parashakti, Paramashivashakti, Parameshwari herself in this beautiful form as our beloved Swamiji. And today, Swamiji is going to be revealing from the cosmic archives, the Akashic records, the various answers, revelations for the questions that are going to be asked. And you have an opportunity to post your prayers, post your questions, and ask your questions directly to Swamiji as Devi Parashakti. So it is time now for all of us to prepare ourselves this Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. So let us all prepare ourselves now. We are going to be taking you all through a set of offerings, different offerings that we have, through which you can directly connect with Devi Parashakti herself and offer your gratitude, offer your heartfelt devotion to the divine lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. I know just for this Akashic reading, there are so many participants that are gathering. I can see already the news has spread like a wildfire. I see so many participants already here. Can I also request all of you to share about the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading to all your friends and family members? We're going to be entering into that very, very shortly. Take a few minutes and please share this exciting news that today we are going to be blessed with this beautiful darshan. So quickly share this with everyone, and we are going to be entering into preparing ourselves to receive the Devi Parashakti Akashic readings.
See, a little to understand, right? See, today all of us learned about the 11 dimensions. The first is the length, breadth, depth, time, and speed. As Swamiji says, right? After death, see, until time, we are still connected. It is only after we reach space, we go beyond all this. We go beyond, we actually, this was Swamiji calls us, we become one with the cosmos, where we actually access the cosmic logic, the multi-dimensional logic. So little to understand over here. Whatever we have done in our life, everything, whether your past, present, future, everything, it is recorded in the time layer. Understand? Very beautifully, all of us learned about the time lane. As Swamiji said, we all of us are bound by time, but understand, time itself, Swamiji said, is not linear. What we perceive is only time is linear. Actually, time is not linear. It is limitless. Time as very actually, if you have listened to the satsang very beautifully, Swamiji would have given a very beautiful explanation on this time dimension. So a little about this Akashic reading. You know, like you may have like since Swamiji is going to be coming live and giving the Parashakti Akashic reading, they understand what Swamiji is going to do exactly. Swamiji is going to be accessing the time dimension and reading all the records which are recorded in the time linear. Understand?
See, the phase we are in matters when you are receiving these Akashic revelations. See, whatever has happened, happening, yet to happen. For example, let us say that you are here and right now everything is going on smoothly in your life. Let's say suddenly there is in another 2 years, there's going to be a major loss that's going to happen for you in your personal life. Don't think it is just going to be happening at some point, but that happening is already recorded in space. Many of you are understanding this. How many of you are catching this? See, today we learned about 11 dimensions. We learned about how the 11 dimensions of the cosmos exist and how the various dimensions, as length, breadth, depth, time, space, all of these exist. We learned about it. The time dimension is a dust. Time is a dust created. When space collides with the length, breadth, and depth, the dust created when it collides, that is time. So the space is where actually all the happenings, for example, what had happened 200 years back, all the details about the World War I, World War II, and the detail of the World War III that is going to happen. Everything is already recorded. I'm just giving an example. This space is called as Akasha. How many of you are understanding this? Can I please request all the participants to be on camera, settle down? It's time. We are going to be preparing ourselves for the darshan. Today we are having live darshan of Swamiji as Devi Parashakti. Please kindly turn on your cameras and settle down. I request everyone to be in your be present in front of your cameras. Now, how many of you understood about this concept? Akasha. What does Akasha mean? How many of you are understanding this? Wonderful. Great. Great. So some of you giving thumbs up. That's wonderful. Listen. Now, this Akasha is where, for example, let's say Masaro job. Let us say in next 1 year, you're going to have a huge wealth break. Okay. Now, it is going to happen. For example, that is already recorded in Akasha. You may be thinking, what is this? I don't think my life is going in the right direction. I'm just giving an example. I'm not saying you're thinking that. I'm just giving an example. If you feel, I don't feel I'm manifesting what I'm supposed to manifest. I really want to become a Sarvangapita Ejaman. And then you're thinking like, I'm not able to get it. But when Devi is blessing, Tathastu, you're going to manifest it. Don't think maybe some miracle is going to happen, then it's going to manifest. No, it means the breakthrough that's going to happen. She has already seen it. Means it's happened. It's already recorded. It's just like you're yet to see that film roll. That's all. In the early days, there used to be a film roll for every scene by scene. There's a film roll that's kept. So it is not that this director and actors are sitting and doing it live, and then that's how each frame by frame you're seeing. No, it's already recorded. It's there in that film roll.
When it is played in the theaters, you see that. So as the film roll passes, every frame by frame, you watch it as a movie. Same way, already all these things have happened. It's like that film roll. That film roll, Devi Parashakti has already watched that movie before all of us. She has already seen it happen. So when she's saying, hey, you're going to be showered with wealth, don't underestimate it. Don't think, oh God, miracle, maybe my space has to be right. But no, you don't need all those at all. You just need to be here. She's seen it, it's manifested. You just need to prepare your inner space to receive it. How many of you are understanding so far? I just give one example of Ma Saroj Oplish, but how many of you are catching this?
Actually, Maithan Swamiji has said this, right? Like, I've already seen it happening. The same thing Krishna even tells Arjuna also. Krishna will tell Arjuna that I've already killed. Understand? The Kauravas in front of you, I've already killed. You're just an instrument for me. That's it. So understand, you just need to change the space in which you're carrying. That's it. When Devi reveals, that thing has already happened. You just need to have that trust, that patience for it to manifest. That's it.
You don't actually like see, even when we say trust, sometimes what happens, our mind is there. No, that mind is going to jump on you and then say, no, look, you're not trusting, you're not having this, you're not having that. It's going to give you like 100